and show up.
That's right. QR code or sign up online. Either way, let us see if you have what it takes to have us casting you next split, next year, whatever the case may be. Especially because next split, guys, that's the money maker. That's where we're trying to get into the LCS.
All right, B, I hear our coach interview is ready, so I'm going to go head off and maybe instigate a Twitter feud or something. You go ahead and take it away.
Have fun, Eric. Thank you so much. And of course, welcome, Bobby, coach of Dorado Gaming. Thank you so much for taking the time. How you doing, brother?
Pretty good, pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing wonderful, thank you. Again, appreciate you taking the time. And I really want to ask, because I think, despite doing a lot of these, I haven't gotten to talk to you before. So it is interesting and exciting watching your team these last couple of weeks. We talked about playoff picture starting to form. You guys could very well be in that picture. So can you speak on the kind of work you guys have had to do, especially turning those, early season struggles into some pretty legit success?
Yeah, so instantly when we actually saw the schedule that we had, and especially because we start relatively late with scrims, basically, I think we had like maybe 2 scrims before our first match against Blue Otters.
Okay.
We knew that going 0-3 at the first 3 series is fine for us. And trusting the process, trusting the system that we actually put in as a team is actually what was really important, And now, because everyone actually trusted the system, trusted me, trusted into each other, you can actually see the basically glow up of the team, and you can see the results of our hard work.
Yeah, clearly. Especially when you consider, I want to actually kind of ask about your players a little more individually, especially when you look at some of these players. Some of them were in the NACL last year and, played on some teams with some unfortunate performances. So can you speak on working with some of these players who clearly, working together, working with you have improved so much? What's that been like for you to be part of that growth?
So I really believe that working with different players, every single split in esports is not really a winning recipe.
Yeah, of course.
That I'm growing.
Yeah.
Investing long term into players. Finally, I think that these players are. I feel like all of these players matured.
Yeah. Yes.
It's even Paul.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that we survived and we are here to compete now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you mentioned Polestar. Looking at Adam and Hub, they look so much better than they did last year. Of course, their hard work, again, under your tutelage. So I'm sure you guys have a lot to be proud of from what you've done so far. And I want to ask you too now, obviously, you guys aren't locked for playoffs yet. Job's not finished. But I want to know now that you guys are trending upward, what's the environment feeling like for you guys? Is it feeling better? Is there this relief that the seeds you planted are starting to grow? Or are you really just laser focused on that end goal?
That's one. Basically, there we kind of relived a little bit.
Yeah.
Where we actually said, okay, the process is actually going.
Yeah.
So after that, it's basically been, which is really important.
Yeah. For sure.
The goal is to actually reach playoffs. It was the goal before the split even started, even though that goal nothing kind of changed.
Yeah, 100%. And I agree with you completely. It is definitely rational. It's definitely possible. And it's looking like, the doubters are silenced. I really wish you guys success. And I'm glad the system is working. And thank you for taking the time. But Bobby, before I let you go, Do you have any shout outs? You know the drill on NACL. If anything you want to say, now's the time.
I'm going to match because they're going to get a winner's interview.
Okay.
So I'm going to leave that to them.
Well, maybe drop your Twitter so after the match you can talk it a little bit. Where can people find you?
Yeah, you can get like to see what I'm talking on the Twitter at AlphaBobby1. That's basically my Twitter. Go check it out.
All right, amazing. Again, love what you're doing, Bobby. Love the appreciation you have for your players. Thank you so much for your time. I'll let you join your team, and I wish you good luck in your series today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, man. See ya.
See ya. And let's bring back Deserex. I know enjoyed that interview. I could hear him giggling here and there in the background as I know he's on his phone. Are you following his Twitter? Respect.
No. I was debating with Rafa who has the bigger dump truck. You are Rafa himself.
Unfortunately,
I'm trying to find.
I don't want to be that guy.
I want my Twitter feed, man. I want my Twitter feed. I don't want to get the popcorn going, with everything going on lately. But that was
beef, huh?
That's the
best
Twitter
you got
beef,
in those 5 minutes, man.
Oh, our teams need to get at it again. You got to get busy on socials.
You're right.
That was a nice little interview to hear, especially seeing the bio noob in the background still going to be existing there on his whiteboard. Always fun stuff to see the banter that goes on. But taking a look at the standings, this is where we're getting closer and closer to the end of the season. And with recent events, it's hard to say with certainty who's going to lock down the 5th or 6th seeds in playoffs. You have Conviction, who have been underperforming. Now they're kind of at risk of dropping out of playoffs contention. Citadel had a good showing yesterday. They could keep that up, maybe 2 or 3 more wins to the tally. That could lock in playoffs for them. You have the post-trial by fire collegiate Winthrop, who are close to locking playoffs on top of that. And there's even a world where, you just had the interview with Dorado's coach. They could upset everyone and snag a spot as they have 4 more games left. That's a lot of opportunity. A lot of that hinges on can Conviction end their slump.
Yeah, and it's looking like, too, they have the most games remaining out of everyone else in the split. So they have more opportunities than anyone else to get to that point. And honestly, the way they've been playing lately, that's not ridiculous to say. That it's possible that they could make it happen. Remember, guys, we punched the numbers. We've used the calculators. 5 wins, guaranteed lock for playoffs. So teams like Supernova, CCG, especially CCG who are playing today, they have that chance to lock themselves up with their next match. And as you said, Conviction, who are struggling right now, are that second team I mentioned at top of show as one of the spots we didn't expect to suddenly be up for grabs. And teams like Dorado, teams like Citadel, they're looking for it.
So to really bring that fact in a little bit deeper, let's look at today's schedule, because I feel like every match that we have is really high stakes. There's a lot of importance that's coming up and coming forward right now. For the match, the Hounds, Dorado Gaming, they'll face off against the battle-hardened Winthrop University. And we end it with Citadel looking to prove the haters wrong against a CCG squad that want to rebound from a painful loss. And again, 3 of these teams, you look at CTG, you look at Winthrop, you look at Dorado, they're all teams that are aching to make it into playoffs, yet to be secured.
That's right. And it really today, CCG, of course, like I said, could secure it with that win. But with the way Citadel are looking, you say prove the haters wrong. I think you mean for a second time, because they most certainly did that yesterday against NRG. But of course, first match is Winthrop versus Dorado Gaming, and we look at the caster. There's a bit of uniformity here, especially the synergy between you and I, Deserex. You love to see it. And really, as much as I'm becoming a big fan of Dorado, and as much as, that insight from Bobby was great, Winthrop's gameplay last week, bro.
Yeah. I kind of need this to go my way because I had a 0-2 day in predictions yesterday, and I already...
didn't we all? Didn't most of us?
I lost my hair bet against Sean Atone, and where a loser has to shave his head, that's why I look so especially...
That's not even a fair bet.
Yeah, it is. Shut up.
You had like a centimeter of hair on your head before. Sean, why did you take that bet?
I lost it all, Pete.
All right. It's more on Sean for taking that bet, but I respect it. He won in the end, so who am I to judge?
Let's get into our first matchup of the day. That's going to be Dorado versus Winthrop. Big implications with this one. To me, this is also a battle of teams who've notoriously done best in the mid game, where things get a little bit different. I feel like Winthrop have evolved to have better laning as the season has gone on. Brings up the question, can Dorado match that?
Yeah, it is really interesting to see that growth that we've seen from Dorado Gaming's lineup. Again, we talked about players like Adam, Hub, who are on Pulsar and have looked so much better. Even though we saw bright spots, they seem so much more consistent now. I think Lojaz, being that kind of facilitator for the team ever since he joined the league on Blue Water, it's really been his style. It's worked out really well. The rookie in Redemption has been a really nice surprise to see. Even when the team was struggling at the beginning of the split, I think Decoy has been super solid. So honestly, there's a lot to be excited about with this roster. And again, that recent gameplay where you really can't, it's not a crazy bet to say this is the team that's going to take one of those 2 playoff spots that could be up for grabs.
And I remember we were talking right before the broadcast about Adam and how stable he is in lane. You want to talk about stability in the mix of mid laners that we have this season? He has a CS differential at 0 beatdown.
That's actually absurd. We're in week 6. They've played several matches, and his CS diff is 0. And you know, when you told me that, I immediately asked you, "What's he playing though?" And
it's a lot of Ari, Victor.
You know,
it's a lot of Ari.
To be fair, yeah, a lot of Ari, which is a signature for him. But he's also had some more interesting picks. I know there was the Vayne against Blue Water a couple weeks back. You mentioned some other ones. It's escaping me right now, but he's played some interesting picks. So the fact that he averages out, I think breaking even is really important. And, he does his best work on those playmakers again. Love that Ari pick on him. It was good even when he was on Polestar.
Well, let's move on to Winthrop University. And when you do pull up this roster, a lot of the stability, the foundation has been built off of Denethor and Mobility, who've been a part of the squad for a pretty long time. But big standouts for me have been the 2 new additions. Zach, he's becoming much more calculated in the risk-taking. He ran down Insanity, which is huge to say.
What the hell?
But Kim down as well. He's been bringing the house down. The dude engages on a dime.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm a Kim Down believer. Nobody is a bigger Kim Down believer than Cubby. Believed in him from day one, of course. But Zach is the one I really kind of I want to highlight alongside Denethor. I think the solo laners for this team really stepped up last week. Denethor, of course, monumental performance against Conviction, especially the Jace game. We can't praise him enough. He deserved every shred of those 2 MVPs he won last week. And Zach playing so much better than what we've seen weeks prior. We got to give that shout out to Tails. During those stumbles, he specifically said to me in those pre-coach interviews that not worried about it. It's growing pains. It's part of the process. We have a vision and we're working our way towards it. And what a way to culminate that statement by beating Conviction of all teams. And also just to add, Zach said he didn't sleep very well that day. I need Zach to never sleep again because I love what he was bringing.
Sleep deprived
and I need
Zach.
more of it. Yeah, that's just the angle, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and to update our audience, that was because they flew out to, I believe it was Florida or UNF. To compete in NACE, which they were doing CLAW, NACL, and NACE all within the same week. And the exhaustion that puts on you, man, hey, if it gets the best out of Zach, we got to see more of that. But let's go ahead and pull up our Phillips Noralco head-to-head. And this is going to be the battle of big-time playmaking. 2 supports who are dying to find 5-man Pop Blossoms, the Big KD, the Holy Diver Redemption.
I like that one, and we highlight this matchup partially for that exact reason. Even though we're in a meta of ranged enchanter style bot lanes, I think these 2 really stand out when they do go on those engaged picks. I think that's always been true for Kim Down, and for Redemption, who's a newer player, it's great to see him kind of hit the ground running in that regard. Where in a more recent series, had a great Recon game paired with the Xayah we saw from Hub in that bot lane, and they ran things. And I think overall, both have been looking quite good.
Yeah, I'm always going to point out in that Conviction game where Kim Down just goes into the backline by himself as a Nico, gets the Pop Blossom, but he's by himself, and it's like, oh, surely this is going to go wrong. He pops Hourglass.
You think he dies?
And then suddenly Zach realm warps into the middle of it and kills Insanity. Like, Kim Down understands what his team can do, limitations of his squad and his own champions, and looks fantastic when he's able to bring it. I do think that's going to be one of the most contested picks between both of these supports, that Nico, but you can see that engagers are pretty shared between both of these players.
For the most part, but Kim Down is the one who brought out that Nautilus, and that was that Nautilus Misfortune game.
Ooh, yeah.
Which was just absolutely disgusting.
You ever eat a bullet time in your face and you have nothing to do about it?
especially against Ashe Seraphine, like, the whole thing about that lane is you need to land your hooks. You need to fight all the time, and I think they did that wonderfully. And really just shows again that we always thought him down. Great addition to this team, and he's really just proving that true with how he's been playing.
All right, we got to talk about our next little face-to-face, and that's going to be in the top side. And I know you're aching to talk about this one, Beatdown. I mean, it's Denethor versus Decoy. Big question is, can Decoy withstand the flames of Denethor, or will he just add fuel to the fire?
That's the question, though, because when we look at Denethor as a player, historically, we talked about it. His counter pick percentage is absurdly low. Even that Jace game was a blind pick, technically. He usually plays more tanks, utility, blind pickable top laners, you know, your Orns, your Nars, and things, Scions, and things like that. But when you let this guy flex his muscles, he can really run the Rift. And I want to see, I'm frothing at the mouth for Winthrop to pick more carries for this guy. Like, just do it. I'm sick of tank jail. He deserves better than that. And if that Denethor comes to play Decoy, my man, be careful.
Gonna be a hard day. And yeah, see the champions right there. I know one thing that Denethor talked a lot about is his Gnar. We know how good Gnar really is.
Oh yeah,
he's able to take that champion. He's very happy to blind pick it. Not that many teams like to ban it against him, which even he was like, I don't understand why they just allow me to play this champion. So it should be interesting to see how this matchup does play out. I mean, Denethor is a fantastic player. You can even see, like, Decoy's been trying to go around that carry route. I know he had a rough game with Zehen, but Gwen is another one that he does have in that back pocket.
The Gwen was good. I mean, the Cho'Gath, also a good response into tanks. I think it's a really nice thing to have in his back pocket, especially if Denethor does go that more tank route that we usually see from him for Winthrop University. So it is still a very interesting matchup. Decoy could have some answers of his very own, and I'm really curious to see, you know, which style Winthrop are going to bring today.
And like, if Decoy really can't handle a lot of the pressure that's going to go in that top side, that's where it gets really scary for Dorado's chances, because again, Denethor is someone who's a team player. He will eat that blind pick for the team over and over and over to allow, you know, his solo lane to get a counter pick, even his support to try and get something a little bit more pivotal. And he's happy about that. He plays what the team needs, and it's exciting to see him on the Rift. Again, it makes it such a tough opponent for Decoy to have to stare down on the opposite side and say, hey, I'm going to try and take the best of you.
That's right. We'll see which part of the Swiss Army knife comes out here for the top lane of Winthrop University. Again, I'm hoping for the knife, because I want to see some hands, Desrex.
Maybe some of his like more old school picks. I remember like there was he was really good on Camille. Yeah.
Oh, I think about that at least once a day.
And that was a really that was a pick he would take a lot too. If you look at his overall most played in tier 2, it's his 4th most played at 9 picks. The most being Gnar, mostly because it's like the easiest to blind. But there's always a chance. There's always a chance, man. And we are now ready for the draft between Dorado and Winthrop University. In this draft right now, already a lot of bans going towards that Enchantress angle, as Seraphine, Karma, both going to be taken away. A little bit of a mid lane focus out of Dorado's side. They'll take away that Rise and Orianna.
Yeah, interesting too to see Karma and Seraphine ban. You know, not really opting to go for like a handshake or a trade. They just want to remove those options entirely, really telling you that they're not gonna they don't really want to be playing that one themselves. But of course, Winthrop, red side, they do get first pick. Pantheon, you know, not much else to say. He's the GOAT.
He is the GOAT. Can show up at any time, point and click stun. And the man drop, I will never call it the Grand Starfall, whatever they renamed it to. Its man drop is perfect. But here's one of the contended supports that I was expecting to see kind of fought over between both of these teams. It's Nico. I expect us to be locked in because you really can't give it over to Kimdown. And the 5v5 engage that you have, as well as some of the like clone shenanigans you can do, really brings a lot of power to any composition. So it's still hovered for the time being, but should get locked in.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. We either might be going a different angle, but with how much more we're seeing Karma banned and even Seraphine at times, I feel like Nico's really the next best thing remaining. Wouldn't be too surprised if, you know, we're just hovering for dramatic effect. And yeah, I am expecting that one to go through. And yeah, it is that bit of a deny. Kim Down, like you said before we got to Champ Select, also phenomenal on this champion. But it's also a bit of a denial in this fearless system that we've had for a couple of years now.
Yeah, I believe it's the most played, at least this season, for both of these players. I know it is for Redemption. I got to check real quick on Kim Down. And yeah, Kim Down, 4 games played, at the top of the list there. So a very important pick to have for either team. As our draft will get sorted in just a second. Bear with us. But Ezreal, Nico in the bottom lane. And I do like this because for Hub, hey, I kind of want him to play on the safe side of things, you know? When you look at Dorado, they tend to do well when they get towards like mid-game team fights. That tends to be their bread and butter. Hub and Redemption, when they do play out their lanes, they tend to play it a bit on the safer side. Maybe they lose out in CS a little bit in economy, but if they could make it towards that team fight without taking too many L's, then it does put Dorado into a position where they can get towards their comfort zone.
And I will say, just like Adam had his Ahri, which was pretty promising even in the difficulties of Polestar, Hub had the Ezreal. It was a good pick for him, something he's very comfortable on. And I'm pretty sure historically it's his most played. It's actually what I'm trying to see at the moment here, because I feel like I see him on this champion all the time.
It might be Sivir, but yeah, Hub.
This split, all time it is Ezreal. So it is Ezreal all time. This split it is Sivir. You're right. There you go. Big comfort for our boy Hub.
I'm very mad that Nocturne got banned and he got angry, so he decided to Nocturne all the other champion picks. Which is why they're darkened out right now.
Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, it happens. Even with Nocturne banned, you know, his presence lingers.
We can also
in Champ Select.
I don't know. Maybe we make predictive picks and downs right now. Like, is it just the Gnar on the other side for Winthrop if they return
Probably. No, surely not like immediately. Like, we're gonna pick bot lane. I'm trying to think what else is mobility. It could, if it is that Nico locked in. I mean, there's always the Yunara Lulu. I think that mobility and Kim Down could go for. I know Kim Down, we like him on the engages, but I think he's fine when it comes to fine to good when it comes to enchanters overall. So.
Okay, well, that gets sorted out. We do have a little bit of indication of what's going on. Oh god, yep, Denethor's doing it again. He's locked in Jace. So to let the audience know, the draft has completed. We're just having problems with the draft client itself. But Winthrop have picked Jace, Pantheon, Bard, Jhin, and
you're
Ahri.
right. Oh my god. Okay, guys, it's happening.
It's happening.
It's happening. We have Denethor Jace. Not to spoil, but it's Denethor Jace. We're back, guys. We're so back.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels weird. Feels weird that we have. Should we just list them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just list
we haven't said Dorados yet.
Yeah. We don't quite have the order, but Dorado have, what is it? K'Sante J4, Azir, Ezreal, and Nico. And you already called out the Jace. We've seen the Pantheon. It is Ahri, Jhin, and Bard. So, very exciting stuff for both sides. I'm trying to think.
And I do remember the last time we had the Jace, it was into Sniper's Aatrox. So going into the K'Sante
Oh my god,
this time.
yeah. That was good. That was really good. I mean, that's going to be good for him overall. As long as you're aware of that level 6 and not in a situation where you just have a K'Sante moment happen to you, it should be a pretty good angle. It is very interesting too. I like that we're giving resources to Denethor, especially when you see like Ahri and like Jhin, a little more utility focus in that bot side. So it does mean that they are really setting him up for success this game. And it's nice too with a Pantheon, because you have a side lane that nobody can deal with, that you can man drop into whenever you please.
All right, we are heading into game,
and
as we get our issues sorted, Winthrop, they just go for the early invade, and they find Lonely Low Jazz in the jungle.
Lonely Low Jazz, that's good. I like that. So it is a nice find there for Winthrop University, and it's on Denethor, which, I mean, that's wonderful. Like, this is already a good matchup for Jace. You're already gonna scale. Your first blood. He has. He didn't have time to recall, but that first back is gonna be hilarious, Eric.
Deja vu. I've been in this place before, and oh my goodness, came down. Yeah, that Cosmic Binding landing really flush right there. Allowed for the 4th shot setup on top of it, so winning out on these early trades. We talked about how aggressive Kim Down and Redemption can be when it comes to the team fighting, but you can't overlook it in the laning. If Kim Down catches you with a Cosmic Binding, you're going to be in pain.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting too, Hub, something we mentioned. Oh, Redemption's health is very low. Oh my god. Jeez. Okay, he is going to live, just looking at that mini-map. Yeah. Do credit Hub and Redemption for not falling too far behind, even in disadvantageous scenarios. So we're going to see if they'll be able to do that this time around. Hub is playing Ezreal. Oh, no. Okay, he's fine. Hub is playing Ezreal, most played champ, very safe. So, should be,
Yeah, and a lot of that came off that early Cosmic Binding. Like, normally, you're not going to be too worried about the early trades that come out with Ezreal Nico combos. You do see that first blood in the picture-in-picture. Yeah. Oh, that was a nice Charm. He just took Charm first and found low Jazz.
Yeah, you know, Charm first is not fun. It's Ahri. But at the end of the day, you're playing into Azir early on, so didn't end up mattering. Really nice find from Zach to be able to secure that first blood. Again, it's on Denethor on the Jace. Now we're seeing that first back come through. He is going to TP. Oh, he also got the long... Yeah.
You're in a long side. Like it.
It's looking good.
Yeah, but doubling back to that point, I mean, for Hub and Redemption, like, Ezreal, Nico, you should be okay in lane. You should be rather safer in lane. But stepping up too far to try and get early harassment is what really kind of bit them in the backside there. And that's why this early stage is, like, kind of going the way of mobility and KD.
I will say, this is mostly expected to have a lot of these lane advantages, but it's worth noting Dorado Gaming, where they'll be able to come back into this one is, of course, you know, as Ezreal scales, he will get quite strong. No tanks on the side of Winthrop, so those Mystic shots will do damage to anybody. And of course, Adam, he's playing the Azir. That's going to be a lot of damage potential once he gets up there in itemization. So, and of course, playmaking potential paired with what Dorado Gaming already have.
KD is scary right now, man. Kim Down. You see him just lurking. Earlier, he was looking for Hub if Redemption didn't show there in time.
Yeah.
But I do love this iteration that we've gotten from Kim Down. We've had a lot of discussions about, like, kind of the history of Kim Down. You know, he was that UCI player that we didn't really see as much until the Combine right before he got into Team Liquid. And then, of course, Spawn picking him up, that's one of those moments where you're like, okay, Spawn sees something in him? Then there must be something there. And over time, we've kind of seen that beat.
Oh, we saw it. 100% he improved so much in that first split. And Team Liquid Challengers at the time finished in the top 3, if I'm remembering correctly. It was definitely thanks to Kim Down in no small part. Really did grow a lot as a player. Really glad to see him back in the NACL after a couple of years. And it feels like he hasn't missed a beat.
Wilson playing very aggressive, and I mean, you can. First Blood really does help you out with that situation. Even if it wasn't the pick of it, I mean, Low Jazz was the victim of that. And you also have Kim Down, who's walking around. Bard, very mobile. You need someone to be in your back pocket as a jungle support duo. That's your guy.
Yeah, and of course, Zach having this constant push as well, just making it so that this Azir cannot participate at all. The risk of losing so much CS. Zach already has a decent lead growing for himself, so it's just going to give a really easy lane for Wilson to go for this first dragon. And Drake stacking, I think something Winthrop historically do really well, go for consistently, and this game's going to be no different.
These early stages, 1.2k in favor of Winthrop so far. It's up to Low Jazz to try and find an impact for Dorado.
Yeah.
He's on the champion to do it. J4 has a lot of early presence. It's just about finding the angle, and if these lanes kind of get out of control too quickly, that gets harder and harder as time goes on.
Yeah, I will say the one thing, Kim down, playing that Bard, will make it a little bit safer for mobility, especially that magical journey near walls and things like that. So it really increases that pressure on LoJazz, who not only needs to alleviate some pressure for his team overall, most of which you are trying to scale, but also you want to slow down that Drake stacking that Winthrop have already begun. I'm not saying you need to go for a soul early yourself per se, but you don't want to let Winthrop get all these early dragons, because that's really the perfect way you bridge yourself as a more early game focused comp into the later games.
See the next recall coming out from Denethor. Serrated Dirk, 2 more longswords. We are stacking damage, and we want to bring it real early into this game. And I mean, those shot blasts already with the Serrated Dirk double longsword is going to start to hurt.
Oh yeah. Denethor again, really reaping the benefits of that first blood. I think getting the tier early. I think a champion like Jace doesn't stack it very quickly. The sooner we get to that Muramana fully stacked, the sooner we get to that really dangerous point for Denethor on the Jace. Otherwise, things have slowed down a little bit. Cryo really hasn't changed in any meaningful capacity, and I know we pressure LoJazz to be able to find something, but it's even hard for him to farm when all his laners are pushed in like this. We've already seen what Wilson's tried to do, and it hasn't really amounted to a whole lot for LoJazz so far.
I do think that was a little ambitious from Adam, but I don't think it was not worth the try at the very least. I mean, you just burned your ultimate, you went in, and at the very least, you got Zach's ultimate in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're making a call to try and get a play for maybe the grubs early on, or at least make it so that LoJazz can try and snag one grub without that threat of this Pantheon Ahri just kind of taking a dump on me, if I'm being honest. So not having that Spirit Rush available does alleviate some pressure there for Dorado Gaming, but I think ultimately it's still going to be an easy grab for Wilson.
Especially when you have good old KD in the area.
Oh my.
I feel like when he's performing not too well, he's Kim down, but when he's a beast, he's just KD, bro. And now KD's looking for a gank over on this top side. All out goes in, but Decoy is dead nonetheless.
Just gonna give Decoy, I'm gonna give him a little praise. The timing of that all was very nice. It looked kind of cool. Otherwise, great dive. And just even greater benefit reaped for Winthrop University. Of course, mobility doesn't need to back off, sacrifice, but ultimately, this is a big win for Winthrop. You're happy with this trade.
I mean, good heads up for mobility. He realizes, okay, there's been no presence on that top side. They did that dive without any issue whatsoever. They're taking grubs without issue whatsoever. LoJazz is not top side, he's bottom side. And Kim down's not with me. So playing it safe, and overall not going to get punished with the dive. Will lose out on a little bit of plates, but he's okay with that. That's still a win for Winthrop. And that's going to change right now as Pop Blossom comes. Kim down still alive, nice dodging the Mystic shots. Demacian Standard goes through. That Dragon Strike will strike true onto the heart of Kim down.
We'll say that evens things out a little bit. Kill Dorado Gaming really wanted, and a good force overall. It does alleviate that sting a little bit. Kill for LoJazz, not as ideal as for somebody like Hub, but assist gold is still gold. And it will get him to his items a little bit faster. And of course, get LoJazz to his first item faster too.
So good move for Winthrop University. We did say that LoJazz needs to try and find some place on the map to attack. And for how long Wilson was on that top side, first attempt might have not worked out, but kind of caught Winthrop sleeping on the second one. Took a little bit more than you would have liked, but still kill nonetheless, and you're still feeding gold to the bot lane and getting it over to Hub, who has taken a very slight lead on mobility.
Yes. Then you're pretty happy with, I think, overall, Hub, that Ezreal, again, against the team. His damage is definitely far from negligible. So him being able to keep up, really important here. He managed to get that plate gold, which is what put him over as well from that dive top lane onto Decoy. So that's kind of the insurance Dorado Gaming are playing for. You're even seeing Adam start to come ahead against Zach in some of these trades. Now that some AP is being built, he's able to push back here. So you're already going to start to see this mid lane matchup turn. And it is Grasp Azir as well. So he's going to have a good amount of HP to be working with when you look at what he's building.
Denethor, leave him alone, man.
I mean, this is
doing to this man. This is so mean. guy can drop the hammer
surely
right
he's gonna
now.
flash kill him, no?
He can drop the hammer right now, and yeah, Decoy is gone. Decimated. Deleted. Dead.
Holy moly, top lane has never been more over. It all started with that first blood, and of course, it's going to be more than 2K soon.
Oh no!
It started with the
again.
first blood, and then they just kept giving him resources, and this is that look from Winthrop we love to see. So long Denethor plays these more facilitator picks. You know, the Nars, the Orns, the Scions. But lately, we've been seeing them give more of some more agency to Denethor, and it's culminated in some pretty damn good Jace games.
It's happening again, Beat. Oh. It's happening again. Oh, a nice charm from Zach. Follows through, doesn't allow the slide from Adam. Curtains open up, and Adam dodges two, dodges three, but the fourth shot finds its mark, and mobility will take down the Azir.
Honestly, really nice find, and a good punish, Adam. Oh,
he's here. He's here. He's here. Denethor, everyone run! He's terrified. You're going the wrong way, Hub. Oh, God. Low Jazz is dead. Denethor is just destroying everyone he sees. And Hub, realizing his life is forfeit, will try and pick up whatever CS he can, but will ultimately become another tally in Denethor's kills.
And that's another dragon for Winthrop as Denethor upgrades himself to raid boss status. And you know what? Decoy collecting plates on the top lane, I don't care. This is nothing. Winthrop have won so much across the map, and this is, you know, what we've seen from them that we like for Winthrop University. They make those high-value plays. They take these more early-game, lane-focused compositions, and they are able to drive those into early, mid-game and late-game leads.
3.3 KB.
Yeah.
Is the lead right there. Let's take another one. Adam, hey, he put on his dancing shoes, but unfortunately fell on the very last step, and everything just came crumbling down afterwards.
And I will say, Adam definitely overstepped. We didn't say the beginning of that play, but yeah, not a great path that he took there, and that's really what led to this, because now no Azir means this play is just so easy for you to make. You already took top tier 1 teleport, and of course, Denethor, he's able to get 2 kills.
Trade.
Oh.
The trade so far, jungler for jungler. But Zach is looking for more. Hub sidesteps the deadly flourish, but will get charmed up nonetheless. And it's another kill for Pilscar's baby boy.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Denethor fans, for Jace fans. Not so good for NA Jace haters because holy moly, he is pounding right now. And overall, everybody from Winthrop looking real nice. Zach has been on point with the charms, and it's just consistently been a great mark of playmaking here for Winthrop, being able to land those and set up those plays. So now, this is that moment where with these comps, we get to 15 minutes. Eric, we're starting to think, okay, where are we? Are we ahead? Is that what we want? Okay, I think we are ahead, and that's exactly where Winthrop need to be with this composition. They're sitting at a 5K lead.
Jeez.
Like, what the hell is that, bro?
Jeez.
That's got to be illegal.
That's a crazy gold diff at 14, and yeah, it really does show. I mean, 2 items completed, boots are completed. I'm sure he has some gold pocketed on top of that, where Decoy, you know, he finishes the Iceborne Gauntlets, and that's about it. Doesn't even have tier 2 boots yet. He's just trying to survive Denethor, and not doing a good job at it because Denethor is bloodthirsty.
And Dorado Gaming now are in this position where any play with Denethor in it is an automatic win. It's 100% of the time, barring a grievous error for Winthrop University. So Dorado Gaming, they need to play away from this Jace, and they need to just try and see what they can take when Jace is not on the side of the map. This is the other option. You just super overload him. It is a massive shutdown that he's working with, but Kim Down is aware of this, and he's playing Bard.
Down's here. All right, here comes the attack. Pop Blossom onto Denethor, but Kim Down will save Denethor. Now the counterattack from the Golden Eagles, flash out from Wilson, but the chase from Zach is too vicious with them Spirit Rushes dashing into the Hounds and putting them down.
Ooh, that's my Felix Norelco precision play, because what the hell was that Bard ultimate? Perfectly timed from Kim Down to just keep him and Denethor alive for the cavalry to show up. And this is the risk of that position. Dorado Gaming overloaded, and they have nothing to show for it. So now Winthrop taking even more commanding lead.
7K gold lead. It's going to keep growing because this tower under attack. Give it another plate over to Zach. And this is brutality at the most. And the Philips Norelco precision replay. Look at Kim Down's tempered fate.
I mean, the Pop Blossom is really the way you guarantee this play to work. This is a flashless Jace, so I can see why they want to go for this, but this is just a good understanding there from Kim Down, recognizing that, all right, Denethor is likely to play, let me cover him, and God, did he ever cover him. Like a poncho in the rain.
Yeah. You know, we can sit here and glaze Denethor all day, but Kim Down,
I will.
Kim Down's also deserving of a lot of flowers for this game. Just being right place, right time. It's what kind of started the downfall very early, getting the good Cosmic Binding onto Hub to start off the bottom lane. But then following through, you know, linking up with Wilson for a lot of these early neutral objectives, and then that save to make sure that Denethor's shutdown was going to be denied. It's brilliant stuff.
Yeah. Just great gameplay. Of course, Denethor and Kim Down, but really top to bottom. Everyone's fulfilling their role very nicely in Winthrop University this game. And it's just making it so hard for Dorado to interact. Because we're at this point now, 7K pre-20 minutes. There's very little you can do with any reasonable hope of success. You can see these gold leads across the board. Of course, 4,500 for Denethor. And then you're looking at 1,000 between jungle and mid lane. The hope is if you can take Denethor down, or you do a play where he's not around, gold lead is much less significant, but the way Winthrop are moving around the map, that's too hard.
Even if you inject 700 gold into your veins, you're still going to be 6K down.
Yeah.
That's the rough part. You got to make sure it's on the right guy. Like Adam, Hub, they can get the shutdown. There might be a little bit of life to have a carry
Adam
that could save Dorado. But that is a tall task when you have this force of Winthrop University protecting him.
Yep. I dare say too tall. Winthrop Gaming, 320 minutes. They are collecting their soul point here. And it is going to be that Cloud Soul as well. That movement speed. When you cast your ultimate, really nice for your Aries, your Jaces, and even the Pantheon. Getting that move speed after that man drop comes down. Really insane buff Winthrop are going to happily make use of in a couple minutes.
What is there to say, dude? This is a brutal game. Is this just like permaban Jace from Denethor now? Is this an angle where we just can't... We add to the list of champions, we cannot allow this man to play?
It very well might be. I can see why Gnar gets through, since Denethor is not the only Gnar player, even though he does play it well. But this Jace is something else. It's not just his individual play, but the way Winthrop so tactfully enable him, set him up for success, and really capitalize on the success so very well is something that I think facing against Winthrop. Now, I think going forward as a team, you really got to consider whether or not you're going to allow this champion to go down into his hands, or come up with an answer. Sante's not it.
Ooh. Got a pause coming in. So I think this is a point where we can just like break down Denethor a little bit more, because this is like close to 4 years that he's been with Winthrop University. I remember it was a little toss-up between him and Mabud, the old top laner of Winthrop.
Oh my god, yeah.
As to who was going to take that starting spot. And I know Mabud, a lot of respect for Denethor. And over time, we've seen him kind of evolve. I know Cubby coins this term, the tier list top laner, for his original days, where he would just go down the list as to like what champion he's going to play. Where now he has like such a very identifiable play style that works for him. He'll be that blind pick top laner, and he has these champions he's excelling at, and he's contesting with a lot of the top laners in the league.
100%. And it's just been so good for him, especially these last couple of weeks. Everyone on Winthrop really stepping it up, and of course, Denethor most of all. Through the enablement his team is getting him, but of course, just performing excellently. And I gotta say, last week's gameplay from him is, in those 4 years, the best I've ever seen from Denethor as a player. Like, not even close. And it is really nice to see for a player who, you think about his journey, someone who we believed in his time in Tier 3 and Collegiate that he was ready for a long time. And when Winthrop finally moved up, we doubted a little bit because it seems like he couldn't keep up for a little while. But now as the years have gone by, he's steadily climbed up to this point where, okay, now he's in a conversation where he can start pushing around other top laners in the league.
While we do get through this pause and work out the difficulties the players might be having, we want to remind you of the open qualifier registrations.
Yeah.
You want to participate in the NACL? You think you got what it takes? Show us, man. Scan that QR code. Take your team over. Go participate. It's going to be a pretty large bracket. You'll have to fight through a lot of names. You'll have to fight through. If you do make it through, will be another name within the NACL for summer. So don't miss out on that. If you missed the QR code, go to Watch NACL on Twitter. Go ahead and sign up. But here we go, back into the game.
That's right. And still same position. Already seeing some tier 1 turrets out of the picture here. I believe all of them actually are gone. It really opens up the map for Winthrop University, especially when you're playing this Jace. It feels really great that you can siege so well. You have Rift Herald as well. It means that anyone who's close to these turrets, you're going to get hit by an insanely powerful shock blast. Even Lojaz getting harassed by Kim down. Ability's chasing too.
God, Kim down's going hard, but Mobility's going harder. Hub's dead.
Yep.
Nothing to say there. And now we got an inhibitor tower under attack. Deadly Flourish will get a route onto Redemption. And now Dorado trying to work themselves out of what is a very tight vice that's been applied by Winthrop.
I think the only thing we need to work out is how we can play Ave Maria on stream without getting DMCA'd, because holy moly. This is... I am officially saying rest in peace game 1, Eric. You know what I mean? Like, I would be careful. We genuinely could get smited for that.
It's all right. It's all right. It's only like 3 notes. 3 notes.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You never know with Twitch.
Yeah, you never know.
Very heavy-handed.
You're good about this.
Yes.
It's a cover. I swear. Transformative.
Yes, exactly. Free use. Free use.
2-14. Winthrop. They got a Dragon Soul that's going to be coming up pretty soon too. So.
Oh yeah.
2 minutes till that drops, and pretty much the entire Rift is their oyster. I honestly believe they can start Baron right now if they wanted to, and that might be the case. They're over in that direction as Zach is going to town on Decoy.
Ooh. Zach, have to use the Spirit Rush. Barely gonna miss the charm. I mean, it's fine. They're already past level 11. And that cooldown is not too crazy.
Okay, we're going.
And he's dead.
Okay. Oh my god! He just got dropped by Wilson. Wilson just crossbody from the top rope, takes out Adam.
I mean, that was like 2 of his 3 buttons. That was 2 of the two skills of the face roll, and Adam lost all his health. I have a feeling he's saying like, "Oh my god."
Is that Batman?
Yeah.
Moments before disaster.
Truly. Like, and I will say, Winthrop probably could. Yeah, they could start the Baron if they wanted to. I don't know if they take it very quickly, even with how strong Denethor is. So,
it's not a fast one, but you could bait them into a Tempered Fate. That's the way I see it. Like,
yeah, I mean, if it's for the purpose of a bait, I accept it. Otherwise, you know, Baron does work in the Big 26. Even when you're ahead, you got to be really careful as a team, especially when you're looking at Dorado Gaming. One Baron steal could really be the beginning of a turnaround, especially when you're looking at Ezreal, Azir, champs that, you know, only get better with time.
mid lane control for Winthrop University. Zach just playing out to the side lanes right now, very happily. Yep. There's no problems with that. Even with his teleport down, he's not worried about the rest of his teammates. Denethor's over there, Kim Down's over there, and that's all you really need for Winthrop University to take any fight at this point. Kim Down stepping up, takes a little bit of damage. Hub's gonna take more in retaliation. Charm lands onto Redemption, and suddenly Winthrop might be looking for a fight. Tempered Fate is available if Kim Down wants to throw it out. Instead, Dorado are going to give it the respect curves. Dragon started up. This will be soul for Winthrop.
I'm kind of surprised we TP'd mid. I'm not really sure the angle Dorado Gaming was looking for, unless it really was to try and make a force on this Baron in exchange for Dragon, but even that is just so dangerous, and they're not even going for it. So it's tough. You're down a pretty critical summoner spell. That's Dragon Soul immediately here. And there's really no response to be had in terms of Baron. Even Lojaz standing there is exceptionally dangerous.
Oh, the shuffle going to be used to try and save himself, but Zach's on the opposite side of that wall. There's no place to hide for Adam. Lojaz looking to escape.
Zach.
Again, Tempered Fate is up and Kim down lands it, gets the dunk right through. Cataclysm dropped, but it's only Low Jazz who will be falling. And with that, Denethor's going legendary. He's in the base. That's not even his base, but he doesn't care. He walks around like he owns the place, looking to line up the shot against Hub, who will take that arcane shift out. But Denethor is hungry, and right now, Hub looks like food. Here comes Decoy, though, trying to push him closer. This could be a shutdown for Hub if he plays his cards right. Underneath the tower, it's found by Decoy. Finally, the raid boss is down. He'll be in the gray screen, but Winthrop will be wearing purple.
Hey, that true shot barrage scared the hell out of me. You know what? That's a big shutdown that was given away, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you keep them busy. No one's responding. No one's responding to the Baron that's being taken, and Winthrop still find themselves with a very powerful buff. I will say the small downside is that Denethor won't have the Baron buff. The way they've been having Denethor and Zach kind of take turns pushing these side lanes out. I think that's a bit of a loss, but Winthrop overall still pretty happy.
More than just pretty happy. It's gold lead, 10.5k. That's yeah, a lot to overcome. Adam's still gonna get a bounty. Gold over to him. He puts up the Azir Tower, but where do you have left to go? You will throw out the shuffle. Okay. It buys him a little bit of time, but I think Wilson's okay just walking up and tanking this. We'll go on a killing spree as Adam falls.
I mean, I kind of liked it. Saw a little technology there on the Azir, but it was quite literally the best you could have hoped for. Here's the response, though.
Yeah. Looking to find a pick. It will be Kim down. Then it was getting lower and lower. The chain of CC means that Kim down can't do anything. Pretty much lock him up in crowd control jail.
Nice for Hub, too. Gets the assist with that True Shot Barrage, and this is really all you can hope for. For a second response, will knock down all these plates with the Baron empowered minions. So it doesn't really do much for the, I think, overall gold difference, but getting some gold on your carries, I think, is still going to end up being really important. Because it's gonna get you to some key item breakpoints that might allow you to do something. Okay,
to be fair, this is what Dorado's pretty good at. They're kind of good at taking some of these surprise fights that will catch you off guard and be able to grab a kill here and there. And they've done it a few times now. It still hasn't gotten them much.
Oh my god!
That was just getting them a lot of pain. Wilson goes on a rampage, all thanks to that charm. Here comes the man drop from the skies, from the top rope. It's Wilson looking to take him down. Deadly Flourish goes out, finds the root, but Inhibitor is forfeit. Look at that. There's another one. Pretty one over in the mid lane. Denethor jumps over to that side. He will be able to take that down. Starting to look like the Death March as Wilson flashes forward. Flagging Dray gets the knock-up onto Wilson. Wilson maybe biting off more than he can chew. Falls to about 500 health, but will step back and step out. Turret under attack. Inhibitor falls in the mid lane, and Winthrop are going to walk away with supers charging towards Dorado.
Yeah, so I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for a potential end there, but I guess you're worried about, okay, so Redemption had his ult back up. That was kind of the question I had. So they don't want to bite off more than they can chew. They are in a really powerful position, I will say. I would have liked to see Winthrop try and end the game, but they just earned a lot of gold off this Baron power play. They spent it, and this is technically that, most guaranteed way you can close this one out. You're still up 12,000 gold. I don't think... Oh, that was a nasty charm.
Goodbye. Zach finds a lost child in the jungle.
God.
And
so does Denethor.
Denethor does that too. Oh my word. I think that might be game right there, yeah. Winthrop should be able to just march into the base and close this out.
Yep. Zach, I mean, he's fine.
We say that, but now suddenly you're saying the whole cavalry. But guess who's there? It's Kim down. Steal. Zach will go down in the end. All Out is going to be found, but doesn't really get too much done. Decoy will get dropped. Low Jazz looking for mobility, but Denethor says, I'm done with this game. I want to go next. He starts attacking the Nexus, and look how close it is to going down. Meanwhile, here comes the flank right on to get another kill back thanks to Redemption, but Redemption will fall for an ace found by Winthrop University. They'll close out game one.
Really nice stuff here from Winthrop. A clean game, really all around, even with a few tiny hiccups. I mean, who cares? This is really, again, just Winthrop making good on the promise we've seen them make these last couple of weeks. And again, they're 2-0 week last week, really surprising a lot of us here. I think on the caster desk, it's fair to say, considering our prediction at the time. Remember, pretty uniform. And it's been just another really clean game from Winthrop University, showing that they are clearly trending up. And they're looking forward to take that next step into playoff contention, because I believe this will be their 4th win. It's not a guarantee, but one step closer.
I mean, they're looking absolutely incredible so far, and it seems like there are a few teams who can really step into their path now, especially when Denethor is playing Jace, especially when Kim Down is making the miracle saves that he makes. Fortunate for that last one. Sorry about that, Zach. Gonna fall there. Sometimes it happens, but regardless, what happens at the end of the day is a dominating victory. We're going to be right back so we get ready for game number 2 between Winthrop and Dorado.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Hey everyone, Beatdown Boulevard here with our latest recap, where I'm going to tell you about some key matches from NACL Week 5. Winthrop's slump was clearly preparation for a massive takeoff, because they are flying higher than ever before, starting their 2-0 week by beating our league's most experienced roster. And it was Denethor leading the formation with a phenomenal Jace game. His double MVP week and Winthrop's performance put them in a great position for playoff contention. We gotta give props to AMI. They stuck to their strength and more unique picks and have finally gotten their first win in Spring Split, taking that critical first step to avoiding the promotion relegation tournament. However, they haven't dug themselves out of that hole just yet. And in the process, they may have buried Blue Otter's playoff dreams, because it's looking like they are turning to dust. We had a rough start for Dorado Gaming, but with Hub and their rookie support Redemption, who were on fire, they were able to quickly bounce back, giving us an exciting end to a fun 3-game series. Not only do they increase their chances of staying in the league, but a team we never expected to make waves has improved enough to join the playoffs conversation. Thank you so much for watching our latest recap from our friends over at Philips Norelco. Be sure to follow us on twitter.com/watchnacl and tune into the action at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
They're probably having
The
network
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Winthrop University versus Dorado Gaming. And the only analytical point I can make is Winthrop win. Winthrop win real good.
I dare say I can also add Winthrop good into that mix of analytical genius, I might say, Eric.
That was, performance to really put down for Winthrop. I felt like everything went right for them really early on. There were some points of attack that came out from Dorado. Of course, when you see things happening on the top side, hey, go after the bottom lane. They rinsed and repeated that attack, and eventually, hey, it worked out. They were able to get a kill down there, but from there out, it did not go into their favor, and Winthrop just took over the game. Do point out the draft that happened throughout that game. You can see it at the bottom of your screen right now. Denethor on Jace, it's something to be studied.
Yeah, scientists will be looking at that one for quite a long time, Desrex. And just to give you a little look, because our draft exploded during game 1, in case anyone was curious about that pick order, I know I was. So now we're taking a look at these stats to give us more of an idea of how much damage Denethor really did, because holy moly. And shout out Adam. That was a sick RE game. Gotta give him some respect too.
Zach, you mean?
Zach, yes. Sorry, I meant to say Zach. Move us along, Eric.
Leave you that one. I wanted to leave you with that one for a little bit.
You monster.
Speaking of Zach, by the way, the camera. Why are we sideways? What's going on here?
It's the Dutch angle. You don't remember? Like,
no.
Both Thor movies have almost exclusively that angle. It's actually really disturbing. The first 2 Thor movies. It's really weird to look back on now. But
okay.
I watched it recently. It's very interesting. So, maybe he's a fan of Thor 1.
I'm really had an answer to that, but
yeah. Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I got you, bro.
All right,
we're also here to talk about the draft.
Oh, there it is.
Segway.
It's always the angle. It's always the angle. Eventually, at some point in the series, you don't ban it, Denethor will play it, and Nar is locked in. Zach will be on some pretty aggressive engage. I mean, Annie at Tibbers is always pretty strong to have on your side, and now you have Wilson who's going to be facilitating a lot of this mid to early game on the Lee Sin.
Oh yeah, it's a really strong mid jungle duo already, which does mean that I think already Adam's going to be under a little bit of threat playing something like that Victor. So curious to see what angle LoJazz is going to pick in the jungle there. Pretty confident that Yorick is in the top lane as a response to that Denethor. Things go well for him in lane. He can be that side lane menace that I think Denethor was in game 1. So the angle he's going for.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it in the grand scheme. Like, obviously, if you get ahead and you can keep your maiden alive, Yorick is just, it's just so irritating to have to deal with the side lanes. Again, this is real big comfort for Denethor, and you are able to kind of kite out, even if you try and use the dark progression. What is the Nar going to do but just hop out of it and continue throwing his boomerang?
Right. And I like the ban angles Winthrop are going for. Already from what we've seen, we have the marksman, we have both solo laners for Dorado Gaming. Already know this is a scaling angle once again. And Winthrop have shown that you give them the keys to the early game, they'll drive that all the way to a win, scaling or not. Yeah. So Dorado Gaming now, especially with game 1, passing, and there are already 2 jungles out of the pool. Lojaz is down 2 of the big remaining facilitators there in the Wukong and the Skarner. Yeah. So he's really running low on those options. It might end up being something like a Vi, which doesn't really feel great with what's showing so far. Xin, I definitely did forget about. Is like up there, and it's significantly better. Significantly better. Don't listen to what I said a second ago. It's Xin. It was always Xin.
I mean, if it's a Vi and you're just Tibbers and dead, kid. Like,
I mean, you just
that's a one-way trip to the gray screen. So Xin is a much better pick here. I do like that. And one of the more important things, you need something in the early game to really try and get the ball going. Dorado's composition, considering the scaling that you have, and Zin's usually pretty solid at that. Definitely been one of the kind of S-tier junglers for a while in terms of his early game presence and his ability to create space for a lot of his carries at the same time. But here is one of the things Kim Down likes to play. You see the Enchantress meta, Kim Down goes, Nautilus.
Yeah, and also it really again shows that what Winthrop, especially Kim Down and Mobility do, they can play for that volatility when it's called for. You see Corki, support has him to pick, but you're imagining it's typically going to be something ranged, so you want to go for something that is going to allow you to fight all the time. That's why you're seeing the Alistar hover. A pivot is definitely needed, especially because Engage is so sorely lacking. And I think Alistar is that best pick remaining just because that Unbreakable Will, the damage reduction, is going to be really useful. Winthrop's comp, they're going to try and blow you up. It really is about that first Wombo combo and a lot of power in that early to mid game, again, which is really typical for that. So Dorado Gaming, it's about surviving. You have this comp that is going to outscale, but it's really important that you minimize your losses in the early game to get there. Something that Dorado couldn't do in game 1, and they suffered for it.
And I know a lot of people are going to be looking at the draft and saying, like, wait, Corki Nami, that wasn't able to go for, that was available, and then you also got to consider, like, okay, but we still need a front line for Dorado because we don't have a true one. We got some good space creation with Xin, but need someone who's going to be that dedicated front line. The what's it called? Unchained, Unbreakable is ultimate. That
Unbreakable Will.
Thank you. That's the one that pretty much kind of makes you into a pseudo tank, even with the economy that a support has. So being able to have that, that is a good answer to deal with the front line and allow a lot of your scalers to get peeled for and be more effective in the team fight.
Yeah, and of course, Hub, give that mobility with the Corki, so should be able to reposition himself in these team fights. But you got some point and click CC that is going to be really hard to deal with here.
Oh yeah.
Dorado Gaming, this early game is going to be critical for them. We praise this bot lane and even Adam in the mid lane for being stable and being able to normally avoid falling behind in difficult matchups. Didn't see it in game 1. They have another chance here to do so in game 2. Again, even with the most amount of matches remaining of all the teams left, Dorado Gaming, they want the wins where they can get them, and they especially don't want to go down 0-2.
Game number 2. The Hounds, one of their 4 matches in the tail end of the season. As we heard earlier from their coach, they want to make that run to try and find themselves in playoffs. That's the goal, but they're standing against the team that is battle-hardened and ready, Winthrop University.
You could say that again, especially a team who plays so many different leagues, CLOL, NACE, most recently as well, and of course in the NACL. It's really got to do wonders for that sharpening as a team, that improvement, just constantly getting stage games, and it's really shown to pay off big time for Winthrop University with how they've looked these last 2 weeks, week 5 and week 6 now, where they're looking like they're aiming for a 2-0.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it too much, but Wilson being on the Lee Sin, it's nice being Lee Sin starts to pop up more and more as it's been on. It comes out to find coming up off the list for the early stages too. But that Lee Sin It's something that's been doing him really well in the last couple of games he played. Something he played in the Conviction game. That was the Winthrop 2-0 they're able to pick up. Did play it in the Blue Water game as well. And an outstanding performance. Very capable in this Lee Sin.
Yeah. I will note too, mobility. Oh, hold on.
Oh, here we go. Headbutt pulverize. Finds the double knockup. Kim Down's going to go for the peel to try and make sure the Xin Zhao's not on mobility. But he might give his life for the process. Flash over the wall. It's a thick wall and a thick boy to get over, but he finds his way home.
Really nice gank coming through from LoJazz. Exactly what his team really needed. Wow. Amazing hook there from Kim Down. But really, this is what I was going to point out too, mobility. So he foregoed a combat summoner spell in favor of the teleport. So it is going to alleviate that pressure of that gank just a little bit, as he's going to be able to collect most of that wave. But of course, in the 2v2s, that does mean he is a little bit weaker. And of course, he is flashless too. So I think LoJazz can punish in the next couple minutes.
Sorry, I got a good laugh out of the audacity of Kim Down. Like, he's alone. The jungler just ganked him. He burned his flash. I'm still hooking that Alistair.
Yeah. I mean, you got yeah, whatever you can. Maybe you can get these accidental kills. I love it. You're always looking, always fishing.
Always looking.
Find something.
That's what we like, KD, man. And here comes Wilson on the invade. Redemption spots it out. LoJazz is a little bit late on the rotation. Raptors were taken, but for now, there's a little bit of information now gathered by Wilson. Let's see Redemption clear out the ward in the process, but Wilson back into the jungle. Kim Down looking for further information as he'll make some scouting of his own.
Yeah, and of course Wilson's going to show back up like, oh, wait a second. He's here. Oh, my. This is a little bit time wasted, because LoJazz, of course, is able to smite away the chickens and walk away. Wilson, I appreciate that. Effort, but I think once the window's closed, we got to go farm our own camps, bro.
Decoy getting some decent trades with Denethor. It's important to note that they should favor Decoy a little bit earlier, mostly because Decoy got the first back. So he did teleport back. You can see the item advantage. But that is probably going to change once Denethor is able to find one of his own.
Yeah, and overall, for Decoy, it was really about side lane later on.
Yeah.
He goes even. He's going to be in a pretty decent position.
That's the hope, right? Like, please let me go even. Please let me go even.
I mean, with how much attention we're seeing more towards this bottom side of the map, it very well could happen. It is a little bit less of that 5v5 power for Dorado Gaming, but it makes sense. Gives them an alternative way to play in that side lane later. Otherwise, Hub is doing fine, all things considered, and this is what you need. You have the Corki. You got that gank early on to put pressure on mobility and Kim Down, and as long as he's able to stay even, that's the real win there for Dorado.
Yeah, gets a freeze on the wave in a good spot too. Makes mobility have to go back. It's not a bad back for mobility. He does get his tier, but here comes the fight. 3v3 in the bottom lane. Kim Down's getting low. He doesn't have flash.
Wow.
Heal goes out. Kim Down gets dropped by Hub, who will grab first blood for Dorado.
I gotta say, that was a nice Valkyrie from Hub. You don't really see Corkies use it that often because, of course, that little track does do some damage. And it is nice for them that he, of all people, is the one getting that kill. Even with Wilson showing up, you know, that flash disadvantage was a big deal. Same with that lack of combat summoner spell that mobility has in favor of TP. So we're really seeing that pay off for Dorado.
Denethor's got to be careful about some of these exchanges he's taking. You know, it's not the worst idea to try and 1v1 a Yorick, but Yorick and Queen, Maiden, excuse me, that is where things don't really get too much into your favor. If Wilson can get up there and deal with it, but here comes a hook onto Adam. Adam's low, stunned under the towers, Kim Down, falls to half health. Wilson in the area. Adam will survive, and so will Kim Down.
Big deal, too. Zach used the flash to make that play happen. Doesn't amount to much, so it's flash for flash. It's a pretty decent playmaking tool unavailable. Of course, overall, with that prio, Winthrop will get first touch on the dragon, and it's looking like nobody wants to be responding. I'm actually... Oh, no, because Adam had to back. Adam has it back, that's why. I was thinking, like, why do we let that go? But it makes sense. I accept it. Hey, don't get greedy, LoJazz. That lane's not for you.
Report my jungler 9x.
That's true. I mean, Mark
Took my farm.
Mark would have taken the cannon, so it could be worse.
Oh yeah, call him out. Call him out. I gotta instigate some beef right now. I'm putting this on Twitter.
I just did. Like, clip it, ship it.
Beat down hates Mark.
Whoa! I didn't say that. That's crazy.
No, that's how we drama farm. We gotta.
Dude, you're like
titles.
Dude, if Nova's the D1 instigator, you're like an NFL quarterback instigator. What the hell's going on?
I'm ready.
Clearly. Holy.
Playoffs is around the corner, B. I really got to build this up.
Yeah, true. You got to build up the excitement, the hype, not just on the Rift, but off the Rift. As I'm playing against Annie, I don't want to think about the Rift either. It's really annoying.
I want to think about Tibbers, who's getting dropped for the sake of harassment.
Oh, Adam. You're tanking so much minion damage.
That's a good exchange for Zach.
Oh, yeah.
And Tibbers, the cooldown is surprisingly lower than you think, but here we go. An attack going on the mid lane.
Get him.
Stunned up. Zach defends it without issue. Now fighting over in the bottom lane. Hub is getting low. He's got to be careful about his exchange. We'll throw out some rockets. No one's going to go down just yet.
No, Jada Corruption's used as well. Oh, my God.
Oh. Here we go, a great hook coming out,
Redemption!
but there is the unbreakable will as Redemption turns the bot lane for Dorado. Now Dragon's Rage finds its mark. Wilson will get vengeance as Adam falls.
Oh my God, how about some goddamn redemption for redemption? Gets hooked, says, all right, you want this? I'll turn it into a play. Does so very nicely. 2 more kills onto Hub. Getting the better end of this bot lane matchup is so monumental for Dorado Gaming, especially this scaling pick where you want as many items as possible. You want to get to the late game. He's up in CS and he's 3-0. Like, this is just great.
Yeah, look at this. My Holy Diver's been down in the Midnight Sea for too long, Beat.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what's becoming of Hub. He's becoming a monster. And there is no response. But of course, Wilson responds in the mid lane. And that is a nice flash kick, or kick flash, I should say, coming through there to at least get some pressure onto Adam, to at least get something back. But I think ultimately, Dorado Gaming are the winners of that exchange.
Freshly graduated, by the way.
That's right. Shout out to him.
Pop off the collar. That's why Bioster was subbing in last time we had seen Dorado. But yeah. Looking to take this bottom lane school at the very least, thanks to Redemption helping him out, feeding him all those kills. It's a good look for Dorado and a way better game than what we had in game 1.
And again, mobility, paying for that lack of a combat summoner spell. It's only going to get harder for him sitting on that teleport instead of something like a barrier. As Hub just gets stronger and stronger, especially that first item. Typically so expensive for Corki, the fact that he picks up 3 kills is going to get it faster. Going to feel so good for Dorado's bot lane as time goes on. And now Low Jazz, he's in the area. Those Wilson, they want a little action.
Headbutt Pulverize finds mobility, creates some distance. They do know that Wilson is there. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike onto Low Jazz. It's met with the Crescent Guard. Him down might be fishing for an angle though, but you got to watch out. I don't think you want to grab Redemption once again. A lot of damage on the Low Jazz. Both junglers are going to call it off.
Wow, and it's... Okay, so Redemption actually held on to his ultimate there. I thought he was going to use it. Yeah, I thought he was going to go and use it, but it would have been interesting, especially with that level advantage he has over Kim Down. I think it's a missed opportunity, but we just exchanged some ults and we walk away. That's about it.
I like this from Redemption. He is cooking with gas this time. Look at how much damage mobility took.
Okay, but like, am I crazy or can they dive? Because
he might be able to with that ult still up. Yeah, but here comes Wilson. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. Adam gonna go down again, and this is the lane that Wilson has been focusing on, and it's working out.
It is, and it's tough too for Adam, who we usually tout as a pretty stable mid laner, and that average CS going into today of that average CS diff of 0. Unfortunately, he's gonna go down a little bit this series, especially here in game 2. Does mean that this Victor is slowed down a little bit, especially because he's going the Roa build. That actually really slows down what point he'll become effective here. So, you know, for whatever they're gaining for Hub, they are losing a good bit in the mid lane. It's really on Hub to be able to kind of bridge that gap.
Nice.
And use that gold in these team fights.
I really like that from Denethor. He challenged Decoy directly, only to get him low to make it dangerous for Decoy to really try and
He's
like,
gonna
fight
flash
back.
to him now.
But it gave Denethor enough time to take down the Maiden, which was the most important part there. Here comes Redemption. Headbutt Pulverize going after Mobility once again. Will force the flash out of Mobility. Wilson is getting low. Tibbers goes down, but Wilson will get dropped by Adam. Pressing Guard going to be used as hard to get damage, but Adam flashes away, only finds his demise in the end. Cal does fall in the grand scheme, but it doesn't matter because Dorado will take the team fight win and the Dragon.
Yeah, if they can secure this, it's a huge win there for Dorado. You're expecting to be able to fight with Winthrop a little later, but again, that acceleration of Hub is really what allowed this to be possible. And Adam, even despite falling behind, is still serviceable. So, ooh, close call there. Nice attempt for Mobility, but it is a Dragon secured. And Dorado Gaming, they're coming online a lot faster than we would have expected when we were looking at Champ Select.
Yeah, I can imagine the call instantly came in when they saw the itemization for Hub. They're like, oh, Trinity Force is done. We have some firepower we can play with. But here we go again. We've kind of seen this story before. Focus on Adam to get your gold back. Redemption is going to show up. Flash, pulverize. Adam will not fall. And here comes Lojaz looking to get something back. Wilson doesn't have the angle to land the Sonic Wave. Looks for Redemption. It goes wide. Lojaz chasing the rest away. But Redemption playing hero for Adam.
Yeah, got to give them credit. They're understanding that, all right, their best angle is Adam. So they cover him, cost some flashes, but it was still a success in the end. So Wilson is going to be maybe taking that red buff, but Hub is here. Hub's a problem, so we actually got to leave.
Do not mess with Hub. Thanks to that, Lojaz secures red. Another charge onto Wilson. Wilson's taking a lot of damage. Chains Corruption goes out. Piercing Arrow. Low is Lojaz, but Redemption finds the pick on the Zac first. Came down in the thick of it, but here comes Hub. The Gatling gun firing away will give Dorado a fight in their jungle.
I mean, like, are these the Infinity Krugs of Destiny? I think we're doing too much as Winthrop University. And it's going to just continue to cost them. Now Adam is getting kills and bridging that gap a little bit. And this lead is starting to grow. Again, Hub, whatever fight he's in, just becomes a huge, oh my god, huge success for Dorado Gaming. And you're already seeing it. That's not built yet. And he is already putting up damage against his lane opponent in mobility. And for Dorado, who are still, scaling, the team that we expect to be better in those later stages of the game, this is a great position for them to be in.
Yeah, my favorite objective to fight over, Krugs, worth it 100% of the time,
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
That's the hill to die on?
You got to battle for it. You got to...
All right, anyone in chat who plays jungle,
I'm trying to justify Winthrop being
who plays
there,
jungle, just, at Deserex on Twitter.
On Twitter,
On Twitter. What's your Twitter, bro?
At Deserex.
There you go. It's at Deserex. That doesn't feel right, but I'm going to believe you for the sake of this.
It is.
And, just talk trash to him. That'll be the drama that he wants. So there you go.
Yes.
Everybody's happy.
Finally.
Yeah.
A man beat down. Instigating me some fights. Let's go.
I got you, apparently.
Here's another thing to point out. Going even. We asked Decoy to do that. He said he wants to go even. He's done that. He will take the tower on the top side. So this is going to allow Yorick to be a figure in this game.
100%. You can already see him getting the better of those trades against Denethor too. So it only gets harder for that 1v1 to happen successfully as time goes on. And even the 2v1 in the wrong situation could go badly for Winthrop University. So he's a problem that Winthrop are going to need to give an answer to on Dorado Gaming. While their team fight front to back isn't going to be as good because they don't have something like a Gnar, Decoy in that right position is still going to be able to earn a lot of gold, threaten a lot of pressure in the side lane against Winthrop.
I know we're excited about Hub and how well he's doing, but a lot of this has been hand-delivered by Redemption's Alistair. He's playing phenomenal on the pick. He's only played it one time. That was against Blue Otter. That was an 11.0 KDA that he pulled out in that game where he was just putting in work. 84% kill participation. We see why he's very competent taking this pick.
100%. And honestly, a champion that has risen in priority a good bit, even in this meta of Enchantresses. Elstar is very strong in the right situation. Redemption playing it to perfection so far. And now with that ultimate back online, he's also going to be a big point of pressure here in favor of Dorado Gaming as we pause due to reasons we can't say, and that it's definitely not me covering for the fact that I have no idea. We're just gonna take stock.
They're buying
of the
me time
situation.
for my Twitter beefs.
I knew it, man.
Yeah.
It's always the play-by-play is like, start the damn game, bro.
All right, I'll press the red button in a second. I just gotta get this tweet out.
Okay. I think if we take stock overall about how the game's been going so far, I think at 16 minutes, tied to Dragon, up 2K, Dorado Gaming, very happy with that. We said it in draft that they wanted to be just going even. I was saying that they had to minimize their losses because they had that scaling factor for them in the later stages. And they've done more than that. They're ahead. They didn't just minimize their losses. They got some gains.
I mean, for Dorado, a lot of what they've been going throughout this game has been a struggle here or there. Sorry, I'm kind of noticing the background of Winthrop.
Why are you screen watching, bro?
I'm gonna hope that's a coach. You know,
I mean, isn't that Tails? Am I crazy?
I would think that's Tails.
Also, I'm pretty sure that's Twitch. I see a chat on the right.
It is Twitch chat.
Yeah, so we're on like a super. We have a huge delay.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. So, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna think much of that.
Do not give us a Summit 2.0.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Please.
I mean, we just got confirmed for prod. It's like a 3-minute delay. So, I'm sure it's fine. But who are we to judge? We're just the casters. And the Dutch angle again.
I'm glad you know that. I have no idea how you actually segued to that.
Because I have a friend who works in film, and we were. It's funny. We weren't. I don't even think we were watching Thor. We were watching another movie that maybe it was Thor. Yeah, it was Thor. And she was just like she's worked in film for so long, and she wants to be a camera operator. So she was like going off about how like they're just obsessed with the Dutch angles, and to like her credit, it's definitely way overdone, and it looks really goofy, especially in hindsight. So she prepared me for this moment.
Say that to
I'm gonna message her. I'm gonna say that to Zach. I'm sorry, especially because he's playing well. I feel a little more comfortable being like me, But I'm gonna tell Michelle, who's definitely not even watching this broadcast, that you prepared me for this. So thank you.
All right, here comes an angle from Zach as he steps forward, trying to get some control in the jungle of Dorado. Main point of that being, look at the timer for Dragon, 35 seconds before that's up. That could be a way for Winthrop to find their way back into this, is get some Dragon stacking going. Playing towards the side lane that Decoy is on at the same time. This allows Adam to be by himself in that top side.
Yeah. Getting a good push. Might be able to grab some plates, but really what matters, forcing Zach to respond to him. And even though he is delayed, he does have that Roa built up and currently stacking. I think ultimately now, things are slowing down. Just dropping that Herald in preparation for the Dragon. Okay, so Lojaz, he is going to go inside it. And I think after that... Oh, is he going for mobility? Okay. Got him.
Yeah.
That's
his driving test, too, so... Not only got mobility, he hit the tower.
Dude, A+.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Out comes Tibbers into the bottom lane. It's all to take away the Maiden. So I'm okay with that as long as they're able to get out. But Dorado, they do want to challenge. Lojaz is stepping up. When becomes lightning. Does land through. You don't want to mess with the Mega Denethor. Headbutt pulverize onto one. Denethor's looking for an angle, though. There we go. Megadar ultimate going to be used. Finds two. Wilson jumps in. Has to instantly safeguard out. And no one going to go down on that exchange.
I think, all things considered, you got every cooldown besides that Dragon's Rage out of Winthrop. That's a win. I mean, Lojaz still has his ult, so does Adam. At the end of the day, they threw everything they had at the Maiden, but it cost them the Dragon. So I like the idea they were going for, but weren't able to fully realize it, and now it's just going to be about trying to go for the steal.
Yeah, here we go. Redemption doesn't have his ultimate this time, so he is squishy. Secured over to Dorado.
Lojaz
finds the 3 Talon strike. Lojaz, phenomenal play. Denethor's running out. Wilson's heading for the hills, and Dorado will continue their lead.
Wow, Winthrop really feeling that pressure, recognizing their time is running out. They're trying to force these situations, knowing that dragon stacking, a key part of how they are meant to close out this game with their comp, but it doesn't work out. They lose more members, they give away more gold, and of course, the dragon still goes the way of Dorado Gaming in the end.
Dorado, you gotta like this look from them. Now that they survived the early game, and not even survived, they thrived in it.
Yeah.
They're able to get into the comfort zone that they like. They like mid-game fights, and they have the tools to make those fights work, whether it be the side lane pressure from this Yorick or Redemption jumping in on the Alistair. This is a lot of things, a lot of checks that Dorado were able to knock off the list.
Yeah, and I think we got to give some more credit to Lojaz and how he's playing out these skirmishes and fights on that Xin as well. Really holding his ult till the most opportune moments. Again, making good on those 3 talent strikes, as you pointed out in that fight, Desrex, and really just setting his team up so very well. Ever since he joined the league, we talked to people who casted Tier 3 who watched this player, and they told us he is good at facilitating his teammates, setting them up for success. And we are really seeing that in full force this game.
Attack onto Kim Down, 3 talent strike, gets the knockup, followed by the audacious charge. Hub will jump in, and Kim Down will fall. Chain of Corruptions for the disengage. But Kim Down cannot play the way he was in game number 1 because the lead belongs to Dorado.
That's right, falling behind on the Nautilus feels so bad. You suddenly realize how squishy you truly are, especially when you're not going in. So Hub is able to shred him very easily. And as Winthrop, you're really running out of options. Your only hope is in that 5v5. You don't have side lane options because Adam's coming online, and Decoy's playing Yorick. Enough said. It's really just about that front to back. You have Gnar, Annie, Lee Sin, you have Nautilus. Like, you have to be fighting around these objectives.
Oh, here we go again. Winthrop are like, we got to go back to the playbook. We got to take down Adam. But what is it going to cost you? Denethor with a great Gnar ultimate. Shutdown found by Wilson. Decoy is getting low. Here comes Hub, though. And Hub doesn't have the protection he had before, as Redemption's going to be cut off from the rest of the team. Has to take the long way around, but picks found. Very critical ones by Winthrop.
I love this. I love this. You're losing control of this game. You take down the jungler. You got to go for this Baron.
Hook, they're fighting Hub. Hub's down. Shut down by mobility. His piercing arrow will take him out. Baron called by Winthrop.
And this is that turnaround Winthrop needed. They win the fight. They get more picks. This can no longer be stopped. Redemption and Decoy are here. Just as a formality, Denethor's got his ult back.
Oh, they could jump right onto the teleport. Adam's in a bad way, but here comes Denethor, slams onto Adam. Rampage for Wilson. Dorado, everything they worked for has just fallen.
And they're crumbling as Winthrop are going to secure the Baron and several kills in their favor. No chance of Lojaz stealing this one away, and all of this work that Dorado have done in this early game has gone out the window. I think even a bit of panic I sense from how they played that last bit of the fight. Here, I mean, it makes sense. You're trying to respond to this play. Adam has been the target of Wilson's ire since minute 1 here in game 2. But at this point, you can see things are starting to fall apart. This is an awkward angle for Hub to join, and it really doesn't work out. Lojaz dies, and Hub gets caught. There really wasn't a hope at this point of Dorado stopping this Baron, but still they teleport. Still they overcommit, and they lose so much more than they would have if they would have just let this Baron go. Because remember, they scale. Even with this Baron, if they weather the storm, they're not going to lose the game. I think that's where that inexperience comes into play a little bit. Just not recognizing that it's not the end of the world. Yeah. We're risking too much by trying to stop this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, even Decoy being in there, right? Like, you're a side lane type champion.
Yeah.
You want to play towards that. It's hard for you to rescue when Adam's already dead.
You can't.
When he tries to go after Zach, he just got stunned repeatedly, got Mega Nard in part of the process. His life was forfeit from there out, and now it's just looking so miserable as the lead has completely
Oh my
flipped.
God.
And Winthrop realized that as they're going hunting after the Hounds. Redemption wants to turn this around, though. Low Jazz might have an angle waiting for the headbutt pulverize to come through from Redemption. Able to get the double knockup. Mobility is there. Chain of Corruption comes out, but here comes Wilson going after Hub with the resonating strike. Redemption is low. He needs to get out, but Mobility won't let him. Wilson goes forward, gets knocked up. Safeguards right on out from the fray. Now here comes Denethor looking to cut off the escape angle from Low Jazz, but Winthrop have gotten the fight they want. They'll continue the dragon stacking.
And they're pulling themselves back into this game where it's looking like they were on their way to a game 3 and a loss here in the second game, but they managed to clutch out big time with that play onto Adam. And even now, they're still coming out slightly ahead in these fights. So this is exactly what they need. It's going to be a later Dragon Soul than you definitely would have wanted in this circumstance, but now the play is simple. You just amass as much gold as you can for this Baron buff so that you can make yourselves this team fight monster this comp is built to be.
Look at the marksman difference now. It's Mobility who has the lead on a poke Varus. It's harder for Hub to get in when his front line can't stay alive, but Mobility has no issue landing piercing arrows.
That's right. The range advantage is really going to start to come, really show here, especially with Mobility being on that third item. No true tank, not a lot of armor stanked on Dorado's members. I think the most bonus armor is Redemption, and Adam, it's been a tough game for him. They have been jumping on this guy.
Outside of Adam, you saw a brief glimpse of what I was talking about just a second ago. Mobility landed a piercing arrow on the Hub. Hub could do nothing about it. That poke starts to add up, and it makes it hard for Dorado to fight back, because once they get their engage, health bar is already going to be down. That's punishment right there. But Zach might be in a bad situation, has to burn Tibbers onto Adam. Adam wants to take down Zach, and thanks to Redemption's headbutt pulverize, it's a kill for Dorado.
Nice punish, Zach, getting a little too overeager. Didn't need to force that. And props to Redemption for covering it. You get some gold onto your Victor, and you give yourself a little bit of a breathing room. Now Winthrop are down a man. So things definitely much worse off for Dorado Gaming, but they're not out of this one yet.
No.
Decoy is still pretty strong, only down a couple hundred gold. And you still have Adam, who's getting stronger and stronger as time goes on. And you're right, it's easier for Mobility to interact with Dorado Gaming's composition, but Dorado have ways to close the gap. And it's really all on Low Jazz and Redemption to be able to do that. They need to get closer. They need to threaten Mobility so he can't just chuck spells and make that space for Hub to be able to spit out all the damage Corky does.
I think it's easier for Mobility in the short run. Build's cheaper, and you got a burst of gold, but once we get later into this game, it's already a 3-item Corky. That's where Hub is going to start to shine if the engage can go Dorado's way. So kind of a battle of marksmen is starting to show out more and more. Put that on top of the scaling you were mentioning with Adam. Dorado, they just want to stall out. They kind of have dragon stacking working in their favor because it's dead even with dragons, so there's not that much pressure to like have to force a fight unless it's around Baron. But that poke again from Mobility is going to be a difficult challenge.
Yeah, I mean, look at Low Jazz. Merc treads for good reason, but, you know, Cleaver, Sundered Sky, even a BF sword. I think he's building that Guardian Angel, so that should give him some armor, but until then, he's not sitting on any bonus armor, so he is pretty susceptible to that poke that Mobility's working with. All the lethality that he's sitting on right now. So there's something to be mindful of. We approach these fights going forward, because you're right, most of these fights, they're going to be 5v5. And with Winthrop's lead and the way their comp works, that's really good for them.
All different angles. Denethor jumping in. Tibbers goes down. Crescent Guard going to be used, but Low Jazz has to get out. Gets stunned by Denethor, who will claim his life. Wilson's able to escape. Denethor might not be able to. Underneath the tower will fall eventually. Decoy getting chopped down. Hub grabs a kill. It's chaos across the rift. 2 for 1 in favor of Winthrop.
Really nice use of that empowered blast cone there. On the Chemtech Rift. I like that one from Winthrop. It was a nice ult from Denethor. Even though Dorado gets something back, they still come up short. So it allows Winthrop to just maintain that control of the map. I will say, I think there was a bit of miscommunication there and not a great setup for Dorado. They were caught off guard. Hub, you can see, he he has full health in that fight, and he was able to put out a good amount of damage, but this is what Dorado needs to be prepared for. At any given moment, you got to be able to make space for Hub. He's so strong, and it really feels like the game is hinging on him and Adam being able to do damage.
Winthrop trying to be faster to set up on the map here. Mid control is going to be important when you want to play for a lot of these neutral objectives. The Baron, the Dragon. Speaking of, it does spawn in 15 seconds. It seems like Winthrop might have their eyes on the Baron more than the Dragon.
Yeah.
Teleport's now coming out for Dorado.
I agree. I think it really is going to be about this Baron. I think it's being two-manned now. That is... Oh, interesting. Looks like it's working fine, and they have enough sustain, but can they win this fight?
That's
Two
not good.
people are away, especially if Denethor's Gnar ult. Oh, they got him.
Oh, yeah, Lojaz is going to go down. Redemption, he doesn't have his ultimate anymore, so he is a paper tank. Another pick as mobility goes godlike. Hub is trying to hold the line, but he gets pulled in by the hook of Kim down. Dragon's Rage gets a knockup. Redemption's there to provide some defense, but it's not enough. Zach will survive the onslaught of Hub, take him down, and the Golden Eagles are able to put a muzzle on Dorado.
I want to see the beginning of that fight again, but I mean, wow. Winthrop, you can't deny the result. They force the fight, they win the fight, they're able to get the Baron off of it. They're increasing this already increased gold lead so much further. I like this priority from Winthrop. Again, I've praised them a lot over these years about really always going for that most high value play, and they are usually so good at getting the most out of it. And this is what I was talking about too, Eric. And Lojaz caught on the side. At the end of the day, look at Hub. He does real damage, but he just cannot breathe in these team fights.
I also think it's difficult. Like, the moment the Alistair ult is down, I don't think you fight anymore as Dorado. I don't think there's a good front line that's going to keep you up long enough in these fights to be able to survive this onslaught from the Golden Eagles. And having to burn that ultimate early meant that it was much more difficult for Redemption to peel for his carries.
Yep. See the experience difference starting to show itself a little across the board. 2 levels for Kim down, which is the biggest gap, which I find funny. But overall, the gold is really what the gold is really that big difference here. And of course, the Baron. More turrets stand to fall. They play for this 4-1 setup. And they're going to take their time with it. They don't want to get engaged on, but at the end of the day, you just got the Baron. You're going to be able to pressure, slowly whittle down this Dragon. Even this transition covered Denethor as he takes down that other mid-tier 2.
And since just such good control. Jeez, every time I see a piercing arrow, it just...
Yeah.
Oh, it makes me like hurt internally for Hub.
It's good.
But here we go. Denethor looking to get away from Decoy. Gets a lot of damage on the Decoy, but he's still kind of far off from his Mega Gnar form. Can't really risk it much further because of the Maiden being there, but that attention means, hey, your tower's under attack. Mobility will cash in on some plates. Won't be able to take the tower just yet, but the base is close to getting cracked.
Cannons.
Thanks to the cannon creeps. Baron empowered. Now you're seeing towers fall.
Yeah, objective bounties are also showing up. Another turret falls there in that top lane. Winthrop, they cashed in so much, they might actually be able to just win off this fight here. But they won't be as strong as the gold difference we see here reflects. They need to spend that money first. I'm expecting that's what they'll do. Get some poke, maybe go for that mid-tier 3, but even then I think that's too much. Use these empowered recalls just to be able to spend your gold, get back on the map. And we don't have to talk about upcoming objectives. They just run into Dorado Gaming and they win.
Stuff for Redemption. Doesn't want this inhibitor to go down, but at the same time, he needs to heal.
Yeah.
He's below half health. Cannon is attacking. Fortunately for Adam, he does have a little bit of long-range poke he can work with. It might not be enough. Cannon creep still going. Here comes Wilson jumping forward onto Decoy. Tower's going to go down in the mid lane. Inhibitor falls in the bottom lane. Exposed Inhibitor up in the mid lane. Dorado are watching their base go up in flames. They need to act quick. Hook's going to land onto Redemption. Redemption needs to go in. He needs to fight. It has to be a one-way ticket. He's looking for it. He wants to get the headbutt pulverized. Only gets the headbutt onto Wilson. Low Jazz finds Zach. Mobility's running out. Adam's looking to chase him. Might be able to pick up this kill on the back end. And no, Mobility will flash out. Use the blast plant. Chasing through is Low Jazz. Looking for the 3 talent strike. When becomes lightning, will not land. Denethor is almost in mega form though. So Dorado gotta be careful, but look how low Mobility is. He survives. Wilson might not. Gets chased down.
He's alive. He's alive.
Wilson. He will take his head. Finally drops the Low Jazz. Denethor gets picked off by Hub. It's still looking good for Dorado. Another piercing arrow. It pops the Guardian Angel. And Low Jazz trying to fight back. Decoy trying to fight back. The Hounds pushing towards Winthrop.
Yeah, it's not over yet. If they get this kill on Kim down, it would be pretty huge, but a really nice fight coming through from Dorado Gaming, especially with the number of gray screens that we're seeing here for Winthrop. Decoy's going to get some serious damage done on this turret before walking away, so that's a lot of gold collected and a number of shutdowns grabbed for Dorado Gaming. So this could be, actually very monumental. They're able to cut that gold lead down by, I think about 3,000 gold. The real downside still is that they have super minions coming in mid and bot. Yeah, and someone needs to deal with this base. So they are far from out of the woods just yet. But if we were to start discussing, contemplating, thinking about a Dorado Gaming comeback, it starts with fights like those, Eric.
Yeah. Again, Redemption, I really did put the onus on him to engage, to get in there for his team, and he was able to do just that. Eventually, Winthrop did get split at the tail half of that. And a lot of that gold shifting over. It's still a tall hill to climb. If you look at the jungle, the mid, the marksman role, they're all over 1K down in gold. But this team does scale. It does scale well. So there's life there for Dorado Gaming if they can make a few more plays like that happen.
Yep. We'll say, like that mortal reminder there for Hub, a good bit of sustain for Wilson on that Lee Sin. I think you can live with that, the less armor penetration here, considering what Winthrop are working with. So, Denethor. Ooh, scary, but ultimately nothing happened. He has no flash, no Meganar. So now you can just slow things down. This is a nice thing too for Dorado Gaming. If they live these next couple of minutes without losing that next dragon, that's just a lot of free experience and gold they got from these super minion waves. I think they're going to make good on.
I think another thing to note is you're pretty much at the maximum of strength for mobility. His build is complete, so it's only scaling for Hub now.
True.
And, I mean, it is a cheaper build when you do go the poke Varus, and that is something that Dorado can look to work with as time goes on. Dragon does spawn in about 20 seconds. Winthrop University, they might be looking to fish for something right here. Kim down the hook. Chain of Corruptions from Mobility. Tibbers from Zach. When you're fighting into the fog of war of Winthrop, these are very deadly tools that can pick you out before you get in position.
With no vision set up, really in and around that Dragon Pit, it's going to make it so hard to walk into Winthrop's comp, where you have that threat of burst, you have that threat of poke. So they're going to let this go. This is a 5-item Corki, who's also sitting on that Infinity Edge. You call the Baron. They're going to take this one really quick. Wilson isn't anywhere nearby, so Smite advantage is going to be there. Can we see the Baron health? I want to see the Baron health.
This is worrisome right now. Zach's going in by himself. He's completely split from the team. Already first pick's going to be found. Hub is dead. Zach will give his life for it. A good trade for Winthrop in the grand scheme, as now Denethor fighting it out with Decoy. Getting lower and lower. Decoy's the one who's going to have to flash away. Mobility goes legendary as Redemption gets picked off. It was a split call, but it works out for Winthrop. Denethor's so low. He survives by the skin of his teeth. And a crazy exchange. The soul belongs to Winthrop. The Baron was stopped. Dorado empty-handed.
I like the call, but I didn't really see what split them up exactly. They could have taken that Baron very quickly. I think we saw it was at 4K health. Yeah, we saw it was at 4K health. So Dorado Gaming, they split. They want to go for the play. This is a little ambitious. But they want to maybe try and do something. Decoy has TP, so he can answer those waves in the bottom, but at the end of the day, like, this really isn't actually going to work. Baron is secured. Soul is already there in Winthrop's pocket. I think small saving grace is that, you know, Chemtech's
look at Zach
the
here.
strongest Soul.
Look at Zach here. Destroys
Oh,
Hub.
yeah. I mean, that's just a great play from Zach. Like, Hub is the guy this game for Dorado Gaming. You burst him down, you limit his damage, you win. You got to give him respect for that.
Yeah, and his build, he's got Rabadon's done, he's got Shadow Flame done. It's a lot of damage, man. That's a lot of damage he can put down on Hub. And Hub just getting absolutely melted by the flames of Tibbers. Zach, knowing he needs to clutch up whenever he sees Hub, needs to make sure that Corki is dead. Now Winthrop, Soul in their favor, Baron in their favor, a lot of exposed inhibitors in their favor. Looking for the split push will be Decoys in the bottom lane right now, but if you do that, Winthrop will just run right at the base.
Right, mid inhib, not long for this world. Hub is here, but he's got to be careful. Now, just going in.
Yeah, this is tough. Hub has flash available. That's going to be one of the good things for him, so he can play a little bit aggressively if he sees an opportunity. Winthrop got to keep that in mind, but they're still not able to defend their inhibitors that are now pressured by Winthrop University. Dorado going to be down 2 once again. Might be 3 very soon.
Yeah. This is
Dorado
hard.
pushed back.
3 minutes till the Elder Dragon. You lose all 3 inhibitors, this game is basically done, but they have to fight.
Ojaz going in. He wants to find Zach, but he doesn't do the damage to take down Zach. Hub gets picked off by Wilson all the meanwhile. And that is game, set, and match. Winthrop University, they weather a mid-game storm. They fight back against the Hounds. They put down the muzzle and put down the dogs. The Golden Eagles fighting one more, seizing Adam, seizing Decoy, seizing the series, and taking it 2-0.
And congrats to Winthrop for their 3rd match win in a row, guys. They are 6-0 at the moment from their last 3 matches, including today, and they are just ever so close to that sweet guarantee of playoffs there at 5 wins. Throps out, man. I don't know what else to tell you.
I mean, things were a little bit worrisome. Hub got a very strong lead at a certain point where anytime he showed up to a fight, you were getting melted quickly. But it all came down to Wilson saying, hey, you know that play we ran where we just kept jumping at him? Let's do that again in the top lane. And that's where the game flipped.
Yeah, and I will say, you got to give props to Dorado because they were able to...
It was a good showing.
Yeah, they made us think for a while, especially with how things went in that early game and how they were able to find leads with the scaling comp, that they might be able to send us to this game 3. But, you know, it's these small mistakes, these calls that I think didn't really work out for them that could have been that difference maker there. And, you know, it's experience. Coach Bobby says it's a process one day at a time. So it does make me think that, you know, I wouldn't count Dorado Gaming out of the playoffs race just yet for what we saw today.
Again, they have 4 chances. One of them was just used up. Now you got 3 lives left. You really want 2 of those to be wins to be in that consideration. This loss very much hurts, but there's still more down the road. That being said, look at that damage from mobility. This is what we're talking about. Like, sure, Corki scales really well into the late game. If he can get in your face, he does a lot of damage, but he's a short-range champion. Going into an Annie, going into a Gnar, who will go mega many times, going into a Nautilus. Mobility did not have that issue. You're a long-range poke champion who can just keep landing those piercing arrows.
Oh, yeah. It was really good stuff, and I think just good recognition from Winthrop about their win condition. You know, while Dorado were showing us some signs of life, you could see it. Everybody was just taking turns, putting that focus onto Hub, and of course, we got to give Wilson that shout-out, diving deep into that backline, what Leeson is so good at. Take him out of the picture, that one hope, that 5-item Corki. Just take him out. So, really good play overall, top to bottom from Winthrop University today. And again, it's just looking so good for this roster, who were already looking like they were probably going to be our 6th playoff team. But who knows? Maybe it won't even be 6th place. Maybe it'll be higher.
Yeah, they have a chance. I think at this point, they have more wins than convictions. So
they do.
This should push them into the 5th position.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 wins, that even puts you in contention with Supernova. This is a great resurgence. from Winthrop University. It's looking great from them, man. And you know, we've always kind of seen Winthrop, maybe give or take a season here, a team that kind of scales into the later half of the season, and this is definitely one of those cases. Even with this new roster, you know, everyone's showing up and understanding the role they have to really put in. I think Kim Down understands that very, very well for his engage and who he has to grab with his hook. Zach, on top of that, that Baron call from Dorado, I was really worried because he had Winthrop coming in from so many different angles. Hey, guess what? He still gets onto Hub and burns him down. So Zach, I mean, standout performance from him. Yeah, I would easily put him into contention for a lot of titles like Most Improved. It's incredible to see what's come from.
Yeah, I'm really excited to have that conversation because I think we have, you know, a lot of great names. All the awards we typically do here at the NACL. So yeah, again, I agree. Shout out Zach. Shout out everyone from Winthrop. So good. And I think we're ready, Eric, to talk about our MVP. Yeah, that's right. And I don't know if you read the chat, but you know who it is.
I know who it is. It's Wilson, man.
Yeah.
Wilson, phenomenal. Pantheon game on fire. To control that game rather early. And the Lee Sin game, he was pretty much the anchor in which the comeback started, right? A lot of the attack was on mid lane to try and take down Adam. But when you saw Dorado get that lead, he wasn't giving up and just like trying to let something fall into his hands. Instead, he was seeking out picks, found it on the top side, and that's what allowed that comeback for Winthrop.
Yeah, absolutely. I think really great series overall from Wilson. I think he facilitated his team very nicely. And I mean, he was Mr. Worldwide on Pantheon, and I'm talking about after level 6. So it was some good stuff. And of course, that Lee Sin. Delicious.
Beautiful stuff, man. But I'm hearing our interview is ready, so Beatdown, go ahead.
Your interview's ready.
My interview's ready. Go take a breather, step on out, stretch in after that game. Because we are bringing in Wilson. Wilson, brother, how you doing, man? Congratulations on the win.
Hello. Thank you. I'm doing good.
It's awesome to see you, man.
A little bit tired because it's final, but decent.
Oh, so I heard a few of your players were doing finals. Were you one of them?
Oh, no, not today, but I have a lot of projects.
Oh,
I have
man.
my final next Monday, but yeah. It was Zach and Denethor at finals today.
Oh, man.
2 of them.
You guys have been busy. How do you kind of maintain the balance of not only competing in like multiple tournaments? I know you were in NACE, you have CLOL, you have NACL, but you also have to balance out your student life. So what's that like?
I mean, it's pretty hard, I'd say, because like this week we had 6 scrims, and I even asked, I was like, yo guys, it's finals week, could we please cancel 2 scrim or at least 1 scrim? And then they still said no, but you know, you just gotta find time, maybe skip a couple hours of sleep at night, but other than that, you know, it's not that bad other than finals.
I'm starting to feel like that's the secret sauce. You guys playing exhausted means you guys just don't care and start running through any risk to take people down. I mean, again, you guys have had a very busy schedule. So last interview I had was with Zach. I want you to talk to me about some of these new additions, at least on the NACL side, Kim Down and Zach, and how you've been feeling about their playstyle and how they've incorporated with the team.
I mean, it's been good. Like, I think Zach's playstyle is a lot different than Sword. Like, Sword is a bit more crazy, you know? So, you just gotta skip camp, gank mid a lot more. With Zach, I can kind of just play my game, and then we play team fight, Dragon. And then Kim Down is just like getting used to it, I guess, as a meshing as a 5.
Yeah, I've been seeing it more and more. I've been appreciating a lot of the engages he brings, especially when he plays Nico or Nautilus. Some pretty solid stuff to set you guys up. Getting on to the topic of game number 2. This was a game where you guys kind of fell behind rather early. Hub became a very big threat, a scaling threat at that. And it wasn't until you guys found the play topside where you're able to take down Adam that you started steamrolling through that game. So could you talk me through that whole process?
Yeah, I think honestly, I kind of just entered on the dragon fight. I caught by the Alistar Q and then the Victor stun, just insta died. If I didn't die, I think the game would have been a lot more easy, but I think we weren't that nervous. Like, we knew even though like they're ahead, we can still just play our game and make our own plays. We don't have to just respond to them or their plays. And yeah, the topic was definitely game changing, but even if we didn't find it, I think we would just keep playing and slowly just get a gold lead gradually, you know.
I like the confidence, man. Now coming into the end of the season, you guys have 2 matches left, and it's full collegiate. You got CTG, which kind of runs parallel with the Ole Miss roster, and you also have Maryville University, who are coming up next week. So tell me your thoughts about your upcoming opponents, and of course, your opponents in CLOL. So I'm very curious about that.
I mean, I'm excited to play Citadel because they beat Energy yesterday, so it should be fun. I know in CLOL we kind of just steamrolled them with their old roster, so kind of just excited to see what changed with that new addition, I guess. And then for Maryville, I heard that if we do win against Citadel and CLOL, we're just gonna play them back to back because I think we have like a NACL match one day, and then the next day would be CLOL final against them if they win as well. So I mean, you know, just hoping we can finally beat them because every year we're confident we're gonna come in and beat them, but we're kind of fall short. But I think this year, once again, I'm pretty confident that we can beat them.
Yeah, I mean,
We just have to play our own game, basically.
you guys are always on the cusp. I remember, I think it was an NACE game. You guys went 2-1 with them. Was that correct?
Yeah. We 2-1. We lost the first one, and then they beat us last game.
I think the chance is there, man. Especially with how you guys have been glowing up and a lot of what you guys have been showing. I don't want to keep you too long because I can see by just how tired you are, and I know you got finals to do. So, at that point, do you got any shout outs you want to give?
Shout out to my team, the coaching staff, my girlfriend, and the viewers, the caster. You know, that's it.
Thank you so much, man. Good luck with the finals. Good luck with the rest of the season. Good luck with CLOL. You got a lot on your plate, but I'm excited to see how you guys conquer it. So have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
All right. So what do you think about that? We talked a little bit about the addition of Kim Down and Zach, and their playstyles kind of dialing in over time. I feel like it echoes a lot of what you had talked about with Tails.
Yeah, definitely. It makes sense. It's cool to know too that they, believed in the vision, so to speak. Talking about the differences between Zach and Sword and how they had to work with that and how it's clearly paying off big time. And I like that confidence in their upcoming matches as well. You called it, you mentioned it, that sort of collegiate gauntlet that they're going through for their remaining matches, and that belief that they can do it. Playing their own game, and clearly with what they've been able to do these last couple of weeks, again going 6-0 so far in their last 3 matches, you gotta love that confidence, and it really makes me think it's possible.
What a busy schedule! 3 tournaments, finals. You got to be a student. Man,
Dude, you gotta just shout out CLOL players in general. CLOL players in NAC, just because you have to juggle school. You need your grades above a certain threshold. You're also playing in the NACL, and of course, there's an ace for Winthrop University as well. So you gotta give props, even if we don't go pro in the long term. That kind of discipline to multitask, to juggle so many important things, I think will really serve you in any facet of your life. So it's nice. I respect it.
It's the perfect segue to our next matchup as Citadel.
Is it?
We'll be playing up next. Yeah, it's going to be Citadel versus CCG. Again, a lot of stakes on this one. I'm going to go on a bit of soapbox just for a second here.
Let's have it.
Citadel beat NRG. I know a lot of people see that as a big win, NRG
It is a big win.
were fielding Sirenai in that one. It is a big win in standings and everything. We still got to give props there. Sirenai is a good player, but it's also the team. It's also the build of the roster in which NRG have suffered the most defeats. Blue Otter were able to take down NRG when Sirenai was there. Same thing with Dorado. They were able to take, when I say take down, I say just take a game. NRG winning that series. But I think this is where CTG need to prove themselves. If they can win this, then I'm ready to buy into the hype. This is a big match coming up for them. And of course, if it is big match feels, we got to hear from CTG themselves. So, Beat, I know you got an interview ready. Why don't you take us away?
That's right. Thank you, Eric. I'll get on my soapbox after we're done. You haven't dodged me forever. And now we're going to have a chat with Alexio. Is that right? Alexio? Am I saying that right? Can you hear me?
Alexio, hi.
Alexio, sorry. Hey, good. Thank you so much for taking the time. And we got to get right to it. You guys had a great win yesterday against NRG. You believed in the process? Collimer said as much in our previous interview with him a few weeks prior, believing it was the best configuration. And whatever people say about NRG, that's a big win that you guys have. So I really want to know from your perspective, maybe you could speak for the coaching staff as a whole, you know, the feeling of getting a win like that. NRG 6-0. There's a lot of controversy around the roster that you went for, but you guys did it. You guys did something. So how does it feel?
You know, Beatdown, I think more than anything, it feels really relieving for us because we've worked hard as a team and we know that we're headed in the direction that we believe will produce the best results long term. And it really just feels nice for that to finally show in tangible results on stage, more than us just saying, like, believe in the process.
Yeah.
These are the results. And we believe that, well, first of all, it feels amazing. And second of all, we're going to keep having these types of results.
Yeah. And I mean, regardless of course, you guys are going to keep focused. It's got to be in this moment very vindicating just for you to be able to succeed like this. And now you have some kind of foundation to kind of move forward as well, right?
Yeah, better late than never, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like you guys are out of playoff contention yet. It's still very possible, especially with how much conviction is suffering for you guys to sneak into playoffs.
Playoffs has always kind of been our goal, and we thought that, like, if there was any time to figure out these changes and figure out what works best for us and our style and the direction that we want to head, it was this. So we had all of this happen, made all of the changes kind of the week before our break, and then you know, it kind of looked rough at first, but we had the 1 week off to really hone in and figure out how we're going to make this roster as effective as possible. And then I think this week we came back and looked a lot stronger and a lot more put together.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So I'm really curious too, hearing from you about, I know your side and coaching side, but what about, you know, player side? Well, can you speak to that team environment after a win like that? I know Bradley came on to the interview, again, just preaching what you were saying, how, like, look, this is the roster we believed in. These were the results we went for, and it's worked out. So I assume, you know, Team 5 is good based on that interview, but can you speak on that?
Well, winning always helps, but I think the team vibes have always been pretty positive and improvement oriented. I think that the team we've had a lot of talks as a team on not just the roster, but also kind of our direction and how we want to play out the games. And therefore, everyone has been kind of on the same page, players and staff alike. And that has kind of helped us tremendously in this process. This is kind of a whole thing where, you know, if one person, whether player or anyone else, is not all into it, then it wouldn't work. And I think that should say a lot to how we have kind of come together as a team and are making progress in that way.
Yeah, so you're talking about that like buy-in from all the players as well. Like everybody, top to bottom, is committed to make this work, and it speaks in those results.
Definitely, everyone on the team is bought into this this mentality and this like this roster style, this style of play, whatever it is. Like everyone, we've had countless discussions and have kind of, this is the results and this is our direction forward.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm glad to hear such a positive outlook after these couple of weeks. And I mean, Congrats on that win, but I know job isn't finished yet, so I'm going to let you get ready with your team for today's match. But I got to ask you, do you have any shout-outs? Anything you want to say before I let you go?
Well, shout out to our team, first of all. All of the players have put in tremendous amount of work, and our coaching staff as well. I also want to shout out Fiji quickly on the other team. We both debuted together about a year and a half ago, and this is the first time that we're facing each other, and now it's in NACL, so I think that's really big. And shout out to all of the fans who supported us, even despite the ups and downs, and shout out to my girlfriend as well.
All right. Thank you so much for the time, Aloxio. Thank you. Shout out to you too as well, Aloxio. Thank you so much for taking the time. Good luck with your match. Go be with your team, and I'll see you later. Let's bring back Eric. Now I can get on my soapbox.
Get on it, B. Get on it. Give me it. What you got?
You don't want to say that now because we're about to have our first on-air since we.
Which direction are you? Okay, you're over here.
I think it's this way. No, it's this way. Yeah. Our first on-air fight in this very long, nice relationship we've had, because I think Citadel, despite NRG struggling a little bit, still played very well yesterday, and I think that's worthy of praise. I think, regardless of how bad NRG played, that was a 6-0 team. That was a team that was dominating the entire league, and Citadel still objectively showed us some pretty damn good gameplay to be able to get that win in the end. And it's really nice to hear too from Aloxio, the feeling of really taking that final step forward. Even believing in the system's great, but the results are really what you need to, continue working towards that.
I will agree with you on that one, and I will end this conversation by quoting Aloxio. Winning Twitter beef, more important than winning NACL.
Goats.
Is it?
Goats, you're right.
Let's move on to CCG.
Yes, and of course, Fiji, shouted out by Aloxio. They debuted together a year ago. Very fun fact that I like. And a team overall that has been, I don't want to say quietly, but, the word quietly feels right. At the top of the standings there. A team that's been really stable, that has been winning pretty consistently. And a lot of it is from General Dardoch, who has just been one of the top junglers in this league.
He's been fantastic, Dardoch. Even in that series they last played, I believe that was that Maryville? Yeah, Maryville University that they had played. It was a rough look for CCG.
It was a rough look.
They did get pretty beat down.
Dismantled? Bodied? Beat down? Oh, I like that. I like that. Not biased.
By Maryville University, but I still feel like Dardoch was one of the shining pieces to that. I don't think it's the end of the road whatsoever for CCG, just from the caliber of games they've had in the past. But it's one of those where you kind of have a wake-up call and you reevaluate some of your draft decisions, game decisions. Use it to get better and look good for the rest of the season. Let's move on to the roster for CTG. This is one that's been evolving with time, but now we have the final iteration of it that has started to put in the work. As you said, they did take down NRG very decisively, as you had stated.
Yeah.
A lot of that coming out from the mid lane. I felt like Bradley played out of his mind, and of course, willing to go the Aurelia. That is awesome stuff.
Yeah, I gotta give some shout outs to Stray. I think top to bottom, everyone with CTG looked really good in that series. And yeah, I like the strategy with the Sejuani, bringing out, one of those pocket pits for Bradley. It really looked good, and it really reminded me of that kind of mid-prodigy we always thought Bradley to be. I think since he switched back to mid lane this last year or so, haven't been seeing the greatest results. But now, Eric, after what I saw yesterday, I'm back. My boy's back.
And that's why I'm so interested in this match, man, because I feel Bradley doing well is an exclamation point to say Bradley is finally back. Aojun, he's been doing well, especially alongside Dardoch. This has been a jungle mid pairing that Dardoch personally wanted, and Aojun over time has shown why. So this makes him a formidable opponent for 2 Chainz Bradley.
That's right. It'll be really interesting too, because especially lately, but overall, we've seen these comps for CCG where it is really kind of keeping the game slow and trying to scale up. Yeah, Aojun is pretty good at making plays in those situations, but a draft like that didn't work against Maryville because of how strong the laners are. And I think, even though the records aren't going to show it, they could run into a similar situation against the laners of Citadel, especially when you look at Bradley and what he was able to do yesterday. You look at the champions that he plays, the fact that they only have one shared champion is so funny, but a lot of these are these mid lane picks where you can get some serious dominance on and snowball the game into a win.
I mean, Bradley played a.
Irelia is supposed to be on there, by the way. I don't know why it's not, but also Irelia.
This concludes what was at the end of last week. That's why it doesn't have Aurelia just yet.
Yes.
We're week by week basis. This is a new one.
Oh yeah, because that match was yesterday. You know what?
Yeah.
Fair enough. My fault, production. My fault.
But yeah, this should be a fun matchup to see. Shout out to Phillips Norelco for that face-to-face. But here we go into game number 1. Getting the draft ready, CCG versus Citadel. Already the bands coming out. Pretty stock standard right here for the most part, even taking away the Scion to remove some of that front line.
Makes sense. Curious what this first pick is going to be. It could be that Karma, yeah. Especially with the Seraphine band. I would imagine that's going to be an instant grab there. And we expect CCG probably to break up that combo and pick up that Ezreal for Cody Sun alongside this J4.
A lot of power of the push, and they're not even going to go for that. So, no Ezreal. They're kind of throwing the gambit right here. It could be a situation where Citadel are like, hey, we want the Ezreal Karma pairing, but now we're looking down the barrel of a Nami Corki pairing on the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, you expect most of the time people opt to break in the combo, but I'm sure there's this expectation of, okay, what do we do if they don't? Do we want it? Because, Karma can pair with a lot of different things, but at the end of the day, for Array and Keel, they're going to be very happy with this very staple composition in the bot lane.
Yeah, I will say so far for CCG, I think the draft is going okay if they do take that Corki, but then I do want to see a little bit more mid-game presence immediately after that. I felt like one of the big problems was they were playing comps that, we talked about it a little bit before the broadcast, do nothing for a while. And you can't do that when someone like, for example, Bradley likes to accelerate the game pretty quickly. But instead, we're going old school here. It's Nami Lucian.
I did wonder about this one because Lucian is popping up a little bit in priority. Did get buffed this patch a little bit. Got that cooldown reduced and cooldown reduced by a few seconds on his E, and the mana cost went down a little bit as well. So makes sense that we're gonna see this one here for Cody Sun. This is kind of what you were talking about. This is a pretty strong 2v2 and something that can be pretty good in that mid game. Not necessarily waiting till late game like we would see with a Corki.
I'm very curious what movie was being watched in the background. I think I saw Tony Stark back there. It might be Avengers, but
I mean, there's a lot of different movies.
yeah, there's so many of them. Here we go. Yeah. Phase number 2 of the draft. Already we got our bot lanes revealed. Jungle for CCG. Mid lane, potentially top lane if you want to flex it for CTG. Annie band out, focusing on to that mid lane a little bit more. I can allow Aojun to kind of get some of these champions that pair really well with the J4. Mainly anything that can like hold control. Annie J4, like once you get ganked by that in the mid lane, it is suffering. But the Sejuani banned away from CTG. You were making a call out to that earlier for Griffin as well as Zinjao.
Yeah, it was a really good look. They ran it with the, I think it was Rumble Irelia solo laners. Not really an option here already with the Aurora showing, but still something Griffin was able to make good work of. So they wanted to limit some of his jungle options, especially when you consider Xin is banned as well. I think Griffin's going to have to jump down a tier a little bit, look for something like Wukong. Probably something like Wukong. Need a facilitator. Fight starter.
Kongus would be a route to go for. Now the pick. Solo lane still on the board for CCG. I mean, one of the last times we saw them, they try and go for like some immediate shenanigans. I wouldn't like to see that. And thankfully, my prayers are answered. Rise being picked up here. Do you like the Rise? I think it's not a bad grab, especially going into Aurora. You can kind of hold her down for some of the crowd control that follows. But this is the Bradley special. Locks this one in. Just hold your breath for a little bit. Wait for the lock-in before we start freaking out because it might go through.
This is what I was considering, because I really could expect the Aurora to go top lane, even though top lane is going last pick for Fiji, especially knowing what we know of Fiji, where he plays more of the facilitators. Aurora blind is typically a pretty safe bet for what you're expecting him to play in the top side. So it works out Mid is picked there for Aojun, and yeah, the Cassiopeia, it's a good matchup. It's the Bradley special. So it's going to pan out really. I can't believe we forgot Pantheon.
This has been so long
for the draft. That is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
I just realized.
Like, what in the world? When Pantheon's the last pick, I don't know.
Yeah.
Something's kind of wrong here, but okay.
I think it's kind of wrong.
For CCG, they do need a frontliner, and Ornn
It's going to be Ornn.
could be the angle to go here, and yeah, that does get locked in. A top side for Fiji, and it gives you really good engage, especially once you all start pressing those R's together. Tidal Wave, all the Forge God, a lot of those work well together. So if you get caught by the engage, I mean, CCG have a decent chance, and this time it's not a do-nothing comp. They are going to be spiking very early, especially that Lucian.
Yeah, and I like that angle, and I think even though Cassiopeia is pretty good in that mid matchup, if you don't, you got to be really careful with that miasma. You are still, under threat by champions like that J4. So there are a lot of angles for CCG to play out these fights, and of course you have that really easy way of engaging fights from a distance with that Call of the Forge God for Fiji. Citadel, comp's a little harder to execute, but you definitely have some lane power you can work with here to find yourself advantages. And given that the only one with a real stun that's not on an ultimate is Griffin, so really all eyes are on Griffin. I think in the early game for CTG, it's really going to be on him to be able to be that go button, start off these fights.
If Griffin gets this comp going early for CTG, it could very much be a steamroll. The burst damage you get from Aurora is kind of surprising sometimes. And if Bradley gets ahead, I mean, you have to look at how much value he gets from Miasma. Like, you can even cancel the Call of the Forge God if you find it in the right place. It is kind of crazy while this Cassiopeia works. But it's game number 1. CTG looking to prove the haters wrong and show, hey, we are playoffs contenders versus CCG. It starts now.
That's right. Already a little bit of an advantage there. Like that from Bradley, using the noxious gas. And oh, look at that. Stray is doing the same. But the ward does come down. At the end of the day, Dardoch and CCG, they will have that information. That insight into where Griffin is going to be pathing. I like this from Bradley. End of the day, you're just going to keep landing those Qs.
Just keep landing.
Ouch, brother. Oh, this is tough.
And they just keep coming. Head to the snake, and I hit the gray screen running.
I'm just gonna end it on that because I don't know if I can top that. So respect.
Oh, it just keeps coming.
Yeah, like he's just gonna keep landing.
Please.
I think he's missed one so far. Overall, see both teams got that ward around the Raptors pit. Everybody's gonna know where their opposing jungler is gonna be roughly. I think the information is gonna be really important, especially for Citadel. While Griffin is very active, Dardoch, I think even in these sort of do-nothing games as we've dubbed them, he's a really active member at every stage of the game. Reason why we call him General Dardoch. He's just so good at taking resources, contesting objectives, winning 50-50 smites. Like any stage of this game, this dude is ridiculous.
He's an experienced player. So experienced, I was told by one of our co-streamers to call him Unkdoc. Shout out to Fawn, by the way. But yeah, even in that game versus Maryville, he was very proactive in trying to find places, but a hard game to play when all your lanes are kind of getting slaughtered. Do you think it's a better look for his lanes this time for him to actually have an impact? And J4, it's always a good champion to be able to influence the map rather early.
Yeah, especially for Keel. Because Ezreal has that arcane shift, but... Oh, hold on.
Oh, Aojun.
Aojun's out of mana. He's... okay. It was almost a flash angle, but it's fine. Right now, seeing that slight advantage here for Keel and Array, kind of like what we've been coming to expect. And I think a bot lane, well, I've always respected Keel as a player, loved him as a jungler. I think that kind of, map understanding, that understanding of map movements, translates really well to that support role. And when I messaged him earlier, he did say he's happy to be back, and he is really loving playing support. And it's a good look on him.
The skills that you get from jungling, a lot of them do transfer really well. from jungle to support, because I see them both as kind of like almost macro playmaking roles.
Yeah.
So it's not a bad switch to have. I mean, Dardoch himself had done that at a certain time, but here we go. Nangle towards the top side here. Looking for the jump forward. They find Aojun. Aojun's looking to run away, but the fangs will be sinking into his neck. First blood for Big Bradley.
Oof. Tough call for Aojun. I mean, the wave was there, so he knew Griffin was there. He gets punished for it pretty heavily. The kill goes over to that Cassiopeia. Already a difficult matchup. It is only going to get that much more difficult. We'll say, Flashless does mean Dardoch has a gank angle. So it's something he might want to capitalize on.
This point for Aojun, I feel like you do got to play it on the safer side. It's pretty brutal. Already early on, I mean, dying like that, but now your flash is down, your ghost is down. You don't really have anything to defend you against point and click stun from Griffin if he were to revisit this.
Also, not dodging one of those Qs. Because if Bradley gets that poison on you, I mean, he gets the speed boost.
They just keep coming.
Walk you down. Yeah, they just keep coming. So now Aojun doesn't just have to worry about the ganks, has to worry about the matchup itself. You need to be very careful. Otherwise, things slowed down a decent bit. Not much action to really be speaking of. Cody-san, serrated Dirk. Tends to be a very nice buy for Lucian, because does a lot of nice work on the spells, the damage from his spells. Usually, that's why you're seeing the Prio kind of flip in their favor.
I'm so glad they just gave a demonstration right there for you, beat down.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Oh, and there we go, Cody-san again, hopping forward, but here comes Griffin. Aojun, that's a little bit too far forward. Miasma stops him in his place. Aojun, we know better. Bradley gets another kill.
Yeah, that's tough. Instantly canceling that Realm Warp. There it is. That's the revisit we talked about. Now, this opportunity to move bot lane. Griffin's not level 6. Cody-san and only 35, not under a serious amount of threat. But Griffin, he wants to go for this dragon, but that is a little ambitious. I think you need to wait for this wave to bounce back. You need Bradley to show up too. We start going for that.
Little exchange. Now here for Bradley on the Cassiopeia. Actually, gotta hold that thought. We're gonna have a little fight coming out right here. Array, Arcane Shift over the wall. Keel has to get out. Griffin nearby. Dardoch stepping up. A recall called from Array will give positioning over towards CCG. CTG having Bradley getting the kills he got early. Not afraid to be in this position himself for this 3v4. Hopping right onto Dardoch. Aojun looking to hold the flank against Bradley. Bradley does not have flash, so Dardoch has a way in. Going right after Bradley. Flag and Drake finds his mark. Petrifying Gaze doesn't do enough. Aojun gets a shutdown.
I think that was ambitious from Citadel. Keel low mana. And you're down several numbers. That's tough. Especially for Bradley. Using that ultimate, still going down. That's a big playmaking tool that he's not going to have access to. And I think a big thing, too, was that, Cody-san didn't do too much damage to that wave. It ended up stacking the other direction, so Array lost out on a lot of potential CS, while Cody-san, he lost, 2 minions? And he's back to collect.
I was going to say earlier, with Bradley getting the lead he's getting, Cassiopeias, they like to do the double scaling build, Rod of Ages, Seraphs. Getting that accelerated is one of the most terrifying things you could really face. So putting at least a little bit of a soft stop to that will be nice for the side of CCG.
Agreed. Still expecting an early Roa, but, like you said, any adding of time is definitely a positive. Yeah, I think we're cool with that one. Interesting thing, no one really had an opportunity to go for that dragon.
Yeah.
Still, first dragon hasn't been taken. Now with Grub spawning too, wondering if we're going to see a trade. With a little bit of priority there from CTG. I expect on the Grubs, just because, you have the stronger side laners, you have the Aurora, you have the Cassiopeia. I think you can get a lot of value knocking down those turret plates with the Grubs. I think they'll like that.
Teleport being used from Fiji to get back to the top side. Do you get a decent reset from Stray? Alternator finished alongside that Fiendish Codex. Alternator, you know, it adds damage. It's something you can still utilize if you want to fight. Especially for positioning for the grubs over there. Working his way towards that side of the jungle. I mean, Griffin is on his red buff currently, so that could be an angle. What you were mentioning earlier, CTG going for those grubs and trying to empower the side lanes.
Yeah, very important too if that happens. Raikeel will need to be careful. Dardock's on this side of the map. There's a potential for that play. You're seeing Cody-san trying to chunk whatever health he can. Only 35 is level 6. The only reason I think this dive is actually possible. Griffin is too far for that Grand Starfall as well. Oh my god. Oh,
he almost got the full clip, man.
I think he did get the full clip. And that's Dragon. Not only Dragon, that's another unfortunate recall from Array. And you can see the difference. And CS really starting to grow. Yeah, interesting is the bird.
I don't understand why Griffin used his man drop
The
right
Comet
there.
Steal.
Is he going to go for the steal here? Does he have an angle?
No.
I mean, he's right on top of a... Okay. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what was going on there for Griffin to use the man drop, because that's a valuable ultimate, man.
I agree. It could be that pressure to try and see if Aojun takes an awkward angle. I mean, now
It's for the Raptor.
Griffin can try to approach. I guess it's worth. Did he even get it?
Yeah, he did.
Sure.
He did get it. He did.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, that's something.
We'll take it.
Not a lot, but it's something. Now, it's awkward because CCG have a chance to also go for the grubs since Griffin has no ult, his camps are on the bottom side, and yeah, it's a big loss on objective so far for Citadel.
I do think this is one of the bad sides about taking the Cassiopeia. We mentioned the double scaling early. It means you're not building damage early. You know, Catalyst is not going to bring you damage. Tier is not going to bring you damage. It does spike heavily later on.
Insanely.
It makes it harder to take some of these very early fights in the game.
Yeah. And this is great for CCG, though. No loss. You take 2 grubs. That's more than enough. You don't need all 3. It's just about the denial for Citadel. And they do so successfully. This is tough, too, for Bradley. I'm not sure if it's because he feels inclined to stay because his team wants to maybe do something about these grubs, but I imagine he's got enough gold now for that Rod of Ages. We're already at 11 minutes. You want to have that item in your inventory right now. Okay, there we go. I gotta imagine that's when the purchase is coming through, because you said it. Double scaling takes some time, but it spikes hard, but it takes some time. So you need that clock ticking immediately, expeditiously.
Aojun finishes his, and considering the gold lead for Bradley, should be an easy buy once this recall is completed. So both mid laners will have the Rod of Ages online, and taking a bit of time to tick up.
Yeah. 10 minutes, that's the magic number. We'll see what else Citadel have for us. So far, they've gotten this 1k gold lead. It's a lot of small incremental advantages, which you expect, given the fact that they have a lot of winning lanes. But even still, for CCG, with how hard you scale, and the fact that you have Ornn helping that as well, 1k is nothing. You're very fine with this.
Oh, Cody-san, the calling's coming out, but he doesn't find the first few bits on kill. Gets him to about 200 health. Now here comes the exchange between Bradley and Aojun. Aojun's afraid to fight back because of the Petrifying Gaze, but it is on cooldown currently, still going to play it safe nonetheless. Aojun has Dardock in the back pocket. See if they want to actually try and pounce on the snake. Yeah. Gotta escort him through. Miasma goes down. You know what? We'll take the express route, buy a plane ticket. We're back in mid lane.
All right, honestly,
private jet,
considering Griffin was nearby, that really was like the only way that was going to happen cleanly. So, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, thumbs up from Dardock as well.
You ever see that thing about Taylor Swift taking short flights on her private jet?
Unfortunately, all the time, yeah.
I feel like that was that
I guess,
case.
yeah, that was that. True. You know, Aojun, it's really not good for the mana environment if you think about it. So,
you're harming the rift.
Think about. Yeah, you're harming Runeterra. I don't know what I'm saying.
Shout out to Cody-san. I think he's been doing pretty well alongside Only 35. And, Ooh, Kill was getting pretty hungry. Nice bubble from only 35. Stops the gank right in its tracks.
No, he must have thrown it. He must have thrown it after he saw the animation. Man. It was, but like, I don't know why for a second. I was wondering if he threw it before the animation. Either way, nice dodge. Cost Cody Sun his flash, but at the end of the day, that's worth. Citadel, I don't know if they can recreate that play before his flash comes back online. So I'm just going to echo your praise for Cody Sun on how him and Only 35 have been playing.
Cody Sun, I want to shout you out. Make a play.
Yeah, I mean, dude, is that not what we've been doing the last couple of minutes? Like, we start a shout out, they do something cool, and then you start a shout out, and they dodge a gank. Good stuff. Good soup.
Again, I'm so impressed by that bubble. I really do wonder if it was intentional. Either way, it was awesome.
Yeah, it was. We got to give it to him. We got to give it to him. Calculated.
It's crazy that he's only 35 years old.
You're 35 years old.
Don't call me out like that.
I mean,
to be fair, he's not. To our audience, I am telling slander.
Yeah,
but
you just haven't making a funny.
Oh my word!
Ooh.
Yeah, nice timing out of Dardoch. Catches Kill at a time where he's warding, and sets up first kill of the game for Cody Sun.
Yeah, again, just punishing the fact that he used his flash on that play. And it was an angle for Dardoch to go for. Now they get the second Drake. And with this being a Chemtech Dragon, it's going to be a good soul. Guaranteed. And there's really no response to be had. Oh,
they going for this?
After.
Oh, they're going for this, yeah.
Oh,
all right. Only 35 Zed still is found by Griffin. Dardoch gets pumped. Look at Stray go. It's just in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, CCG are gone.
Okay, that... What the hell? That is literally the most successful fight. And the only thing that would have made it better is if Griffin stole the dragon. But Dardoch doesn't miss these. Still, to get almost aced like that is pretty crazy. And I think the real salt in the wound there is that Fiji teleported. But, you know, wasn't able to really do anything. So there was no opportunity for those plates on that other side of the map. And here you go. That's our precision play. Presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
The thing of beauty. Griffin gets in. Okay, sure, the Nami's dead. But it's Stray right here. Easy flank.
That was clean.
Pops them all.
That was clean.
That was so clean.
That was clean. You love to see it. That's why that was the position play. I'm pretty sure, Brad. Yeah, that's... Oof. Bradley's hurting.
I mean, think about it, man. If you are just a little hair strand popping out, Stray's right there to Philips Norelco you down.
That's right. It was not a close shave, but a clean one, Eric. From Citadel in that fight. Now they're up to 3,000 gold ahead, and this is really how you want it to go down if you have these winning lanes. You want to make good on this, so that you don't get outscaled later on. Still have a lot of work to be done, especially denying that soul point. In a couple minutes, you do not want to be staring down the barrel of a Hextech soul. But overall, Citadel, I was a little concerned, but I'm becoming less concerned. This is looking playable.
Yeah. Good influx of gold to come out from that fight. That straight setup. And now Bradley.
Yeah. That's tough.
We wanted to sing the praises of Big Bradley being back, and he's gone on vacation again.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We didn't see how that play got set up, but got to imagine him being there. A little disrespectful. Got to recognize that you're the play when your whole team is on the other side of the map like that. So he pays for it. Of course, Aojun very happily collecting third plates, waves, and closing this gap just a little bit.
Yeah, the Herald getting picked up in the meanwhile by Griffin. So we will have that on the map to apply some pressure and take some towers. Aojun kind of watching very carefully. You got to stay away from Stray. He's got 2 levels on you, man.
He will destroy you.
Photo belt's completed. It has a needlessly large rod. Cody Sun's jumping forward. Eats a Mystic Shot for his worries, but Keel has to burn his flash to get away from CCG.
Yeah. I like this lane setup too for Citadel.
Cody.
Oh,
Cody! Ooh, what are you doing, man? That was a little bit too scary.
Yeah.
Didn't have his flash, so I was really worried about him positioning forward like that.
Yeah, and he's punished for it. Forced to use the culling to give himself some space. It'll be a really easy way for Citadel to drop this Herald and get a turret. Also like the lane allocation. You know, they have the next play is going to be on the bottom side. Bradley, the one with TP, needs to be ready to respond. And, okay. Respect, Aojun recognizes that they're going to get the jump on him. Has to ult away. Gotta say that's tough, though. Usually in Rise, you're hoping you can use your ult a little more than defensively, but hasn't been able to do so just yet.
Again, just destroying the Runeterra environment.
I know, just it's frivolous, man. Frivolous.
Stray's going to be popping off. I think with Griffin, I mean, look at the leads on both of them. 1.3k apiece. And when you do have the Rocket Belt rather early, it is so gold efficient, man. Like, you're getting a lot of stats for what you buy. So it allows Stray to just be really impactful in the early stages.
So far he has been. Definitely he could stand to do more as well. Now we're seeing a bit of invading here. Again, we praised Dardoch for being able to find angles to deny resources from his opponent. And he's going to be taking quite a bit. Raptors, red buff. I don't think we're going to see a response unless we're going to drop that Grand Starfall. But, yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, stranger ones have been dropped in this game alone.
Yeah.
I'll say there.
Oh, here we go.
Aojun, okay. Aojun needs to run. He has popped the ghost, but he doesn't create enough distance to get away from Griffin. Burning Flash on top of it to disengage.
Both summoner spells out of the way. He does need to be careful for the next couple of minutes, but good on him to play his life and live. Right now, though, he needs to start making his way towards the dragon. 6 seconds. Oh, Bradley, is he in trouble? Oh, yeah.
Oh, the double knockup is beautiful from Fiji. Bradley's already at half health. Teleport's coming through. This could be really bad for CTG. Ooh. Jumping into Stray, has to instantly use Across the Veil to get away from CCG's onslaught.
Yeah, another big punish here. Bradley had Flash, wanted to hold that and the Petrifying Gaze, but unfortunately holds it a little too long, maybe thinking no one's going to be able to save him. This is tough, though. 5v4. Yeah. Citadel still want to hang here. This is not a dragon you want to let go. They're not in a good position to be able to fight it.
Yeah, keep in mind, when Bradley does come up from his death timer, he has teleport. So that is something that could come through here. But here is the calling. CCG looking to fight before that death timer is up and ready. A burst of damage. Twofold Hex catches Aojun, but Aojun returns fire. Now Dragon going to be secured by CCG. Between Worlds going to be used. Realm Warp looking to teleport them on out of there. And it's a trade, your jungler for the Drake.
Yeah, that's brutal, though, because you are really hoping for a little more. A very, very rare miss smite from Dardoch as well. Comet Spear not able to close it down, too. You would have loved that dragon as Citadel, but now you're starting to feel desperate. You haven't done enough to get yourself in a safe position to fight that next dragon, so now they have to hope the Cassio DPS is enough to help them take this Baron quick enough, but they're here.
All the Forge Gods not up, so you don't have that engage. But look how fast that thing is getting melted. Looking for the fight right now. A lot of damage coming through. Low health bars for CTG. What is it going to cost Citadel? Call the Forge God. Getting popped. Finds the knockup. Griffin falls. Aojun's 2 deep into 3. Array takes him down. Now here comes Dardoch. Dardoch wants to clean up. Kill running on the opposite end. Bradley will take down only 35. Flag and Drake doesn't get the knockup, but Fiji's able to find it off of the head. But Cody's son takes down Bradley. Array's looking to run away. Baron empowered recall. Dardoch flashes in, will cancel it out, and rammed right down by Fiji. Citadel, they get the Baron, but CCG take the fight.
They knew it was a risk, and the risk did not pay off. You have Baron on one person, Deserex, and you almost got wiped in the process. Citadel worse off than when they went for that play, and again, this isn't going to be a very valuable Baron buff, as unfortunately Nocturne has doomed us once more. Okay, it's over, guys. And we're back. Yeah, that's tough.
Gosh darn you,
Nocturne. Only one with the... I know. Heal's the only one with the Baron buff at the moment here, so can really only affect one lane, and all those kills, they put the carries of CCG in such a great position.
Even with the damage advantage over to Citadel on the tail end of that fight, I mean,
funny.
It was a long, drawn-out fight that CCG got the better of. Making the call, saying, hey, they're going to be low at the tail end of that. Let's just fight. Let's just take them down. Aojun on an angle right here. Gets spotted out. will step up towards Bradley. Miasma's going to go down. Without Miasma, Bradley might be fed to the Wolves. And yeah, Aljun will get that pick. Now jumping on to Griffin. Griffin going to put up the shield. Blast Plant used. Relmore popped by Aljun. On the opposite end, Fiji looking to hold down Citadel. He's taking a lot of damage, but he is a tanky boy, and he'll take it on the chin as CTG forced to walk away.
Yeah, if it's just Array, they are not getting through this Ornn. You can see how little damage he does to him. Fiji does not care. And that's tough. CCG done a great job isolating Bradley over and over and over again. Citadel, they need to put a lot of stock in protecting this Cassiopeia because he is their big source of DPS in these longer drawn-out fights. Yeah, that Wombo combo is great from Stray. It's great from Array. Even Griffin. At the end of the day, these fights are going to go long, and you need your Snake.
Very much need that Snake. Double scaling items were finished by Bradley a bit earlier. So everything's now ticked up. You got your Seraphs, you got your Rod of Ages at 10. Now it's building a few of those later items for that scaling of the Snake to really start to shine through. But again, you got to keep the Snake alive. You got to keep Bradley up in these fights.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Speaking of, I like this cover. We're learning a little bit. Now Dardoch.
Can they buy time for Dardoch here? Miasma is going to make it hard to flag and drag, but he does it before the Miasma comes out. He even gets the Cataclysm beforehand. That means Bradley's dead again. Tower's going to be found. Canceling the man drop of Griffin. He will jump in for the stun, but Cody-san's okay. He'll say, give me that double kill. Give me the bag, man. Let's run it.
Yeah, fortunately for Citadel. Citadel may have known the play was Bradley, but CCG knew that Citadel knew that the play was Bradley. So excellent response from CCG once again. As now 30 seconds toward this Dragon Soul, they have absolutely everything they need to move into that winning position this game. It's been a brutal one for Citadel. They've had some really good team fight moments. That's why you see the kill counts are basically even. But in terms of value, CCG have just been so much better at extracting more from every successful play.
I knew you knew I was going to do that.
I love that you got that reference. I love Samurai Jack, man.
It's a classic. It's a serious classic.
Dragon's
funny.
Look at his eyes. I mean, it's their dragon. It's fine.
Yeah, this is Dragon's Soul, though. This is a really big deal for Citadel. So they kind of feel a need to fight here, but look at the front line. Fiji's ready to go, and Aljun even bobbing and weaving in a lot of this threat. Now here we go. Call the Forge God. It finds Bradley.
Nice bubble.
Gets chunked out, and he will be slain. No, he actually gets out the Petrifying Gaze in time. Between Worlds going to be used.
He's alive.
Getting work done.
Wait.
Bradley survived, and now Citadel are turning this around. Here comes the man drop. Griffin looking for blood. Aljun forced to flash away. And Bradley, how in the world does he do it? He survived what looked like guaranteed death.
I'm actually stunned. The fact that he lives that is just the entire difference maker. They need to keep him up. I didn't think they'd be able to do it, but they keep him alive. He's able to sustain his way up. And you can see it. This is what that Cassiopeia is capable of. The thing is it repeatable, Eric?
Yeah.
That's really hard to say because he came really close. You can't rely on thin margins like that over and over again if you want to win. But for the moment, Citadel, they stop the Dragon Soul from going through. They get the Dragon themselves, and they buy themselves time. Well, they can show us something.
It's well-needed time. On top of that, you have to think about the resources burnt by CCG. Aljun does not have his flash. Bradley does. This is big for Citadel if they want to contest for another Drake, if they want to contest for Baron.
Baron. Gotta be Baron.
It could very much be the angle right there, considering how much damage you have. I mean, Cassiopeia DPS alongside an Ezreal does make for a pretty quick Baron.
Yeah, it's tough. They got a posture right now because Stray doesn't have his teleport. You can even see the response from CCG. They know what the angle is going to be, and as soon as Stray gets close, they're either going to go for this fight or position for that Baron, because it's, again, what they performed on that Dragon was good. It's not repeatable. They need more. They need more gold. They need the ability to get themselves more time. This Baron is
Oh,
going
Cody,
to be
what are you doing? Cody goes too far by himself. He is able to get out in time. Fiji holding the line, but he is in the middle of five of Citadel. Now, Aljun on one angle tries to cut away the wave and the rest of the members of Citadel. But Cody's son, you just burnt your flash trying to go for a play that was really ill-advised, and now Citadel want to set the trap.
Yeah, I think ill-advised is putting it nicely. That is a pretty critical mistake, and it's now given Citadel this great position around this Baron. They want to fight this, and they can.
Oh, Aljun, he doesn't have flash either. He has to run out the hard way. Petrifying Gaze goes out, and just like that, only 35 is cooked. Dardoch will put out the Cataclysm to imprison Griffin and Array. Only one lost. It is the support, though. CCG might have a chance to try and stop the Baron, but it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, the thing you have going for you is that Fiji is pretty much full health at this point. That unending despair doing wonders for his sustain. At the end of the day, CTG got the numbers they needed. This Baron is their winning formula. They have to go for it, but the problem is they need to turn and fight.
EG holding the line for the time being. Flag and Drag is going to find Stray. Stray has to flash away. That's one flash down. Still, you got a flash for Bradley that can be used to get out the call. The Force Gun, he doesn't use it, though! Bradley gets dropped in the process. A knock-up on the kill between worlds. Cody Sun survives! And CCG fight it out. The redemption doesn't even take him down. It's Baron time for CCG!
And it might be game 2 time for all parties involved. Because now Citadel's job just got so much more difficult. Another fight lost where, again, they weren't able to protect Bradley, even in this uneven number scenario where things were favored for them. So now instead, CCG have the Baron. They just got a big influx of gold. And now we're a minute 40 from once again, their Dragon Soul. Citadel can't keep pulling rabbits out of a hat to stop this soul from going through. But unfortunately, they're going to have to.
I'm very surprised by the fact that Bradley did not try and flash the Call of the Forge God. His flash is still up, beat down. He got caught by that and shoot up immediately after.
Yeah, I'll need to see a replay, but just off my memory of that play, it's not a good look. It's been a tough game for Bradley. He has been the focus of a lot of CCG's attention for good reason. This Cassiopeia, again, we saw that fight. That got Citadel their first dragon. When this snake is free to do damage, CCG have no way to deal with him, so that's why you're seeing that focus come through. And now, focus is on this dragon.
And last recall, Cody's son got Infinity Edge.
That's cool.
Where it gets worrisome, man. But here we go. Tidal Wave used. Dardoch steps forward. Knockup finds Array. Calling onto Array. He does buffer out the Arcane Shift in time. A tower goes down. Dragon is spawning in 35 seconds. And Aljun is pushing the bot wave.
That's right. Mid and bot going to be in a really good position here for CCG. Citadel are going to have no vision, even in their own jungle. They're going to have to tread very carefully, likely force their way through mid in that bottom brush. In fact, they've already done so.
Oh my god.
Some vision kind of ahead of the curve, but oh my god, they're losing the base. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just take the inhibitor. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I like this angle. You got to get funky with it.
Yeah. Stray's on one end, but then now they have to fight. There's no other choice. Dardoch, flash finally burnt out of Bradley. Mandrop gonna come through. Realm Warp was beautiful by Aljun, though. Now knockup from Fiji onto the backline. Kills by himself. Tidal Wave, double knockup. Cody's son grabs the kill and goes godlike. Meanwhile, Aljun putting in the work on the opposite end. Another kill for Cody's son, who finds the double kill. Guardian Angels popped. The game is starting to close as the walls of Citadel crumble. They're outplayed by CCG, who look to destroy the base of Citadel.
The volatility didn't work in their favor, and they weren't able to close things out. The focus from CCG was too good, Eric. And yeah, Array's holding, but for how long?
Not long enough. Citadel, they say we're ready to step up to the next level. CCG, they will bounce back, recover, and fight back to take game 1.
They'll put them down, frankly speaking. Really good stuff from CCG. Clear recognition that Bradley is the problem, and they made sure that man could not breathe this entire game.
That was suffocating gameplay onto Bradley. And honestly, like, we could criticize some of Cody Sun's decisions. At the end of the day, he had a fantastic KDA and got the targets he needed to.
Yeah, I think overall, I think that play, and there was another one earlier on, were the outliers. I think overall, it was a good game.
It was a good
stuff
game
from him. You got to give credit to Dardoch as well. Being him and Fiji, I think synced up really well again to put that backline pressure onto the side of Citadel, and it's really what made it so hard. I'm sure when we look at the damage numbers after the break, like we're gonna see Eric that Bradley didn't get to do very much.
No, he did not. We see Snake, we kill Snake. Game plan accomplished by CCG. Off of that note, we are going to throw it over a short break. We get ready for game number 2 and see if Citadel can fight back against CCG.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Hey everyone, Beatdown Boulevard here with our latest recap, where I'm going to tell you about some key matches from NACL Week 5. Winthrop's slump was clearly preparation for a massive takeoff, because they are flying higher than ever before, starting their 2-0 week by beating our league's most experienced roster. And it was Denethor leading the formation with a phenomenal Jace game. His double MVP week and Winthrop's performance put them in a great position for playoff contention. We gotta give props to AMI. They stuck to their strength and more unique picks and have finally gotten their first win in Spring Split, taking that critical first step to avoiding the promotion relegation tournament. However, they haven't dug themselves out of that hole just yet. And in the process, they may have buried Blue Otter's playoff dreams because it's looking like they are turning to dust. We had a rough start for Dorado Gaming, but with Hub and their rookie support Redemption, who were on fire, they were able to quickly bounce back, giving us an exciting end to a fun 3-game series. Not only do they increase their chances of staying in the league, but a team we never expected to make waves has improved enough to join the playoffs conversation. Thank you so much for watching our latest recap from our friends over at Philips Norelco. Be sure to follow us on twitter.com/watchnacl and tune into the action at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL CCG versus Citadel Gaming. And all I can really say, man, that was a pretty commanding performance from CCG because they had a game plan. It was, I see Snake, I kill Snake, and Bradley had a pretty bad time. We have this long-range engage from the Orange jumping on him. And pretty much the rest of the squad saying, can't have you scaling up.
No. The only scales Bradley got, unfortunately, were on the tail of that snake. Been tough. Why did Caesar stop when I made that joke? Did you not like it?
No.
God damn it.
I liked it, though.
Well,
I liked it.
Thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, it was a hard game. You look at the stats. Yeah, this is what I kind of figured. You know, there was some room for Array to do work. I think he ended up having a pretty solid game, but you know, without Bradley being able to get that DPS down, it was really just a no-win situation for Citadel. And again, that's that props to Fiji. Great game on Ornn. We saw a really good Jarvan game from Dardoch as well, really putting pressure on the mid of CTG, just off the back of, you know, a really good game in their last series.
I think an unsung hero was Cody's son, even though, again, that mid lane little dive forward kind of double lift moment was a little awkward, but he recovered from it. He recovered from it, so I can't hate anymore. I can't really say anything bad. He put his money where his mouth is. Yeah, he won.
Did he die?
Did he die, though? Answer is no.
There you have it. Ken Jeong approves.
As we get into this next draft, I think one of the things we really have to talk about was the composition of Citadel. You were mentioning it as we're talking off on our break, was Bradley on Cass. It just wasn't the comp for Cass.
No, I don't think so. Not a whole lot of peel available. There's just the only real CC there. The only relevant CC was that Pantheon stun, but this was a comp where Pantheon was kind of your only engage as well. So you really, it's already asking too much for him to do one of those things. He certainly can't do both. So yeah, I think they didn't set it up very well. Even though when it came down to the execution, they did show us a lot of good looks in some pretty difficult fights. But again, only pull the rabbit out of the hat so many times.
Do you think Stray was pretty phenomenal with the Aurora, but that's just like one piece of your team? And even with the Dragon play that we had very early on where Stray had flanked, it wasn't really enough to get Citadel going. But if Stray wants to try and take some kind of angle again that's very similar, I think Rumble is definitely a path. Like just like with the Aurora, between worlds, you get a lot of area of effect damage. Rumble, if you could do that on a choke point with the Equalizer, could bring great things for Stray.
For sure. And that's it's definitely a signature for Stray as well. I think he's played very, very well in this league. So it is something he'll be very comfortable on, especially into a matchup like the Cassante. Fiji, we know plays these kinds of these tanks and matchups very well. There's an opportunity here for Stray to get the better of him.
Cassante locked in, and there it is, the Anivia. I feel like the sentiment on Anivia is very 50-50. There are a lot who see the value in the pick, and especially when you're going against a lot of short range, it's super effective. But then sometimes it can be a really good target to attack. So now we're going with long range. And yeah, the Bard follow-up, that's one of the ways to really jump on that Anivia.
I will say, I think the Anivia was to prevent a very different 2-3 from Citadel. Because with that Rumble, there was a real chance we could see something like maybe Sejuani, that Sejuani Irelia that Griffin and Bradley ran before. But I think with that, they have to change it up a little bit. I don't know how that matchup goes. I can't imagine it's very good for Irelia. But also, she kind of smokes mages in general because she's so strong early. I don't know. Maybe they'll still pull it out. maybe they'll still pull it out.
I do think this Bard is high value. Tempered Fate
Yes.
onto an Anivia. Anivia's very slow moving.
Jin too, not slow moving, but doesn't have a dash.
As long as he doesn't have a sword shot, I mean, that's still a way to catch out. But yeah, you don't have a dash, you don't have much mobility. Tempered Fate does get a lot of value. And people don't think about the combination with Caitlyn too. Like, you get a Cosmic Binding, that sets up Trap. You get a Tempered Fate, that sets up Trap.
That sets up traps plural.
Yeah, sets up traps. So you combine that with Stray. The only concern is, like, you want to make sure you're locked in with your top laner. Stray has to be using Equalizer either definitely after the Tempered Fate goes out.
Yeah, unless you're fighting in like a crazy choke point, and the only answer is like, okay, I got to drop this right now.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I agree with you. As we see the remaining bans go through, Sejuani's taken away again, not wanting to chance that combination coming through, especially because Griffin and Bradley haven't picked their champions just yet, and even without Sedge, they're like, no, Irelia.
Bad Bradley.
Yeah. And you know what? That respect is earned. It's earned. He pounds on that.
We were on the same wavelength there.
Yeah, true. Look at us.
Quick Bros.
Dude, we haven't said that the whole show. What's up? What are we doing?
I don't know. We'll get it in a few more times. As have a little complication with draft. We'll get that up in a second. Don't you worry. But that final ban was Nefiri going into the second half of the draft. And yeah, there it is. Back up.
Yeah. Nocturne can't keep us down.
Nocturne is a pest. What's going on? Just because you're not seeing play? Just because you keep getting banned? Stop it.
I know, what a hater. Seriously. Not cool.
So you're locked in here.
So it is Anivia support.
Yeah.
I did wonder. We have seen that pop up. NRG were not able to make great use of this bot lane. They got cooked a little bit. The buy Array and Keel, I might add. So, interesting to see. Cody Sun and only 35 can perform a little better on that one. But now, decision time. What are Griffin and Bradley playing this time? What are Griffin and Bradley playing now? Akali, yeah. There it is. Good matchup from Tuzier. My favorite champion. I love to see it.
Bit of that Cholula green as well. You got that spice coming in.
Depends on the skin. Cholula red.
But
is that a thing? I just kind of.
Cholula is normally red. But
okay.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Going in directions. Xin Zhao here. I think it's not a bad grab. There's very few contexts where like Xin Zhao is bad to pick up, but the one thing I always like about Xin Zhao, I was saying it a little bit earlier in a previous match, is the ability to create space and try and keep like the Caitlyn up, doing fine, but also being able to punish anyone who's out of position. Very high value for Griffin there as CCG look for their final pick. And we have Ooh, this is good. This is really good. I love this. Dardoch is one of the most willing to pull out the Poppy when you start to see a lot of dashes accumulate. How are you going to get an Audacious Charge in when Steadfast Presence says, nah, you put in a stop sign there?
I mean, how are you going to get a perfect execution? It's so unfun.
Oh, yeah.
As a colleague to play against the Poppy. You really need to be watching that cooldown. So really nice there from Dardoch. And it's worth noting, too, it's not just the Steadfast Presence. Keeper's Verdict, just notoriously excellent at helping you turn the tides in your favor around objective fights. You knock the jungler away, there you go. You win the smite fight. GG.
It's play the...
you knock a bunch of people away, you just have a numbers advantage. GG again.
It's the home run derby.
It's the home run derby.
Send them to the stands and get your free objectives. Yeah, Dardoch, again, in the MU game, where they did get kind of smashed by MU. I think Dardoch was a high point in that game, and he was playing Poppy. Also, fun thing to put a parallel to, it was into a Bard, and that was one of the first lanes he attacked, knocking a Bard out of his own magical journey. So, Dardoch, man, I always like some of the champions he's able to pick, and it does help out his team a lot to be able to provide that level of appeal and presence the squad as we head into game number 2, match point. CCG just one win away from taking the series.
That's right. Citadel, while they're not eliminated from playoff contention, they really want to get this ball rolling. The win against NRG yesterday, important first step. You don't want to be stumbling here, especially 0-2, because when it comes to tiebreakers, those individual game wins, they're going to be so important. Citadel, another comp. You have a good amount of agency here in this early game. We'll see if they're going to be able to actually make good on it this time.
Nice little stun there. Only 35. And every time I look at this bot lane, there's always a moment where I'm like, what year are we in? Cody Sun versus Array.
I know. Yeah. Very fair.
I mean, Array's always been pretty up there when it comes to marksman. In tier 2, a lot of high regards. Was that a sub for Golden Guardians for a while as well for their tier 1 squad. So even tier 1 teams looking at him as a potential prospect to go up towards that next level, but just hasn't been fully sent towards it just yet. You know, kind of making it through playoffs with this CTG roster that's been evolving, you know, that's one step to really get your name out there.
Yeah, especially off the back of a necessary comeback.
Yeah.
Them going, they were 1-4. Finally got that win yesterday to get to 2-4. It's going to take a couple more wins before we really get to have that conversation. But yeah, it would be a good look for Array. I think overall, individually, I'm playing pretty decently. I do like him and Keel as a bot lane. Overall, lane has looked good for them. So we'll see if them and the rest of the team can really get it together.
I think that also brings up the conversation of Cody Sun. We had talks at the very start of the season. It's like, okay, Cody Sun's here. What's kind of the idea? And from what we heard, he wants to promote. He's taking this very, very seriously. I think it shows a little bit because what we remember from his playstyle back in the day was he was like kind of a KDA player. You know, he wouldn't take that many risks and would only go in when it felt really guaranteed. This time around, he's playing much more aggressively than we've seen him in the past.
I think that's a great shout. Even in the LFL a few years ago, I think that propensity still exists. We don't see as much of that. Even remember that mid play when he was on the Lucian, going a little too deep, almost dying for it. Would have never seen that in the past. But you love to see it now.
Old Cody Sun wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, and I prefer that to the former, just because I'm always going to love players trying stuff, being aggressive. Because it's easier to rein that in, I think, than trying to make someone do that in the first place who's more passive.
Junglers now finishing up their clears. Dardoch, who finishes his first, does take the recall. A little bit of a longer route for Griffin. You do see the pings that are now coming out. His first recalls going to be met. The challenge for Krabs will follow soon. But here we go. Caught out of position. Not looking good for Array. Might need to burn his flash, but there's not enough damage to follow through. Does punish Array quite a bit.
Oof, it's the shrines that save him at the end of the day and save his flash.
And that barrier.
Specifically. Yeah, very true. Good stuff. He is going to have to take a bit of an unlucky recall. Nice catch from Cody Sun at only 35. Otherwise, things are pretty even keel everywhere else on the map. Not a whole lot of action really to speak of. For Citadel, I mean, you're really waiting for level 6 on champions like the Akali and like the Rumble. You're going to have those windows where you're going to be really useful. And it's going to be on Dardoch to try and shut that down. Poppy, very annoying to play as. Play into when you're Akali, when you're Zin's out. So.
Not trading in the mid lane. Yeah, even with that case, one of the things we didn't really point out too much is there's no real front line on Citadel. And if you're Cody Sun on this Jhin, you're very, very happy about that, especially considering you have Dardoch on Poppy in your back pocket.
Yeah. And then Nivea, really good at creating space, making those walls.
True. Very true.
A lot of options there for Cody Sun to keep himself out of danger. Now, first dragon is spawning. CCG, even though they had a comp that scaled pretty nicely, they were able to secure a lot of those early dragons. That's something they'll definitely want to be doing this game as well, since their bot lane's been, I think, finding a lot of those advantages compared to Array and Keel this game.
Only 35's been, for the most part, spot on with those Flash Frost stuns. And that's the main punishment that you're starting to feel. Sometimes it's pretty challenging to have to maneuver around a Nivea because you try and dodge a stun, then a wall goes up and it completely redirects you.
Yeah.
Just get angry, Pete.
Feel good.
Angry.
Yeah, but Bradley has a wave in. I think he's just applying pressure by sitting in fog. I kind of like this. I don't think there's an actual angle if he goes like bot lane for a play.
Yeah.
Instead, just hanging out, making sure Griffin gets some breathing room to do this dragon is nice. Only 35. Look at the info. Problem is Dardoch's here. And he could actually go for this. Oh, he does see it.
Does see it. He gives a thumbs up on the way in.
That's got to be crazy mental damage.
Oh, man. But they're still jumping onto Dardoch. Dardoch's taking a lot of damage from this. He has to flash out and away, but the perfect execution. Gonna meet its mark. Bradley will take down the enemy jungler.
Great find, and I love that flash from Bradley. Just as soon as that steadfast presence expires, immediately jumps in there with that perfect execution. That's his window. That's really the cooldown you're playing around. Guarantees first Drake. Get a kill onto your assassin. And we're going to call that a certified W.
Was the thumbs up really mental damage, or was it just...
It would be for me, because like Dardoch literally just wins every smite fight.
Yeah. Or maybe that was the inspiration needed.
You're right. He's saying, Griffin, you can do this.
No, I was going the other way around.
This is your final test. Oh, wait. With the inspiration for who then? I'm confused.
I was saying more like, oh, this guy's BMing me?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like it both. I like it. You know, it works. It's more wholesome for you.
Mine's more wholesome. Yeah, exactly. But I still respect that you went there. Either way, no matter who of us is correct, it's me. Citadel find themselves up 1-0. 1K gold up,
which is subject nice. Change.
Yep, that's me. Bradley having a kill is really nice. It's going to help this good matchup be even better. And it's going to help him get out of lane, if he so chooses. Something I think he's done a good effect most of the time for this team. And when you're playing that Akali, if you're Nivea or you're Jhin, this Akali comes out of fog on top of you. It's kind of over. I'm hoping to see Bradley use this lead and help his teammates. Spread the love.
Ollie's the champion to do it. Early purchases out of Bradley. Let's have that Vamp Scepter. Yes. Should see that Gunblade being one of the initial angles here for Bradley. Seeing that back into the mix was brought back a while ago, but it did bring some power back to Akali.
Power, she already had power, which is why I found that very funny. But it's very good.
Even more power.
Even more power. It's so... What a funny item. You literally just point and click on them and they're slow. And it does like 300 damage at some point.
Ooh, Shrima Shuffle going to be used by Aojun to get Griffin right off of him. And that's a lot of the pressure Aojun's going to be feeling all game. A lot of champions, you know, having both the Xin Zhao and Akali just want to jump on you. And summoner spells and ultimates are going to be vital to surviving that.
Yeah, we'll say, got to give credit too. Getting that ult out's really good for the matchup. Now Bradley just has immediate kill threat. And if he plays it right, he's going to force Aojun's flash out, I would imagine, pretty shortly. Or just straight kill him. For the moment, though, things are chill. You're seeing the grubs go down. It's going to be all of them in favor of Citadel Gaming. Again, another game where they will make pretty good use of all of these grubs. This Akali going to be pretty strong, especially with this lead in the side lane. Of course, you could say the same about Stray. On this Rumble, too. Really strong in these isolated situations, so could get some value from these grubs on the split.
I feel like the times that Bradley has looked best is when he's played some of those champions he's done double duty with, right? Like we had the Aurelia that happened yesterday. Looked fantastic on it. It's a callback to his top lane days on top of it. Even CP Freeze days if you really want to go into it. But Akali is another one of those champions. It's one of his most played throughout his tier 2 career in both top and mid lane. So when you got that comfort there for Bradley, it's some of the best looks we've gotten from him.
Absolutely. And that's something we want to see, especially for that move back to mid lane. He switched to top lane initially because it was hard for him to find a spot You know, when we had so many challengers teams, so many LCS affiliated teams.
Yeah.
So TL wanted him for top lane. He went for it. He performed well, but really, we knew him as a mid laner. So we wanted to see him come back with, with a vengeance to this lane, and it's been tough. But some of those moments have looked really good, especially again the Irelia that we talked about from yesterday. That's what I mean when I say I miss the old Bradley.
Really like the footwork that came out there from Cody's son. Array was trying to pinch Cody's son to walk into a trap. Slips right by it. Takes the corner really well right there. Responds to the pressure, including that tempered fate that was burnt from Keel.
See, his footwork was fleet SRX? Fleet of foot?
Ooh.
Fleet footwork?
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Yeah. Man, how do you do it?
You're way too into that.
My wordsmith.
Stop.
My goat.
Somehow you ruined it.
My Twix,
Citadel.
bro.
Citadel gonna go for this dragon. Dardock's here. They pressured him off before, and they do it again.
Ooh. And here we go. Going for the home run derby. Not going to find it this time. It gets stolen away.
What the hell, bro?
Dardock. He just walks up, says, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. But this dragon's mine.
I'm pretty sure Oracle's Elixir has a stat on objective steals. I really got to look at what Dardock's working with. It's something stupid. I'm certain of it. Like, it's just ridiculous. And that's got to be, like, crazy mental, too. Because, like, every jungler in this league has been on the receiving end of it at some point.
See, only 35. I really respected what he did there. He tried to hold the wall for as long as possible for the net to go out and then force Array into a bad spot. But that's a lot of damage onto Array nonetheless.
Oh, yeah, he's feeling the heat this game. I think it's been really hard for him to do what Caitlyn normally does. You get lane pressure, scale, snowball. Yeah. Been forcing him to chill in a way. Oh my god. 35 of Cody-san, they have been very not chill.
Best to ever do it.
Yeah.
This is how you know it's a slow early game.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go, Tempered Fate.
There we
Burns
go.
the flash of Cody-san. Bradley was right behind him. So that would have been terrifying if he was caught out. Wise to get that summoner.
Yeah, I mean, that would have just been the easiest kill of all time. Flash or not, so wise move there. I like the angle too, and showing himself topside as well. You're seeing that kind of pressure on both sides of the rift there from Citadel. This is getting something for them. It's going to allow what's looking like an early change of lane assignments here for both teams. Getting those bot laners in the mid lane a little early.
Bradley will be a little bit slower to the punch here. So Aojun, there's not much contention, at least clearing out the wave. But he's got to be careful a bit after that, because you see the wards, a lot of the vision is in CTG's favor. Griffin has no problem, especially when you're in those longer side lanes going right after Aojun. But here we go, nice sidestep from Dardock will mean that he doesn't get caught by... Oh my god, the steadfast presence! What was that? That was gross. That was gross.
Wow. That's brutal. It's crazy too, because it looked like Keel almost got out of there. But unfortunately, he could not. It cost a lot of, I will say, there's a couple big resources. Reuse the Emperor's Divide and the Keeper's Verdict. I don't know about that, but...
Oh no.
oh, Array. Goodbye.
Here's the value of the Anivia. Makes it so slow that you can't dodge that curtain call.
Dude, only 35 has been frying on this pick. Great.
Oh, see, this is what we were calling out a little bit earlier, that they would go after Aojun. And yeah, goodbye. Yeah. But here we go again. Kill, you're not taking out Cody-san, my friend. That was a magical journey in. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, only 35 still finds him. He was almost the GOAT.
Q was almost the GOAT. Like, that would have been crazy. And again, Cody-san, only 35. You really got to give him credit. They are cooking on this bot lane pick, making it look so much better than NRG did yesterday. And the race, small win for Citadel. The race for first brick is won by them by racing for it in that bottom lane. So it is going to give them a little bit of gold in their favor. Right now, I think we got to set our sights on is that next dragon. CCG have proven they can contest kind of every dragon they want. They can at least show up, and Dardock can do the rest by stealing everything. So we need to see if Citadel can actually keep them out and get back to stacking.
Taking a look at the top lane real quick, it is a CS lead for Stray. And if this goes uncontested for a while, I mean, Stray is a mid-game threat. Equalizer on a choke point, if you're caught at a bad time, if you're all funneling in like towards that ramp that leads into Dragon, towards that river, you're burning. You're burning for a long time, and no Flash Frost can really cool you down.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, my word.
That's tough. Nice bait with the Shroud.
Spooky boy.
And it does mean once Bradley gets his ult back in like a second, he can actually go for the kill. Are we fighting?
Stepping on a trap, but look at how long he's put into that situation. Again, the steadfast presence blocks the magical journey. Dardoch hates bards. That's all I know right now. Here comes Stray. Equalizer goes down to stop the curtain call. Rift Herald going to be secured.
Bradley's here.
Teleport in from Bradley, but he's instantly caught by the deadly flourish. Now Aojun, Cody-san looking to walk away. Dardoch's left by himself. Stray will grab the kill. Fuji, Q3 charged, but no one to grab it on. Now only 35 needs to get out, but that egg is popped, cracked wide open, and fed to Big Bradley.
Any second now.
Now fed to Big Bradley.
Any second now. There we go.
Now fed to Big Bradley.
Now fed to Big Bradley. This is something that Citadel been doing pretty good, even in game one, where it's, in a lot of ways they lost pretty handedly, where they're able to win these fights around objectives, playing together really nicely. And of course, this Akali being a big threat when Poppy is not around to stop her from dashing. And now he's up 3 kills. Is just that much of a threat to anybody not named Cassante or Poppy.
I mean, Kill's been really on top of Cody-san. This is the second time he's burnt out the flash of Cody-san with a tempered fate.
Yeah.
Dragon secured by Citadel, getting dragon stacking going. Seems a lot are working in their favor right now. 2.3k lead. Good chunk of that onto Stray. We know how Rumble be the later the game gets. Even Bradley, this assassin, this Akali is disgusting place to be, but oh, here we go again with Kill. Oh, he gets blocked off by the wall. Kill will never get to his magical journey ever again, will he? Okay,
nope, he did.
Okay, he just gets out.
You can't separate a man from his vision quest, aka his journey. Kill lives. I will say, Bradley is going to be a pretty continuous threat, I think, for pretty much this whole game. And the squishy targets, Aojun, Cody-san, especially as time goes on, you know, the cooldown on things like your E even reduces as you get more levels. It's just really hard for Cody-san, only 35, even Aojun, actually really do anything about him. So that's the one thing with this Poppy that is a little tough. Dardoch has a lot of places he needs to spread his attention. So Citadel should understand this, and the way they want to fight is to pull him in one direction and then have Bradley go in another. You want that steadfast presence wasted on literally anybody else. As long as Bradley can move, Citadel have to fight.
Focus for CCG, kind of hovering between mid and bottom. They're giving time for Fiji to get some plates of his own and trying to equalize the gold that's been kind of building more and more over time for Stray. But look at that. It's not really going to be
he TP's away.
Citadel side. I kind of like this in favor of Citadel because now you're getting even more gold on Bradley while you're attacking that tower.
Yeah, and I mean, really, it was a defensive play. Aojun knew he had no escape, especially with no ult, so the only recourse was the teleport away. But that's a big resource gone. It does mean that, yeah, you lose that turret there on the bot side, but they're already hitting the tier 2. They've knocked down multiple plates. I don't think they'll get the whole thing, but that's still, I would still call that a win for Citadel.
I completely agree. You got it very low. Like, even if you just look at this as tower trades alone, I'm going to look at where the gold went. The gold going to Bradley is huge.
Yeah, agreed. But I will say, that kind of onus, that kind of power on Bradley does come with pressure. Citadel CCG did a great job shutting him down on the Cassiopeia last game. He's a lot more nimble here in game 2, but the possibility remains, especially with Poppy in play. You shut down this Akali, and you shut down Citadel.
At this point, Dardoch's going to stop. He's got to say, okay, I've taken too much of Keel's lunch money.
Yeah.
I'm noticing that Bradley's wallet is a little bit stacked. I need to start cashing in on that.
That's right. You ever watch Proud Family?
No.
Wow.
Is it like a sitcom?
I feel like you're messing with me.
I'm not. I don't know.
Oh, okay. It was a Disney show. If you haven't seen it, I can't make this joke. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Any knowers?
I was a Cartoon Network kid, so I didn't watch much
okay.
Disney.
Respect. Oh, respect. That's. I can understand that.
Oh, here we go. Tempered Fate coming out. Cosmic Binding doesn't land. It allows Ao Jun to escape, but Teleport's going to be used. This might force the situation. Dardoch's willing to jump in, slamming Array against the wall, but has to back out immediately. Now Griffin taking the brunt of the damage. Bradley's looking for the flank to find the fight. Deadly Flourish will not root him up. And no one going down after that Tempered Fate engage.
A lot of flashes blown. Dardoch, especially using his to try and get Keel, doesn't succeed. But Citadel don't really like their odds at taking a different fight. I mean, you can see the Infinity Edge is there for Cody Sun. Very powerful power spike for this Jhin. You can see Array, with everything going on this game, he's fallen behind the curve a little bit. Maybe they don't like their chances in that extended fight. But I don't know. It's tough. I think if Dardoch goes in and he uses his W, like Bradley's loving life.
We kind of got that case in that last game, last fight. Oh no, not again. Okay. Dardoch was too far away.
Okay, any of you wasn't there.
But the only reason it didn't work that way is because they could see where Bradley was coming from. He was just set up right in the mid lane. And if Bradley goes in, only 35 can still catch him with Flash Frost. So Bradley did give a lot of respect there. Yeah. And it was pretty much needed. At that point, like, if you risk the 5v5 and you lose out there, you're losing out a lot with that shutdown being given. But here we go. Catching out, Keel now jumping forward, looking for the Emperor's Divide, pushes him against the wall. Equalizer goes down. It's going to burn CCG quite a bit here. Dardoch taking a brunt of that damage. But picks were found. Only one onto Keel. Said he's got to stop taking that kid's lunch money, man. But okay, here we go. Now Bradley might have an angle to find this as he's looking for the back line. Only 35, getting chunked away by Array. Bradley in the sights. His Shroud's going to be down. Dardoch wants to punish that right now. Q3 does not land from Fiji, but the Flash Frost will find Array. Jumping over the wall.
Wow.
Altitude's going to take the risk. They need to find Bradley. They need to get him now. Stray flashes out in time. Bradley still holds the line. Curtain Call going to get opened up. It almost hits Stray, but he walks out of range just barely. And CCG, they take the fight by centimeters.
I mean, that's a great find for CCG. They know Bradley is away. They start that off and get themselves this advantage because he's not in the area. Now we're seeing Teleport come through.
Oh, man.
Bradley's back.
Oh, they
have to respect this. Yeah, they got to respect this. He is so strong, especially with that Seeker's Arm Guard. Does mean that he can get even crazier than a Kali normally can, which is really great for Citadel because at least they get themselves another dragon. They get themselves to their soul point. I think Cloud Soul would be really good for them.
Yeah. You can see the game plan of CCG. For a lot of these fights, Bradley's not allowed to be in them. But even then, CTG playing the elongated kind of making those death timers run out was the bigger thing there to get the teleports to make sure that it does get secured at the end of the day in the name of Citadel for that Dragon Soul point. But now the question is, how much more risk will Bradley take now that he has that Seeker's Arm Guard?
Pretty big ones. I mean, he has Flash, his ult. He's a lot to work with.
Here we go. Jumping forward. Okay.
Ooh.
We've seen this many times now.
Yeah. It's hard. As Bard, you want to be able to move around the map. Of course, vision game is super important. They're waiting for him all the time. That usual escape that's so good for Bard, it really just doesn't work here. Once that Poppy gets on top of you. Or the Anivia. Or the Cassante. They have a lot of ways to kill Keel is what I'm saying.
It's kind of been the main source of gold for CCG.
Not even joking, yeah.
If you take away all the deaths that Keel has, they would only have 2 kills. It's kind of confusing when those words rhyme so closely.
They do, and it took me a second, but we got there.
Yeah.
and I understand what you meant. Yeah, been their main source of gold, which means, you know, the value diminishes a little bit. So now, I mean, with Baron up, neither team takes Baron very quickly. I can't imagine. Oh, wow.
Bo3 gets out. But now they want to find only
Ooh,
35. Did you
egg.
see that damage? That was quick. Only 35 is dropped. It's that equalizer comboed with a raise damage. They're like, how does your support like it?
I have a feeling he didn't like it at all. And it's a huge win there for Citadel, because not only you get the kill, you're knocking down another several plates for their tier 1 turret. They get themselves this gold lead up to about 2,500 again. Baron take, not great. I think Citadel's is slightly better, but it is always a turn and burn angle if CCG are in the area.
Equalizer about 2/3 on the cooldown now. This stage of the game, cooldown does get shorter and shorter. Magical journey through for Dardoch. They're fighting for vision, realizing that they got a brief moment of tempo to kind of play this map and look to set up their next play. But with Griffin coming back, Bradley coming back, that window closing very quickly, leaves CCG looking for their next answer. A lot of these spikes that have been found now. Ace in the hole used. Griffin's going by himself, though. He's trying hard for that kill. Now the rest of Citadel will get there in time, but a shutdown found. It will be a trade as only 35 goes down. Bradley is there. Finds the perfect execution. 2 for 1 in favor of Citadel.
Yeah, that's the thing with All Out. You shed much of your resistances, so even the Cassante is vulnerable to Bradley. Huge find, once again, getting that pick off onto only 35, which is huge, and onto PG as well. But it's huge for only 35 because, you know, that's the main source of vision. You're really going to delay CCG's ability to get vision on this objective. And with the waves being pushed in the way they are for Citadel, CCG will have a really hard time moving their way into this dragon, and it's the soul for Citadel, so you don't want to let this one go through. Cloud Soul is very powerful for this comp.
Oh, here we go. Shurima shuffle pulls
they killed it. Wow, that was really good.
Oh, June, beautiful, knowing he had Dardoch in the back pocket, and it's an alley-oop for CCG.
Oh, you know, it's kind of less good. Bradley had flash. That's actually kind of insane to me.
Oh, we did it again.
Yeah, that's not good, but this is the great call from CCG. No Akali means no problems here, but you still have some danger. We gotta think about the equalizer.
Tempered Fate goes out and lands on the nothing equalizer. Going to drop right onto Aljun. Aljun should fall, but he shovels out in time. Only 35 going to take the ace in the hole. Fiji fighting on the opposite end, trying to distract the rest of Citadel. Fiji holding the line. Oh,
what?
Doesn't find a knock-up onto anyone. They're all going to be there. So right now, CCG, they just have to bail out. Dragon is on the table for Citadel, and they're headed straight into that direction for Soul.
I'll tell you what, Dragon is not just on the table. Citadel are consuming that immediately. Like, it was a good call, but they have to go for the Baron again. They use so many resources, though, that Dragon's going to go down pretty quickly. Actually, it's only halfway. Still, I mean, Bradley's here. He has Zanya's. I think he could do a lot of work. I think they can stop this Baron.
No, but Tempered Fate is down. Equalizer is down. So right now, Dardoch should be able to get this. Yeah. Okay, going golden for a little bit longer. You still have the Baron being low. Already a pick coming in. It's going back and forth. The Baron's going to reset. CCG are losing. Bradley is winning. Triple kill for Bradley as he will clean up the backline of CCG and be the assassin they need him to be.
And it's just too good for Citadel. That is the angle. Now this game, it's CCG who are feeling that pressure. They forced the Baron not once, but twice, and Citadel had their number each time.
And now Structures under attack as Griffin steps up into the mid lane. Play coming out from Citadel. It's going to be our precision play from Philips Norelco.
Yeah, you can see it. They get right into there. Bradley's Zanya's came in so clutch as well, and the damage, again, this Akali, like, no one can do anything about it. If Poppy can't stop this champion, Bradley is legitimately going to 1v9. And that is basically your formula for every team fight going forward. Now, as a result, that risk backfired on CCG very heavily because Cloud Soul is gone. They didn't lose the Baron. Now Citadel's gold lead has shot up quite a bit.
I mean, if they're going to do that risk, realizing that Griffin's not there, I feel like it's the angle to just commit to the Baron. They didn't even grab that. It went down to about 1,000 health and still didn't get the smite. A lot of decision-making there getting kind of stifled by the presence of Bradley and the rest of Citadel Gaming. For their benefit, Inhibitor's still up. They lost the Inhibitor tower in the mid lane. They still have structures, but it is a tough game now that Citadel are the ones who have an open track straight to Baron.
Wow, no, I think I was wrong even. Oh, hold on. Oh. Nice.
All right, trap placed onto Aojun. Look out for Bradley. Bradley stepping up. Only 35, marking him. Throws the Flash Frost out. Aojun gonna be okay.
Yeah. Dardoch not actually using the Keeper's Verdict. It goes on a much shorter cooldown. So that's why Citadel, they keep fishing because they can't just start the Baron. Their Baron take isn't fast enough. They get jumped on by CCG. They'll lose that fight. This game swings back into their favor. They're playing this one carefully. Bradley is looking for these potential angles.
Yeah.
And they need a pick before they can think about the Baron.
Bradley on the other side of the wall. I think he just got spotted by a ward. Yeah, placing control ward there. Bradley will instead peel away. Recall for kill. Stray is going to catch the wave in the bottom lane, and it will be a reset.
We're going to back off. CCG defend well, especially props to Dardoch. Didn't see Bradley for a while, knows the angle is that he's trying to get behind his backline. Marking him is his whole job this game. I don't care about Keel. I don't care about Stray. I don't care about anyone. Dardoch wants to win this game. You want CCG 2-0. Holly is your job this game.
Yeah.
And if he can't do it, well, then we're going to be going to a game 3.
Time bot for CCG to get some vision onto the Baron. There's no world in which they start it without marking where Citadel are. Stray's a big one here. For the fights, sure, you want to stop Bradley, but in the 5v5 around neutrals, Stray's equalizer has to be respected.
That's true. Another really good tool there Citadel are working with. You know, we're doing this bit of a Baron dance, but at this rate, it's the Elder Dragon that we're going to have to set our sights on. 2 minutes, game-ending buff, the Great Decider, we like to call it. But for now, it's the same song and dance. Bradley fishing for any angles he can find.
Good wave control for CCG. Bradley over in that top lane. He has teleport available. Can rejoin if he needs to. Now the issue going to be pressed. Cody Sun's the one to eat the ace and the whole equalizer goes down, but here comes Bradley out of the flank. Dardoch spots him, wants to stop this Akali from jumping onto his team, but the rest of Citadel pounce on the opposite side. Will use the Keeper's Verdict to punt one away. Cody Sun's still up.
Oh, there it is.
Bradley,
That's it.
Steadfast Presence expires. Bradley knows it's time to go in. Dardoch still trying to hold the line, but has to finally flash out. And it's 2 down. CCG, they lose Fiji, they lose Aojun, and Citadel run this map.
And they're running straight to the Baron, Destrex, as the recalls from CCG tell us they know they can't do anything about this. Someone has to answer top lane as well, and with 50 seconds for this next Drake, Citadel in a great position to set up for this Elder Dragon. They get the fastbacks, they get to spend all the gold they just picked up, and they are the strongest possible going into this next one. We're seeing death cap completed for Bradley. That is monstrous. Even the RFC is going to be really helpful for Array to be able to interact more in these fights. And they are sprinting straight for this Elder.
25 seconds before it's up. Kill going a little bit too far forward by himself, but there's not enough damage to follow up and take down kill. But there's the Tempered Fate. They're on to Dardoch. Out comes the Glacial Storm. Dardoch's taking a lot of damage, but look who's behind that wall. It's Bradley. Bradley jumps in. Bradley's looking for more Shurima Shuffle. Emperor's Divide, but look at how low CCG are. Cooked is CCG. Citadel rise to the occasion in game 2 to take us to a series.
It killed Cody's son as well, and that's it. The TPs are coming through, and CTG, they come back with a vengeance. They want that third win, Eric.
Only 35 is all that remains, and that bird ain't doing a damn thing but getting cooked by Citadel. 1-1 in game 2.
How about eggs for dinner, Eric? As Citadel come back big time. That first game, I gotta be real with you, was a bit of a travesty, but they turned it around really nicely. And I think just really executing their comp so well in this game, especially Bradley. Again, you said it. When he's on those champs, he double dips on, where, you know, he's played them through his tenure in top lane, and of course, before that and after as a mid laner. That's when he's most comfortable. And he was a menace on the Sakali. And this time, he was set up to succeed.
And a big respect to the amount of patience he had waiting out stuff like the Steadfast Presence.
Yeah.
Sometimes it worked,
hard.
you know, against Citadel, where they couldn't really get a fight going the way they wanted, and CCG did have some angles to return. But ultimately, when you got later into the game and the Seeker's Arm Guard was built, the Sonia's Hourglass was built, that's when Bradley realized, I can take big risks and get big payouts. So Citadel going to take game number 2, and that's going to take us to a game 3. We're going to throw it over a short break while we get ready for match point between these squads. CCG versus CTG.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Hey everyone, Beatdown Boulevard here with our latest recap, where I'm going to tell you about some key matches from NACL Week 5. Winthrop's slump was clearly preparation for a massive takeoff, because they are flying higher than ever before, starting their 2-0 week by beating our league's most experienced roster. And it was Denethor leading the formation with a phenomenal Jace game. His double MVP week and Winthrop's performance put them in a great position for playoff contention. We gotta give props to AMI. They stuck to their strength and more unique picks and have finally gotten their first win in Spring Split, taking that critical first step to avoiding the promotion relegation tournament. However, they haven't dug themselves out of that hole just yet. And in the process, they may have buried Blue Otter's playoff dreams because it's looking like they are turning to dust. We had a rough start for Dorado Gaming, but with Hub and their rookie support Redemption, who were on fire, they were able to quickly bounce back, giving us an exciting end to a fun 3-game series. Not only do they increase their chances of staying in the league, but a team we never expected to make waves has improved enough to join the playoffs conversation. Thank you so much for watching our latest recap from our friends over at Philips Norelco. Be sure to follow us on twitter.com/watchnacl and tune into the action at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL, and it's a series, man. I wouldn't have it any other way. Again, Citadel have been trying to prove themselves and show that this iteration of their roster is strong and a contender for playoffs. To do that, taking out one of the top teams in our league, being CCG, would be a big exclamation. And that match was exactly that, man. I mean, Stray's damage, Bradley's flanks, it all came together beautifully.
It really did. Things were a little shaky early on, but at the end of the day, I think they got a much better comp for themselves than they did in Game 1. A lot easier for Bradley to do his magic, and much more difficult for CCG to really do anything about it. Lane phase, especially from the bot lane, looked good for them. But once Akali got into the mix, I mean, I'm sorry, bro. Like, when you're at 80 carry, how can you play?
Yeah, you're not exactly a mobile 80 carry. 4-shot, crits. Sure,
I mean,
you get a
even
little bit
if you
more
are,
speed.
however much movement, you could put Gale Force back in the game. You're not outrunning Akali, bro. I'm sorry. It's just the way it goes.
Especially Bradley's Akali.
Yeah.
Champion, he's carried over from both top lane and mid lane, and has always looked fantastic on it. And this is another one of those cases. I was looking at the win rate he has on Akali before this match. It was 66% over the course of his tier 2 career. And you can clearly see why, man. It is a fantastic champion in his hands. Has a lot of patience when it comes to his flanks. Understands what cooldowns are available for the enemy team to stop him, and plays around those. Yeah,
I mean, bro, he's got the sauce. There's really nothing else. There's nothing else to add to that. It's looking good. That picture is so funny. I don't know why, but
he's seen some
it's good stats. You see, it's really giving 1,000-yard stare, you know. But either way, phenomenal game 2 from Bradley. You know, they put the ball in his court again for Citadel. This time he was really able to deliver. And you posed that question when we went on break immediately. You're like, "Ooh, I wonder if Irelia will come in Game 3." And I said, "No, but." I'm trying to think. Aojun is like mostly a mage player. You could, you know, kind of big balls it and just first pick Irelia and then say, all right, Aojun, like, what are you going to do? Like, what will he play?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it? Just took your champion.
Are you going to play, like, Nasus or something? Like, no, for Bradley to do it. If, like, Bradley just first picks Irelia. What's Aojun going to play?
Oh, I would also like that.
Yeah, what even are her?
I have no idea.
Nasus
I don't
can't
see
be
her
that
enough
good.
mid lane to be able to assert that.
Let's
Give me some
find
analytics,
out.
man.
Yeah, I'm there. Checking U.DG and Mobalytics. I don't know why sometimes they give different results. Weak against Camille Olaf. Yeah, wow, Camille's her worst. You know, that makes sense.
First pick, by the way.
You gonna play Camille Aojun? I don't think so.
Oh, Citadel. It is Lulu. So taking another one of those enchantresses, as the kind of pull for enchantresses was narrowed out quite a bit over these last 2 games, and the bans that came in. So if Array can get himself something that gets into the teamfight phase, or can also pick up something for the jungle that work well. I know Zin's already gone, but
yeah, I was gonna say
there are a few other fighters that can work well with that. I would have said Wukong if that wasn't already picked up by CCG in the process.
Yeah. So we'll see what Griffin wants to pull out for himself. But maybe even something like Lee Sin. Especially if you have Lulu bot lane. You're already probably thinking of something like the Yunara, or something that's likely going to scale quite a lot. So picking something that can do, you know, has a lot of early game agency, I think will be really important here. Don't do that.
Don't fall for it, B. Don't fall for it.
I won't. It's just I have trauma.
Munchie's done things to you.
He has. I may never recover.
Yeah, that is the our pickup. Works well with Lulu. Nothing much to really say there. Solid amount of pill that you can provide.
A little movement yourself too.
Yeah.
Nice.
With the Wukong being locked in, I mean, you're definitely going to need it. Cyclone is such a deadly. I didn't even realize Orianna was left open, so that is a big grab for Citadel.
I mean, that one, it's also a bit of a deny there. I think it's something Aojun would definitely play, pairs well with Wukong too. And yeah, you still add some playmaking to your team comp. Is very much needed for what we're seeing so far. And it's interesting too, leaving the jungle pick for something a little bit later. And,
James, wow.
They said, you want to scale? We can scale.
Yeah, I do worry about the Orianna. I think it gets more impactful once we get into the later stages of this draft and see what the jungle pick is going to be. Like, what methods of ball delivery system can we get going? Sometimes you don't even really need it. I feel like one of the best things to do is place the command attack and then don't move it for a while. And for some reason, there'll be players who are just like movement-oriented, and they'll just walk up to it without even realizing it. But this is a very strong champion. It is the most banned in NACL so far, highest presence, 83%. And when I say most bans, that's 54 bans beat down that Orianna has.
What's its win rate, Eric?
Win rate 25%.
Yep, that's right. That's worth noting. Champion is definitely good, but it is kind of funny.
Usually teams that are willing to let it go have a game plan going into it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it. Also, like the Ahri ban, we don't see a lot of Jinx these days, but they pair nicely. Both being champions that play for resets. Instead, it's just going to end up being the victor.
Okay.
Another angle of scaling. Now we're starting to get into the territory of do-nothing comp. That is that we've been kind of critical of for CCG lately. I mean, Wukong can still do a lot. But still, knowing Fiji likely is just going to play a tank that is not Scion, that's the kind of the vibe I'm getting. Really, what's the jungle pick for Griffin? Is what I'm most interested in. Sejuani has been left up, and okay. I thought it would end up being banned, but I think considering Griffin would play Malphite, I think that's just kind of what you have to do. So that is a really good engage angle. Just between that and the Orianna, you can apply a lot of pressure to the Jinx and Victor, who are not very mobile.
For the top lane pick, or say anything else here, I like that.
Yeah, that's really good.
Really do like that. And I want to talk about do nothing. You really got a lot that's going to be done on Citadel side as they kind of round out their composition. Some great team fight. This makes it tough for CCG because you got to find something that's a little bit more active on the top side, isn't going to fall into this kind of scaling trap that CCG have drafted so far. They're going to play for the side lane, so Yorick is locked in for Fiji.
Yeah, I mean, Yorick, if you look at CCG's comp, even as 4, it's a pretty strong unit. I think the immediate question for CCG when I see champions like Jinx, Ahri, Viego, whatever, what's that time to kill looking like? And it's going to be a while before that time to kill becomes anything relevant, I think. Jinx Victor, you're looking to scale. Yeah, Nautilus and Wukong are really great ways for you to get on people and kill them, but you're going to have some tanky people on Citadel's side. You have Lulu, who can mitigate that one a little bit. So I gotta say, CCG, not like they don't have ways to win this game, but I don't think they have enough early game agency for me to be confident we can get to this late game where Jinx and Victor go crazy.
You got to see Dr. Dardoch be... That's a crazy one, man. I've never seen Dr. Dardoch. You got to see him be incredibly proactive in this early game and kind of get the scaling going super early for CCG, because if he can, that clock being much shorter really allows the mid game to come online for CCG. And once, your carries are a threat, that allows your side lanes to open up with Fiji on this Yorick. We kind of saw something similar. I remember CCG going Anivia and Sivir with a Yorick in the top lane. And that was a pretty clean win against Blue Otter that they pulled out. But I do feel like the ball is in the court of Citadel. I like the composition a bit more going into this as we head into game number 3. Nocturne, get it out. We're back in the game. What's going on?
I know.
Paranoia, why is it always here? There we go. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Game number 3 of Citadel Gaming versus CCG.
And this is a big deal for different reasons for both teams. CCG, they win the series. 5 wins locks you into playoffs. They no longer have anything to worry about for qualification. It's just about seeding. For Citadel, this win gets them one step closer to actually making it there. The turnaround has come through clearly for Citadel Gaming, but at 1-4, it's a tough place to start. It's not impossible, but now every match is critical. Every win is so important here. So this is for their playoff lives. Citadel have a lot to fight for today.
For Citadel, the matchup in their future that they're expected to win is going to be the Apex Mission Impossible game.
True.
And that leaves Winthrop at the end of the season. So if you do beat CCG here, and you get that win against Apex Mission Impossible that you're expected to win, that's 4 wins right there.
Yeah.
That's an argument for playoffs.
That is a very strong argument for playoffs. There's even that world where, you know, a couple more weeks with this roster, they really could be Winthrop University. It's possible. Yeah. So that could be the 5 wins to guarantee yourselves. So Citadel prompting themselves for quite a large comeback after some serious struggles early on in roster shuffles. But it's all going to start here today. CCG want the highest seed they can possibly get. They want to guarantee playoffs here in week 6.
In the regular season, all of your woes and worries, that all goes away if you just make playoffs. You know?
Yeah.
Suddenly you don't have to think about that early season and struggles you guys had. Just perform in playoffs. Form there. Now Dardoch. Wukong. He's going to be a jerk. Not going to allow Griffin to recall when he wants to. Let's show that there's a ward there. Bradley's almost going to die. He dies.
Wow.
First blood. Solo kill. Ow. June.
What a great play there. Took his soul in the mid lane. He didn't have to flash in the end, but ultimately, in the business, we call that hashtag worth Deserex. Got a CS lead.
What?
Wave is coming back to him. He's already got those Ionian boots of lucidity right off the rip. Good stuff from CCG's mid.
Oh no, we got to bring up the Orianna win rate again, don't we?
Oh, yes we do. I think we do. 25%
win
guys.
rate. What was it, like 10 games, 8 games? I think it's 8 games, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my word, what a show from Aoju. Now that Bradley, you know, he's not on the Aurelia that we had seen before. The Akali, Fearless Band, now has to go on traditional mages, but here we go. Keel is getting low. Suddenly CCG are looking to open this place up. Flash coming out. Zap finds its target. Array goes down in the 2v2, and only 35 wants more! He will deliver death! Cody-san, double kill!
I apologize, I was not familiar with your game. Cody-san, a double kill for Jinx at 4 minutes. You couldn't manufacture a better scenario for a champion like that. CCG very happy with this early game so far. I don't know what could put a damper on that.
Yeah, you get the ball rolling. Sure. You said Dardoch has to do it. You know what the lanes say? No, we'll do it ourselves.
We'll do it right here, right now. Nice hook from only 35. Again, the power of that Nautilus in lane. And when you're playing Nautilus into these double range, in this double range matchup, this is how you do it. You just fight. And if that swing turns in your favor, you got a hell of a game ahead of you.
Oh man, for the lanes to go like this early is crazy for CCG.
Yeah.
You gotta love it, man. And now, Citadel, they gotta find a way to get themselves back into this. It's not all out just yet, but still, again, you gotta keep in mind that scaling that we were talking about.
So good.
It is a pain in the backside for Citadel to have to deal with. Griffin is eyeballing this bottom lane, looking for a way in, but the wave is moving forward, so it's not exactly the easiest way to find a fight. They're still looking for Cody Sun nonetheless, but Dardoch is now here. Cody Sun gets lower and lower, falls to about 250 health. Dardoch jumps in to put some pressure, only 35. Fortunately, that's a minion, not a champion. And that will put an end to that gank.
I thought I imagined that for a second, but that was pretty funny. So, still, good answer there, at least allowing Array and Keel to be able to get that wave in and reset. As long as nothing gets interrupted, yeah, everything's good. Only tough part is that Array isn't actually able to recall. He's sticking around. He's a little low on mana. I think, all things considered, you're not really banking on contesting this dragon anyway. I think it's okay.
I will say, with the Enchantress meta coming in the way it did, seeing all these different types of Enchantresses, you know, the Seraphines, the Karmas, the Lulus show up. It's funny that Nautilus is the one to survive, and it's been a lot of fun seeing these players who historically are good at, like, kind of these crazy engages, really continue to shine out.
Yeah. It really just, all roads lead back to hard engage. Truly.
Truly
no
is
matter
that, yeah.
No matter what happens. You know, sometimes it takes riot intervention, sometimes it happens naturally, like this case.
Kim Down's been big on the Nautilus.
Yep.
One of the outliers, Alistair, I think that gets picked. Redemption definitely loves that champion.
Cooked. Yeah. Also in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Kim Down's also played that split. Probably more than anyone else. He used to play that a lot. But yeah, there's a lot of angles here for supports to go through. And only 35. He's taking a very fun angle right now. Oh my god.
I am scared.
No way.
Okay.
Okay, no, it's fine. They don't know where they don't know where Griffin is. They don't want to play. That would have been Chad as hell though. If they went for it.
I would have loved it.
Yeah. Griffin is level 6 though. Has that glacial prison. I think Cody Sun will be on the receiving end of that very soon. He is flashless, remember. You know, a revisit the gank. What do you think? Citadel?
I like the idea. Go for it. Get in there.
Will they do it is the question, though.
Talking about this bot lane, only 35. I think it's been fun seeing him on CCG as opposed to Winthrop that we had him on last split. I mentioned at the very start of the season that I think Dardoch was the perfect person for him to play with, even though he wasn't put on that Winthrop squad. Because Dardoch, for those who don't know the reputation of Dardoch nowadays, he enjoys working with younger talent, with a lot of rookies, and trying to develop them. One of Only 35's problems was he was a little bit too risky of an engager, and for better or for worse, would kind of int some of his engages. Having someone like Dardoch to teach him when is a good time to go in and how to maximize the most of that, I feel like has gotten the best look out of Only 35.
Yeah, Dardoch really... Just so many of the younger players in the league have nothing but good things to say about their time with them over these last couple of years, and it really just shows that kind of mentor figure he's able to be for so many players. And yeah, this is just that latest iteration where he seems to bring out the best of them, because yeah, only 35. He has looked better compared to his time on Winthrop University.
Now this is a good deny that Citadel grabbed. Taking all 3 of the grubs. Okay, yeah, they don't have the strongest solo lanes when you're going up against a Yorick, but that's the big one right there. You took it away from a Yorick.
That's really, that's really the value there. It's about limiting what they could be able to do with it on that side of CCG. And I mean, in the right situation, Stray could. He finds himself ahead of the game. Be a bit of a side lane menace himself. Of course, it is going to be more about the team fights. Now we're still seeing things kind of slowed down. I'm a little nervous, though. I see these red dots on that Raptor camp. It's just to take the camp, probably. Wondering if Bradley was going to get dove.
I smell danger, and EG getting whacked a little bit by Stray. Good chunk of health.
Ooh.
Coming back from the grasp. Still able to heal back up, even with that little skirmish that happened with Stray. But, oh, over the wall! I didn't even see Griffin there! RKO out of nowhere, man! What happened?
That's the kind of shit where, oh, whoops. I would scream. I would be like, what the hell?
Where did this guy come from?
Literally. We didn't even know he was there.
Oh.
I can't even imagine what it felt like for Fiji. Didn't even have time to flash.
Yeah.
But the downside of that, of course, is Array and Keel not really able to interact in this bot lane. So this Jinx just continues to accelerate. Now 1,400 gold up.
Yeah.
It's going to be first brick. Cody Sun going to have a big cash out coming through here. Only 35. If you throw that hook, you're the GOAT, bro. I don't know what to say. He's not gonna, but it would be really funny. Yeah, this Jinx is crazy.
2K.
That's not cool, man. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
So we're just like, oh.
And then Fiji's like, nice try. Let this be known as the time you almost killed. No!
Oh.
It's very Tyler one coded.
That's a jump scare if I've ever seen one.
Yep.
A lot of pressure applied onto Fiji, and getting that kill onto Fiji does have its own benefits for Citadel in the long run. It's just
good.
You take away that kind of side laning power that Yorick brings. That's the biggest threat, right? He's just going to keep running your side lane until he's in your base and whacking at your inhibitors. You want to make sure that people can contest with him and he stays weak. But here we go, Aojun in a bad way. Flashes out from the shockwave in time.
Nice flash, gonna keep himself alive. Gonna lose a lot of pressure though.
Dardoch.
Now we're getting closer to Herald spawning.
Dardoch feels comfortable getting a little bit more aggressive just because the shockwave's down, but he's still got to be careful. Keel the brunt of that from Aojun. See right now, having a little bit more presence in this top side, working in favor of Citadel.
That's right. Should be able to let them get Herald. Just kill this guy, no?
Nice hook coming in. Only 35 is in the middle of 3.
What?
Transcend oneself. Array chipping away. We'll be able to grab the kill eventually. Rocket comes out, but Kill flashes out in time. Now Dardoch runs low. And with the mishaps of the early game, suddenly Citadel are finding plays of their own. Stray walking around looking for the Meganar ultimate. Dardoch looks to slip away, gets pulled in. Will be able to dodge out from the rock thrown towards his face, but Dardoch survives.
Was almost something. I'm gonna need only 35 to walk me through the vision he saw there, because I did not see it. And you give away a kill. Doesn't change the huge lead you have right now. It's these small things that are gonna allow Citadel to close that gap, especially with Array getting kills and assists. Not something you really want to be happening. As nice. Not something you really want to be happening, especially with Cody Sun having such a great start to this game.
Yeah, phenomenal start for Cody Sun, but good recovery for Array being there, right place, right time. Only could have been better if he actually picked up the kill, but we will take what we get after that bottom lane laning phase. Lots of vision now applied over towards this dragon side for CCG. A lot of that was up pretty early, so now it allows CCG to have a good track to look to dragon stack. Not too far off from that location's Dardoch. They're also sending Fiji down into the bottom lane. He doesn't have teleport, so he can hold that bot lane side lane. Teleport available for Aojun, and it's no contest by Citadel.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. You got something off that last play. We should just go back to farming. But it's this third Drake that we're going to really need to start thinking of, and that's where the risks are going to need to be taken. And Citadel have those 5 minutes to try and narrow this gap a little bit, or at least find a fight in which you can isolate Cody Sun and kill him immediately. It's the nice thing about Sejuani. You can come into these fights from many different angles. Cody Sun, very mindful of his flash. Yeah, I'm sure he'll have much to say on that. So, really going to be eyes on this Jinx. At least for the moment. These next 5 or 10 minutes until this lead swings. It really is just all hinging on Cody Sun. Can he get his passive off or not?
Can you get Cody Sun some resets?
Can we get Cody Sun excited?
Make the man want to play League.
He's not looking so excited right now, but maybe when he gets a kill, his face will light up.
I don't think I've ever seen him look hype.
No?
Did you ever get that from the LFL?
We didn't really have many player cams except for the playoffs, which were in a stadium. And let me tell you, Mirage Alejandro did not go to the playoffs. Those some tough times, which made me wonder about how Cody Sun would actually perform. Because I mean, they were all struggling on that team. Good God, but he's looking a lot better than he did back then. You know? What was that? 4 years ago? 4 years does a guy good.
Yeah, that was quite some time.
And not being in the French league. It always comes down to the French era. You see?
I see. Talk to Mzel about it, but here we go. An attack is
my
found
God.
onto Aojun. Nice use of the shockwave there, paired alongside the Sejuani. You ain't going anywhere.
I mean, that's a play Mr. Cleanse could be proud of. Holy moly. It's going to allow Bradley some farm time and at least a plate. Space for Citadel to go ahead and grab this Herald. It might actually be tough because they used a few ults to make it happen, but no, nobody's contesting. It's looking like Griffin should have a pretty decent time doing it. That's good. It's a way to get more gold for the team.
Herald locked in for Citadel Gaming. Recalls coming in, taking stock of items. Was call purchased by Array earlier. Let's have the completion on that. Kraken Slayer done on top of it. Now working towards a Zeal item. Cody Sun, one item deep thus far. Still needs a little bit more time before we scale into that point where Jinx really starts to become a threat. Usually you want it to be around like 3 items. But I don't even think it's that bad of a thing considering how ahead he is of Array.
Yeah, I will say, Infinity Edge for Cody Sun is going to be really good.
Oh yeah, slap.
Yeah, but it really is, again, just going to come down to that first kill. What's so important for Jinx, whether or not they can get that reset, so really going to depend on that. Execution, only 35, has been pretty good so far with the hooks. Now that he has access to that depth charge as well, you got to imagine it's only going to be easier. So there's that pressure on field conversely to keep his teammates sustained.
Now we're going over to Cody Sun in the meanwhile. A little bit more gold going over to him and CCG, but Bradley holding the bot lane. We'll be able to grab a tower. All the meanwhile, it was Fiji on the top side who took down a tower of his own. So we're seeing that side laning now played by Fiji, especially now that he's teleport up. He can continue hitting these side lanes and trying to pull a Stray over to him. And that's kind of part of the hope, right? You don't want Stray to join the fight as a Meganar and ruin your team. You'd rather keep him locked down as long as you can.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. I thought Bradley would have backed with enough to finish his Shadow Flame, but still, Rod and Alternator, pretty nice components to be sitting on. So already, he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Everybody is about as set up as they can hope for. Even Array actually managed to get his second item first.
There it is, Infinity Edge.
And get on the map. Yeah, so we do see the Infinity Edge come through. So, honestly, in the end, considering Array has a little more AD with that longsword, I would just say that they're on even footing, despite that 1,000 gold lead. So this is as good a chance as Citadel is going to get. Oh, I think, yeah.
Oh, that's not a good angle right there. Still damage onto Dardoch, but Dardoch's okay absorbing that. Fiji now coming in from the flank. Shockwave onto 2. Finds Aojun. Stray's looking to come in. You can see how close he is to that Meganar form. It's pushing CCG back, and even if you don't get a pick, even if you don't get a fight, it will allow you to stop the dragon stacking.
Still, this is a little dangerous. They're watching that Meganar timer. They need to take this dragon as soon as they can, because once that Gnar ult is no longer available, they can fight this.
Dardoch's got to be quick here. Now looking to come in, it is secured over to Citadel, but here comes Dardoch. Cyclone looking for the backline, wants to find Array. Dardoch is popped, but Array is still in the pit by himself. He's chipping away.
Wow,
Use that cultivation of spirit. Hit after hit after hit. Array only flashes out when he got the kills he wanted. Dragon taken by Citadel.
Hey, that's a big net win for Citadel Gaming. We got to give credit to Keel playing that fight so well. Even worth a replay, to be honest. Just keeping Cody Sun at bay, minimizing his DPS as much as possible, and Citadel walk away with the kill advantage and a dragon. This is everything you could have hoped for, and we are going to watch this again. Look at Keel, guys. It's going to come up in a couple of seconds, but really, he's using that ultimate to protect Array, and watch,
That was nice.
Polymorph on Cody Sun. That really limited what he was able to do, and it just made so much more space for Array to get that second kill before they had to flash out. It cost Summoner spells, but ultimately still, it was well played, and they got a lot from it.
It was a good shout beat. I didn't even notice the polymorph. I was just locked onto Array, who...
He was bumping.
Array was just autoing for the longest time. The R2, second part of the Cyclone, didn't hit because of Keel. And that is so significant. That meant that Array just kept autoing, just kept autoing, just kept autoing. And when he was finally in too much danger, that's when he flashed out. Really got his money's worth.
Yeah, and this is, again, this split is Keel's debut as a support. Very good jungler for many years, so we talked about how that can translate, but still, can't be easy to jump to a new role, especially in this game where, again, you're so pivotal to your team's success. You need to protect Array as this Lulu, and already we're seeing him do it very well.
Fantastic stuff from Keel. Good awareness from Array, the whole team. Playing it out together as they recover from a little bit of shaky early game. They stop the dragon stacking, getting a great influx of gold onto Array that has closed up what was 1.2k in the favor of Cody's Son. Now basically nothing between these marksmen, and now here comes the hook and find its mark onto Bradley. Bradley uses the shockwave, but it's onto two tanky targets, and there's a reset. Cody's Son going forward, needs to play careful though, because you see Array able to bring the fire back. Transcend oneself means he can dash right over that wall and get to safety, but that is a pick nonetheless for CCG.
Really nice find. I mean, 2.5 items. You kind of do Baron at an okay speed, but I still think that would be a little ambitious. So they are going to back out. It was a really good find there onto Bradley, especially from only 35. I mean, the Hex Flash is coming in super clutch. That's the example of how CCG wants these fights to be going. You want Cody's Son resetting? Citadel, they want to pressure him as much as they can.
Cody's Son. See how willing he was to try and pick up anyone else from Citadel the moment he did get excited. Kind of feeling almost that Lucian vibe that we had from the earlier game.
True.
You always got to be careful about that. You got to temper some of that aggression. But yeah, that was a really good pick. It forced the shockwave onto targets that are okay eating the shockwave. You look at Dardoch, you look at only 35, they're like, yeah, anytime, just as long as my DPS are allowed to fire.
Yep. Now we have this focus. Citadel, doing their due diligence, setting up vision on that top side, pushing top wave in so that they can now focus solely on getting set up for this dragon. They got one, but they need to keep collecting them to make sure CCG can't threaten that Hextech Soul anytime soon.
Felt that breeze on his back.
Actually, I think he wouldn't want that to land, I'll be honest. Griffin is already super tanky.
Oh, there comes the ultimate from Griffin. Oh no, only 35.
Huh.
And that's about it. That's all she wrote for the Glacial Prism. And
of course,
I don't know, because we still got 45 seconds before that dragon spawns again that CCG are going to pressure.
Yeah, honestly, I think that cooldown is already short enough that I'm pretty sure Griffin will get it. Not too long after the dragon spawn. I respect that he went for the fish. See if he could find something. Otherwise, they really don't lose much for it. I think is the important thing there. Dragon up in 23 seconds. Big thing for both teams. CCG wants Soul Point, and Citadel, they want to keep stacking. Those individual Drakes will be so good for them, and of course, you don't want to give anyone Hextech Soul.
Yeah. Positioning for Bradley is in the top lane right now, so he's pulling Fiji away. Now Dardoch is the one caught out. He has to burn his flash. Transcend oneself coming out from Array. Cyclone's going to be used. Dardoch survives.
Wow.
Counterattack coming in. Aojun puts down the Arcane Storm, but still Dardoch will drop. Looking to trade for junglers. Griffin gets out in time, but no! Gets knocked up by the death charge. Only 35. Eating the shockwave. Has no issue, but look at how low Cody's Son is. Gets dropped in the process. Fiji returns fire. It's another pick coming in from Stray on this Gnar, but Bradley will pay the price. Now Stray cut out in the gravitational field, does not get stunned up, but taking damage for days. A grave dug by Fiji to put 3 members of Citadel in, and CCG take the team fight.
Nice clutch comeback there from CCG. I thought this dragon was doomed when they lost their jungler, but still, they managed to clutch up that fight overall. Only 35. A lot of CC down before he ended up dying. Now, that allows Fiji to be able to get a lot of gold off this tier 2 turret. And of course, resets that Dragon Tank to neutral.
You can see Dardoch getting caught out here. Seemed like he was going to survive for a second, but he goes back in to get the R2. Depth charge from only 35 here was crucial in turning the fight.
Yeah. It managed to land onto 3 because Griffin pulled it with him and went past his teammates, which is a little awkward. But overall, yeah, at this point with Citadel, you're committed. You got to get as much as you can out of this just to ensure that really nobody can go for the Dragon until everybody comes back online. But now looking at live, we'll see if that happened while we were looking at this replay. Oh, yeah. CCG got it. All right, that's their sole point. So now, Citadel facing a very dangerous situation in a couple minutes' time. Hextech Soul going to CCG. Really bad look for them. It'll be very difficult to really come back after that one goes through, so.
4 minutes, 15 seconds. That's definitely going to be a team fight timer. That Dragon, Hex Tech, as you had mentioned, that just sucks to have to deal with if you allow it over to CCG. There's a lot of range on Cody's Sun. You know, now that you have that Q-Max, you bring out the rockets. Those are going to keep landing, slowing you down. It's pretty brutal right now. You can see right now, Citadel are trying to play the side lanes out for this. Fiji still has his teleport available, so it's not that hard for Fiji to go respond to it. But this is a good look so far from CCG.
Absolutely. Gold lead is very minimal, but they are winning out by these narrow margins. And it's really just coming down to how both of these teams execute that fights. Can CCG enable Cody Sun, and can Citadel shut him down? Because Jinx is really important in this game. Those resets are really going to be make or break.
Here we go. Fiji fighting this out. Bradley's on his way, but look at how much damage Fiji just did. They're sending 3 over there, and the pings are coming out for the Baron for CCG.
Holy, they didn't even kill the Maiden in the process. No teleports on either solo laners as well. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're committed. There's no way you stop this Baron in time, so you just gotta get as much as you can out of this. I mean, he is just stalling like crazy.
Man, he is holding his ground. Fiji still going to be up. No way he takes Bradley. No way he takes Bradley.
No way.
So close. Shut down by Kill. That gold going into the support pocket. Super Mega Death Rocket does not find Bradley, but the Baron picked up by CCG. Stray tries to fight it without June, but Dardoch is right there. That was a crazy trade coming in. You're losing structures for this on top of it.
You just lost so much to Citadel, and that overcommitment, I mean, it's a great call for CCG to go for that Baron, but with no teleports available, it's a huge risk that doesn't really pan out. They got the shutdown, which was nice. They got some turret plates, which is nice, and the saving grace is that these waves are pushed in deep enough that it's going to take a minute before CCG can actually do anything else with this Baron.
Man, the decision-making coming out right now. Gotta remember what's on the line for Citadel Gaming. With the rough season they had very early on, losing out to names like Dorado, names they should have been able to beat. This puts playoffs in a hard-to-reach area for Citadel. With this blow-up we've been seeing in the late season, they can't afford to let that go down as they now look for another fight. Only 35 in the front line. Will flash backwards. Shockwave lands onto nothing. Dardoch looking to turn around. Gets out the Cyclone. Looking for the back line. Wants to find Array. Pills back out. Fiji's here. Gets onto Array. Kills him. Now Stray's forced to run out. And he gets chipped away. There's no more hop. Zap will slow him down as the rockets land true. And Citadel see playoffs. But it's so far away. They take a wrong turn and they're met by the roadblock that is CCG.
And a CCG who is on their way to locking themselves into playoffs with this 5th win. Now they only have to play for seeding.
No, only 35.
No way.
Only
What?
35. The
We have to BM a little.
disrespect. Oh my.
It's for content.
Oh god. Someone clip that. Someone clip that.
I'm sure someone will clip that. What a great look there from CCG.
Yeah.
Really good series from them overall. I gotta say, we are still seeing improvements there for Citadel, but this is kind of that question for them to, kind of struggle for as long as they did. Now we're here in those late stages. It's pretty hard to be able to make that comeback. Everyone's been improving this whole time, but, you said it, Eric. Road's not over yet. It's just a wrong turn. They could still make it.
Yeah, I mean, Citadel, again, this is why I haven't been fully convinced of their resurgence late into NACL, because I want to see them take on tough competitors and beat them. To be fair, I will take my hat off to Citadel. I think they fought really well in this game, and they pushed CCG pretty heavily, especially when Bradley was able to get on some of those tried and true comforts like the Akali. But at the end of the day, this team, CCG, is just more of a unit with a stronger identity that came together, that have seen their players like Aljun and Fiji begin to develop immaculately over time, and even seeing Cody-san take more and more risks, Dardoch being kind of that leader for a lot of these fights, CCG coming together to secure playoffs for themselves, and they're looking for the future.
And I gotta say, the future is looking bright. Again, they locked themselves in. Now it's just going to be about how high of a seed can they go for it. I mean, Dardoch said on more than one occasion, they believe that they can take it to the best teams in the league here in the NACL. So, even though Citadel weren't the highest in the standings, I think the fact that CCG are continuously showing us some pretty high level gameplay, they are still kind of making good on that belief Dardoch told us in one of those post-game interviews. So we'll see. It's only up from here. How far can they go?
And we've been looking at this mostly kind of Citadel-sided because of the implications of playoffs. It's something that's within grasp of Citadel, but not quite there just yet. We also have to look at CCG's side. Remember yesterday, they had an incredibly brutal game against Maryville University, where they lost in 25 minutes in game 1, lost in 22 minutes in game 2, and it makes you wonder, how are you going to bounce back from that? How are you going to recover from such a devastating loss? Holding your ground against some of the other squads and kind of rebounding and understanding that, hey, maybe we didn't draft the best compositions. Let's do better the next day. This shows real resilience from the squad and being able to stay steadfast in their mental.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm really excited to hear your interview with whoever we do have with CCG a little later on, just because I'm really curious, like what it's feeling like for them now. They've locked playoffs. Obviously, still more work to do, especially if they want to be able to win it all. If you consider their loss to Maryville previously, which was a pretty handed loss too. So really excited to see where the CCG team is going to go, especially since Dardoch's been there. They've always been in that top 3, top 4 conversation.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if they can go a little further.
And this puts them as one of 3 teams that are now in the 5-win category. We're talking about that kind of cutoff that you need in order to be secure in playoffs. Let's go ahead and pull up some of the replays that we had from this game. I mean, these last seconds right here, only 35. You're a rascal.
I actually missed that part before he did his little dance.
Yeah, that's what I was freaking out. This is a well-deserved MVP. I mean, Fiji, this was a rookie that I know a lot of us on the broadcast side of things were pretty excited for. And to see him develop the way he has, he's playing true to his identity on a lot of these picks, even willing to take out some of these kind of wackier ones, such as the Singed. But the Ornn game was fantastic, caught Bradley so many times, and then the pressure he exerted in the bottom lane with Yorick. It's great stuff.
I mean, yeah, and we got to give that shout out to Slayer, who was previously on the broadcast. When we met before the split started, we were talking about Fiji. Yep. This dude was singing his praises, says this guy is going to be nuts. And you know what, Slayer? You made good on that. I mean, you've made good on that 10 times over. This kid is a beast.
Absolute beast. Proud to see the way he's been kind of growing as time has gone on, taking this MVP and having the performance that he did. And, of course, taking down Citadel. A Citadel who's looking like a tough opponent. I don't think it's hard to ignore the fact that Citadel did just get the better of NRG and broke that undefeated record. So it's pretty awesome stuff. And I'm hearing now that our interview is ready. So we're going to go ahead and pull Fiji onto the broadcast. So let's get him in here. Fiji, how's it going, man?
I'm doing great. I think, I don't know, it was a fun series. That's our first best of 3, so.
Like, actually, really? That's
third game. Like,
yeah, third game. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, first things first. Tell me a little bit about what you feel what you bring to the team in terms of like what CCG execute on. I know only 35. It tends to be a little bit more engage heavy. Aojun, Dardoch, they work really well together. But what about you? What's your presence here? Because I've seen you play tanks. I've seen you play Singed. I've seen you kind of been all over the place.
I think I usually just picked what I think is good for the team comp most games. Like that's usually what I favor. There are some carry champs, but I haven't had a game where like, oh, they picked this like certain champions, so I haven't really picked it yet. But I think I just pick what's good for the draft most games, even if it's a losing lane state.
Okay, I can respect that. For CCG, you guys actually have like some pretty experienced players there. I look at Dardoch, I look at Cody-san. How's it been, working with them? Is there any like kind of knowledge they've been like passing down to you and helping you improve your play?
I talk to Dardoch a lot. I message him back and forth when we're not in scrims or in games. I do get like a lot of input from him, and I think a lot of experience that I've been taking in like first, like for me right now, I think champ pool is like the biggest one. Like I'm literally just going to work on more bruiser heavy champions in the future, which might come out next split or in playoffs. You never know. But yeah, no, they've been really helpful.
That's awesome to hear, man. Now, getting into this game, was there any thoughts leading into it when you heard that yesterday CTG were able to take down NRG?
I think it's a little nervous. It's a little nerve-wracking. Like every game, even yesterday, like I was nervous. I mean, this is all new to me, so
yeah.
And I actually like I know everyone, well, most everyone at that roster for Ole Miss, so I don't know. I know the coaches and I know a lot of their previous teammates and members, so I think it was like a fun experience, like I said before, overall.
Talk to me about the bounce back. Obviously, things are always great when you're winning, but game 2, you guys did suffer a defeat there. It's kind of hard to get past Bradley Zakali. But after you lose a game like that, what's the communication like with the team in order to make sure that no one's tilting, everyone's on the same page and ready for game 3?
I think all of us, I don't know, like this team's very I think vibe heavy. I don't think none of us really argue with each other at all, and we're very we talk with each other about things. Like even if someone's upset about a certain play, we'll talk about it after and we'll go over it. And we go from there. I think for the bounce back portion, I think we were just ready to get into the third game and show how we could impact the game.
So how are the vibes now that you're in a position where you're pretty much secured for playoffs and ready to compete with the top 6 in NACL? I
think the vibes are great. Obviously, this is just a spring split, and I'm sure that, at the end of the day, I obviously I want to win playoffs as much as the next person. If things happen at the end of the day, so I think I'm more looking towards the future myself, and I think all of us are all looking for the future to grow and develop. And I think we'll be doing a lot better when playoffs kick in.
I believe it. Your toughest opponent is going to be next week. That is NRG. You'll be facing off against General Sniper. Are there any thoughts or feelings there?
It'll be fun. I think it'll be a good experience. I do enjoy playing against Zamudo a lot. So I'm sure I'll have a fun time playing against Zamudo.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my bad. It was Zamudo. I'm thinking Conviction. My bad.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be a fun series. I'm sure Kizna will be knocking at my doorstep the whole entire time with Zamudo. So we'll see how it goes. At the end of the day, don't really know how it's gonna go till then, but I'm sure I will have a great time. I'm sure I'll never get to play a Scion game.
All right, to kind of wrap things up, I want you to tell me about how you've kind of been feeling about your rookie year, stepping up in competition to Tier 2, playing in the NACL. How do you feel about your own development time here?
I think I'm doing better. Funny enough, I think I do get nervous a lot, like I said before. It's just first year, I think, things. I think that will improve over time, and I think I make mistakes like any other person should. But I think I try to bounce back from those mistakes and improve on them. I think I've had a good split so far. We don't talk about the last series. We don't talk about game 2. That didn't happen.
Didn't happen. Out of my memory.
No, it didn't happen. But yeah, I think so far I've had a good year, or I guess good split. Not a good year. It's like 1/10 of a year. But yeah,
I gotta agree, man. Slayer hyped us up on you really early, and I can clearly see why, man. You're fantastic in your rookie season, and it's been great seeing you grow. So before I let you go, any shout outs you want to give?
Shout out to my team and coach and all the managers. They're all amazing people. Appreciate them. Shout out to the Stars community. RX. I really play with him a lot, and he gives me tips, and I've improved from that. Shout out to my girlfriend Amy, and shout out to my family. I think that's the main shout outs I would like to give.
Well, it's been fun having you as a part of the interview. Are you going to do anything to celebrate the victory? Do you have any post-win things?
I'm going to go get a burrito from Chipotle, most likely. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to go do, and I'll probably post something on Twitter again.
Well, fuel up, King. Thank you for the interview, and best of luck on the rest of the season.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, I want Chipotle.
Yeah, I kind of do too, man.
I'll go crazy, no?
Slaps,
Chipotle in Idaho? Is that a thing?
Yeah, of course. Chipotle's not that rare, man.
Yeah, but you guys have not great sushi, so I can't trust anything.
Sushi, be down, please.
1 + 1 = 2, Eric. I need you to stay with me.
If it's a college town, it's gonna have most of the trendy places, man. You're gonna have all of that. But yeah, let's go on to the results of the day and kind of reflect back on what's happened. Fortunately for me, hey, my predictions did not go 0-2 again. But I think it was a pretty exciting day. We saw the power of Winthrop and what was, a hell of a series between Citadel and CCG.
Yeah. Went the distance. It was very exciting, especially in Game 3. And even though they lost, it does speak well for Citadel and what they might be able to accomplish in the remaining 2 weeks of gameplay here. Because even though this was a tough loss, putting them at 2-5, they're not eliminated yet. It is still possible. It's just way harder. Now if they want to guarantee it, they have to win their most difficult match of the split coming up.
You are on paper expected to win against AMI, which will get them at 3-3, but that's not enough. Still need to cross that line. You can see right now, if Conviction just get one more win, 3-3 is definitely not enough. So Citadel are going to keep that in mind. As you can see, our top 3 teams, NRG, Maryville University, CCG, Esports, they're the ones who are pretty much locked in now. Supernova and Winthrop not far off from being pretty secure. And for the fight for that 6th place spot, that's going to be the big one as the weeks to come show us more and more action.
The very interesting thing, too, is now that Apex Mission Impossible has shown us they've improved a bit, and nobody is winless, it's really hard to know who's going to end up in that bottom 2.
That could be anyone. It could be me. It could be you.
Yeah.
Take a look.
Could be us.
Yeah, we'll be up there, man. Let's take a look at the action tomorrow. So You can see if we're on the schedule. See if down in Desert. No, okay, it's not. It's AMI
Ah,
versus
dang.
Maryville University. That's Bob
Yeah.
versus Goliath. Maybe they can become David and take a game. We'll find out. And Supernova versus Blue Otter. One of the last chances that Blue Otter really have to try and get themselves out of promotion relegation.
Yeah. I don't even know if playoffs are necessarily in the cards for them anymore, but also not being in bottom two is really that bare minimum of whatever team wants here this split. I don't really see them bombing out of the promotion relegation tournament, but it's also not something you want to worry about.
Yeah, so I will be watching very closely on that second series, but if you think you got what it takes, man, let me tell you, that QR code, if you scan it, take 4 of your boys with you, you can compete in the open qualifiers for NACL. It runs from April 24th to May 10th. It'll be a massive bracket, and if you do qualify, you will be participating in that promotion relegation to try and take down one of these NACL teams to get into the league. Again, scan that QR code or head over to Watch NACL on Twitter if you want to compete. I want to see you there, man. Show us what you got.
That's what they got, Eric.
You got
it's gonna be really exciting. I want now, Eric. I'm gonna challenge you to show me what you got because it's time for the outro. So, please go ahead.
This is what I got. All right. We want to thank you.
You should have ended it on that.
Oh man. Well, I gotta give thanks. That's the first thing I gotta do.
All right.
I will keep it right here, man. All right. And we want to
There
give
you
thanks
go. Do that.
to all the coaches, the staff, the players, everyone who make this possible, as well as you for tuning in to our ugly mugs. Our ugly mugs. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for the matchups we had mentioned earlier. And this is week 6 out of 8, so things are going to get tense for that playoffs contention. Every team is striving to make it in there, but only 6 can proceed. We'll see you next time on NACL.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.